There I am.
So,
there I am.
Okay, so I think Vanderwood was supposed to be reset. No one's present for Vanderwood, correct?
That's right.
Oh.
Submitted the thank you. We did not.
Why is that not working?
On Friday, as we thought, but I brought.
Where's that fucking...
And I just signed it.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry, everybody. I didn't know this was happening.
Okay, so today was the
hold on.
concept for preliminary examination on each file. I do have
Ah! Why is this doing this? There we go.
Was consistent with the first iteration, the first six citizen exams that we ran. Okay.
Let's see if that works. Hi, good morning. I didn't realize I was going to have to be live this morning, so here I am, not ready to be live. But it looks like there's some stuff happening in Michigan. La 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 la, Michigan. Can you hear it? That's my only concern. Make sure. Where is that? Where is it? In the name of love. How come it's not? I'm really hoping that you guys, you person can hear it. I'm going to get ready and get it going the right way, but I did not expect this to happen. Where's Mark Burnett? I need to find Mark Burnett and hide him. I swear to God, I love this judge so much, but somebody needs to update her calendar.
I received date stamp the 24th, which is Friday. Defendant Sheridan's adoption to defendant Burden's brief in support of motion and relief to introduce.
Yeah, you guys, I'll feed you in a second. Well, we have something happening right now.
And motion to compel records. Counsel Freeman, I think, filed this.
Yes.
Okay, this was filed on Friday, which means I saw it just now.
I understand.
So it won't be addressed today. Did you get a copy of it?
On Friday, Runner.
Oops. Oh, this isn't Mark Burnett. I gotta hide that too. I'm not ready. Okay.
Done for the people, I guess, a general motion for sequestration and ask for an exception for Special Agent Shop, who's the officer in charge of the investigation.
Motion for sequestration is granted, and Agent Shop will be allowed to remain in the courtroom. Any defense preliminary issue. We may have the temperature down, but everybody feels okay. Back, or maybe not so much. You can call your first witness.
I believe my first witness is in the court zone room, Mary Vincent.
Miriam Vincent, can you hear us?
I can, Your Honor.
Okay, can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where do you work, Ms. Vincent? I am the senior staff attorney at the Office of the Federal Register.
And how long have you been in that particular position?
So I have been in an attorney role at the Office of the Federal Register now for 14 years. I have occasionally been acting as the director when we've been looking for a permanent director. I did that most recently for 10 months through March of this year.
And in the year of 2020, specifically, November 2020 through January 2021, were you an attorney for the Federal Register?
I was a staff attorney at that time.
Can you tell us some of your duties as a staff attorney?
So we offer legal support and advice with regard to all of the documents that we publish in the Federal Register, which is about 25 to 32,000 documents a year on behalf of over 300 federal entities that publish. A portion of those we then codify as federal regulations in the Code of Federal Regulations. We also offer training to staff within the Office of the Federal Register, and we offer training to agencies on a variety of subjects. And then, as part of our other duties as assigned, we administer the Electoral College functions on behalf of the archivist every 4 years.
So, in the year 2020, would the Federal Register been responsible
Good
for
morning. I hope you can hear it.
administering the Electoral College?
Yes, that is one of the things that we did that year.
And as your role in overseeing the Electoral College, what exactly does the Federal Register do?
We make sure that the states, all the states, and we include the District of Columbia since they function as a state for the Electoral College. We ensure all the states understand all of their duties regarding the Electoral College. We function as a liaison between the states and Congress, so if the states have questions during the process, we can get answers for them. We can't interpret the federal statute. We rely on Congress to answer those questions, but we do function as that intermediary. So we provide.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm not ready for this.
Logistical support. We will review drafts,
but I'm getting there.
To try and spot any obvious typographical or other errors before the certificates are completed. We then receive the official certificates from the states. We review them for facial legal sufficiency to make sure that all of the elements that are required by statute are present on the certificate. We then scan and make those certificates available online for public inspection. And then just before the Congress meets to count the votes, we meet with Congress to ensure that Congress has a full set of all 51 sets of certificates of ascertainment and vote, so that they can have the full set to count on the House floor during the joint session.
Okay. Now, specifically referring to the certificate of ascertainment, who sends that to the Federal Register?
So that is typically sent from the Secretary of State's office, although it could come from the governor's office. It is signed by the governor. It has to be an actual signature. Congress does not accept an auto pen or any kind of image. So, and then it has a state seal on it. So it can come from either one of those executive branch offices from the state.
And the certificate of votes, who's responsible for sending that to the Federal Register?
That usually is the Secretary of State's office for the state. The electors themselves run the meeting, but the Secretary of State's office offers the support, the administrative support. They provide the room, they provide the actual, usually the certificates of vote themselves. And then they are there once the electors have paired the certificates They have the mailing materials, and then the Secretary of State's office mails or sends all of the certificates out as required under statute.
And for the 2020 presidential election, did the Federal Register receive a certificate of ascertainment and a certificate of votes from the state of Michigan?
Yes, we did.
And you previously received via email 3 proposed exhibits, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to draw your attention to People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
So that is a series of documents that is the certificate of ascertainment. We received an original certificate from the state of Michigan in November, and then that was later amended to account for some typographical errors later in December.
And People's Proposed Exhibit 5, does that contain the original certificate of ascertainment as well as the amended certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. John Freeman on behalf of Mary Ann Sheridan. I'd like a copy of these proposed exhibits.
They're all provided in discovery.
I think
Good morning. I am so sorry. I don't have any. I haven't put makeup on. I haven't. I don't. I haven't even started the
I shouldn't
coffee.
have to rely on thousands of pages of discovery. I need a copy of the proposed
So,
exhibits.
our wake up snack, MAGA elector fraud. That's right, Paul Langan. Good morning, Paul Langan. Butterflies. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry. I did not know this was happening because motherfuckers don't kill anybody.
I can give them digital copies, but yeah, I'm not gonna print out hundreds of pages. But if you'd like digital copies, I can give you digital copies right now. Well, I think all of them are gonna want a copy, I guess, so they can follow along.
Your Honor, I don't have a computer here sitting here in
Little
the
pink.
jury box, so I don't have access to
Let's
digital
add,
copies. I was
let's
assuming I would
add
get
some
copies.
pink to today.
Likewise, Sean, on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
It's a pink day. Pink day. Okay, cool, Lee. Love you. I love you, Lee.
I've been doing it for 4
I
years.
love you.
Same for Mr.
Okay.
Thompson.
Okay, we didn't circulate thousands of pages of documents in the last court proceeding. For the first 6, we're not gonna do it on this one either.
There you go.
Because
Oh,
voluminous
thank you,
amount of
Paul. Or thank you, butterflies. I
information.
can't see.
I do believe that it
I
can be
know.
remedied by her
7:59.
sending
Woo!
electronic or digital
Thank you.
copies. Counsel?
Your Honor, that assumes that I'm going to be able to get it by email, pull it up. What seems to be the most efficient, hand us a copy of what you propose to have the witness talk about.
We'll look at the exhibit if you want.
Why is my microphone picking
And
up?
I'd like
Oh,
the
hold on.
opportunity to then be able to potentially discuss that exhibit with my client prior to cross-examination.
This was information that was turned over during discovery. Absolutely. Well, we're not going to give you time to. You should have discussed the exhibits before now. We've had these exhibits for how long?
Your Honor, I don't know what the exhibits are until they start going through them.
I get it, but I'm not going to pause every time she gets ready to put an exhibit on the record to let you discuss it with your clients, because that's why discovery was put on, and that's why many of you ask for adjournments for a long period of time so that you can go over all of that discovery with your clients.
Your
So
Honor,
she can identify what item she is putting on the record. This is not the first iteration of this. Most of you not only
I think she's
zoomed in or
amazing.
watched the other
Thank you.
iteration, but
Don't
some of you all even
give them
sent
fucking-
your own court recorders so that you can see
Exactly.
how this was going to play out. So this is not news that this was going to be an exhibit.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
as part of the process of an ordinary hearing, the defense
This is not an ordinary case.
Hi,
Well,
I'm not going to require there to
I did
be
not realize
thousands of
this was
pages
happening,
of documents
and I
circulated for
haven't-
each
I just woke up.
person in here when
I just
all
got
that
out of bed
information was
and
turned
turned it on,
over
so I
to
look
you all
like crap.
electronically.
I love
I am merely
everybody.
asking for a copy of the documents that are going to be used as exhibits today
Yeah, let's
during
have a
these
subscriber
witness.
party.
I merely already
Woo!
ruled that I will require it to be digital.
7:59, baby.
I await that.
Thank you.
Digital
We'll adjourn
copy.
so that can take place.
I
Off
have
the
another
record.
issue.
Yes.
I'm going to inquire whether or not the witness has permission to testify pursuant to 44 U.S. Code, Section 211.
She does.
It's in writing and that's been provided.
It was provided to me.
Well, it's got to be in writing.
It's
She
in
has-
writing.
And you said she.
Off the record.
Boy, she is mad. She turned off the thing. She turned off the thing. That idiot is sitting there just like that. So that's live. Yeah, okay, she blinked. All right, so she's alive. We got that. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I know. Here I am. I literally, I don't even want to tell. I rolled out of bed. I rolled out of bed. The judge muted it. The judge muted it. I didn't do it. It's live. She went off the record. She's pissed. Yes, I'm so sorry. This is Michigan False Electors. Hold on. Let me just fix everything now that I'm awake. Kind of, sort of. Maybe. Let me fix the screen. Oh, edit. Top. Whoa! Okay, that's fine. There. Yes, Michigan fake electors. Why didn't it go? Oh, I didn't do it because of that. Okay. Wrong one. Wrong one, stupid. Wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I hit the wrong one. Oops. I cannot believe this. I did not expect it. I've actually looked too. I looked this weekend. I looked to see if they were going to do anything, and they didn't. They didn't have anything listed. So I have a bone to pick. Okay, I'll sing. Boop boop. Oh wait, I gotta fix something first. Oh man, these guys are killing me. Killing me, I tell ya. Where's my fucking warning? Where's my content warning? I turn on the speaker. We get to hear. I think we should be able to hear this. That's what I think. That's what I think. Okay, wait. Where's the content warning? Oh, there it is. There it is. Never mind. Oh, no, Michigan fake electors hearing. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Whoop, 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 whoop. Beep. Oops. Beep. Uh-oh. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, no. 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 Enemies. That's okay. Ah, come on, mister. Okay, anyway, you get the point. I don't know what's happening. I can't. I don't even have it. I don't have a face on. I can't. Come Couldn't you guys have figured this stuff out while okay, wait. Oh, I guess it's not gonna, wait, I wonder, okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find another, another courtroom. Hold on. Michigan fake electors, they will do your work. Michigan fake electors. Michigan fake electors, they will sign your doc. We didn't know. It's like that. Did you ever see Broad City? Did you ever see that? This is one of my favorite series, Broad City. If on Comedy Central, I think it was. Request for the early fake elector, Randy. Rainbow musical by Lolo. Oh God, it's a little early. I haven't even made coffee yet. Oh, good morning. I'm gonna do my morning stretches. Yeah, fake electors. God damn it, put that fucking sound on. I can't find any other views of the courtroom, so I just looked. God damn it. Well, anyway, good morning and welcome. Sans hair and makeup, no coffee is funnier than any MAGA mic. Hey. Jenny! Can I call you Griffey? I like Griffey. Does anyone call you that? I bet you they do. I bet you they call you Griffey. I gotta go make coffee, but I want her to be talking while I go make coffee because you shouldn't be looking at absolutely nothing. Although she's pretty entertaining, that little lady right there. She's she's pretty entertaining. Oh, that poor woman. She's like, God damn it. High school only Griffey. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be. Okay, I won't do it. I'll call you whatever you want me to call you. By this daily down low end, we're going to have 760 subscribers. Woo! I'm telling you, I've been, the Lolo's Lounge is probably, it's at least 2 years old now. I think it just passed its second. Well, it has a third anniversary because I was on Twitter first with Lolo's Lounge on Fridays when they started Spaces in 2021. Oh, I'm sure everybody's a subscriber, I guess. I don't know. And so, what was I saying? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I've been doing this. I was doing it on Twitter in 2021 at the end of the year. What are we doing? Are we knocking shit over? Is that what we're doing this morning? We're knocking shit over? Okay. And then I took it to YouTube in February of 2022. So we just passed our 2-year on YouTube mark. Yeah, 3 years. But yeah, you'd think I'd have a bigger audience, wouldn't you? And it's okay, because you know what? I really do have, like, the chat is high quality people, like smart, normal, not chuds, not, whatever. So I feel very blessed. I had many, many good times of advice from people that said, but do you really want those other people on your chat? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think I like it just the way it is. So I don't know. I kind of go up and down. I get mad when I see like bigots have 3,000 subscribers and, 75 viewers and stuff like that. I kind of get bored with that, and that makes me frustrated. But it's just frustration. It's not like I can't do anything about it. You can't make people subscribe to you, and that's fine. And I guess it's like, it's definitely an indicator of, well, I don't even know what it's an indicator of, to be honest, because I look at some of the stuff where people have gotten like lots of subs, and then I watch their streams once in a while, and they're just so boring. They're waiting for those people to fight. They're waiting for someone to come on and fight with them. I don't have that. I mean, I have haters. Don't get me wrong. I have plenty of haters. But I don't don't play out all my dramas on my YouTube live. There's plenty going on behind the scenes that nobody knows about. And I have a feeling for some of these folks, everything they do is somehow translated into their stream. We don't need any scrubs or haters. Although we have a song for haters. Oh, whoops, that's not it. Where's our song for haters? Hold on. Is this it? No. What happened to all my things? Oh my God, it got rid of all my sound effects. I reset my board. Now I know what I have to do today. God damn it. Anyway. All right. Well, we have some good clips from Mariah Carey in case we need them, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, streaming. What is it? Streaming. I can't tell what that says. We do love subs who choose organically to subscribe of their own volition. I definitely like that. I mean, that's really someone making a choice. And the thing is like, I know I after being like watching the convoy and shit and watching streams, a lot during the day, I think it's, like I'm working on being more consistent. I'm working on my consistency and I'm trying to up the quality of my like offering. And trying to the reason for my channel is media literacy. The reason for that I'm here is because I want to, first of all, I'm a frustrated comedian, so there's that. And I'm a frustrated singer, so there's that. That's the primary reason I got on YouTube, is because I just have stuff to say and I want to say it. And so I think that, God, I'm really mad that she's not on the record. Okay, can I say that? So I got on here just to be able to say, I hope so. I try to poke fun at them, but I don't. I really truly believe that it's the drama that sells. Robert, you're a comedian? No, Robert, that's the point. But the emphasis, the focus of the stuff that I do and the way I try to present it is media literacy, right? Like understanding where we're getting our information, what information is true, what is propaganda, and how do we tell the difference? And also, I mean, I have spent years listening very closely to MAGA in their various forms on various channels. Comedian literacy, yeah. Comedia literacy. I like that, comedia literacy. But I think that, for me, it's important to know what they're saying and then understand, because that's the way I operate. I have to understand what the person I disagree with, what they're saying. I have to understand it in order to combat it. I can't be a good, champion for democracy, but I just think it's there's ways. I think there's a way to deflate the hate and shit that's coming from mostly MAGA, and so I don't really. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's consistency. I think I need to be consistent and I need to make sure that I'm doing the best prep that I can. And I'm not so good scripted. Like I tried to do with the Mark Burnett show. I did do a little like scripty kind of thing. And I'm a terrible script person, which I need to be better at. I mean, I can learn a script if you give it to me and then I learn it. But if I'm doing it on the fly and just like making notes, I can't read from notes and be as natural. That's just not. Which I guess I can, but I guess I could if I thought. I think I get a little intimidated. When I'm putting together the material, I always feel like, oh, this isn't going to be good enough. It's not enough information. I don't have it in a timeline. You know what I mean? I have all these like doubts.
Okay, back on the record.
Oh God, thank God.
And You provided,
All right, that's the story of Lolo's Lounge.
back on
Welcome,
the record,
everybody.
you provided defense counsel with
I
exhibits.
may sneak away to
Did
make
you?
some
Okay.
coffee. I'm not
Your
gonna
Honor,
lie.
Apparently you need a password, and I don't have it.
Password
I'm only
for-
doing the baking. I'm
access
not
to
doing the waking.
documents.
I didn't create one, so.
I need a phone.
Yeah.
Send me the phone.
It says enter password and
OneDrive's doing its own thing.
Okay, I'll allow you all to work through that.
And that's the story.
Apparently, when you put your email in, OneDrive sends you a code.
So we can't create it for you.
So I
think
did
is what
not,
she means.
I did not create a code.
Okay.
OneDrive's doing it.
Well, I'm not getting.
Co-counsel suggested to check in your junk folder too, but it might be there.
Okay, I'm making coffee. That's it. Fuck this.
That folder is gonna be, well. Exhibit 13 that we were talking about. It's kind of, it's going to go through something, and in that folder is-
Did everyone get their password?
we have to learn to do that.
So she's gonna make sure to identify everything by title, and if you have questions about which one was in exam one of us can let you know. Right?
And exhibit 1, exhibit this is in that folder, which also identifies it by number and descriptions. Yeah.
There'll be no mysteries, we'll have foundational questions that will identify everything.
Okay, everyone has their exhibits.
not yet.
Are you still trying to find the password?
Yeah.
Did we go back off the record again? Oh my gosh, it's warm now. Okay, coffee is brewing. Thank fucking God. No problem, Jen. Oh, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Jen. I'm gonna go see Jen. Jen and I are gonna hang out someday. It's gonna be real great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I still have to record a song. I'm so fucking, like, every day seems to be like, oh, what I gotta do? What do I gotta do? And then I get up and then I end up doing other things. And then I'm like, oh, I gotta do. I think I'm avoiding it. I am cozy. I am cozy. It's because it's like it's cold. It's very gray
Anybody
over
other
here.
than Mr. Coleman having an issue with getting the passcode sent to them?
Something in my junk mail.
Out. Tell him to figure it out. God, this court. I think this has been a great look into why fucking shit takes so long.
Everyone else seemed to have gotten theirs.
I think it's time.
Yes, you can show them the exhibit because we gotta move on.
I think it's time for a new lawyer. I have this new little gizmo on the, from Streamlabs, which is part of the streaming platform that I use. And it does these chat highlights. Remember when we used to be able to like put a chat on the screen? I think I can do that, but I'm trying to figure out how it works. Hold on. Highlight settings. Use this widget. Okay. That. Name set. Okay. Refresh cast. Okay. Wow, it just doesn't really do anything. Oh well. Oh, the Wellses. Good morning to you.
Okay, Council, you can proceed.
Good morning to you. Yeah, I think we're gonna fucking look at
Morning
Miriam
again.
the whole goddamn morning because somebody in the AV department, Josh, had a little too much weed this morning. A little too much weed with his Mountain Dew.
Can you unmute Miss Vincent?
There. Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, when we left off, we were talking about People's Proposed Exhibit 5. Yes. And I believe you said that was a document that the Federal Register received from the state of Michigan. Is that correct? That is correct.
She's amazing.
And could you tell us what information is contained within the certificate of ascertainment?
Your Honor, I just need to point, John Freeman on behalf of Marion Sheridan. I was under the impression that this was now going to be exhibit number 10. The exhibit list that was, the exhibits that were provided to us were exhibits that were provided to prior counsel at the prior hearing. Apparently all the numbering is different. So the numbering of the exhibits from the first group of electors
does not compute.
Is not the same numbering that's going to be used during this set of exams.
That's unfortunate.
So I'm now puzzled because I thought before the questioning resumed, I was told by the Assistant Attorney General that the proposed exhibit was going to be proposed exhibit number 10. And that was exhibit number 13.
Just interrupt him. Interrupt him.
Understanding that it's now exhibit 5.
If he's dumb, then he's dumb.
I'm totally confused as to what I'm supposed to be looking at.
No, you're not. You're making a problem where there isn't one. You stupid fucking cuck.
But if I can't follow along, it's going to be very hard for me to do my job.
Oh my fucking God.
First and foremost, the exhibit that I told you was exhibit 10. In this case, we have not referenced yet. It will be referenced with this witness, but it was previously exhibit 13. If I said exhibit 10 with this witness, I misspoke. The exhibit I am referring to in this exam is People's Proposed Exhibit 5, which is the exhibit we were talking about before your prior objection. In the earlier exam, it was exhibit
3 or 13?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 13, which is the amended certificate of ascertainment. It is exhibit 5 in this exam.
Why can't we keep the same exhibit number?
Because we had 2 certificates of ascertainment in that exam and it was unnecessarily repetitive. And so I took one out.
You can still take one out and still keep the same numbers. I'm thinking for my own clarification because I gotta review all of this and review.
Are you kidding
bind
me?
over arguments,
Are you
50
kidding
pages
me?
times 15.
Did they renumber
plus-
the exhibits? Are you kidding me?
The renumber on my campus, that's like.
They
Oh, if
renumbered
you-
the.
That's fine, you don't have to do that. If you can tell us what the previous exhibit was, so I can at least note it in my notes, that'll be helpful for today.
I can't.
It would have been better to keep it all the same, but I get it. And then we're likely to have a third iteration of this. We can't do 3 separate numbers of the same set of exhibits.
Fair.
So this is 5 in this one, but it was 13
Yeah.
in the, okay. Thank you.
The proposed exhibit
That's
6
fucking. That's sloppy. I'm
was
sorry.
exhibit 4.
That's fucking sloppy.
Yes, was exhibit 4. There is no longer the original exhibit 3 because that was also a certificate of ascertainment, but it was just the amended. This is the amended and the original, which was exhibit 13 in group 1.
Okay, so for this particular stage, we're only discussing People's 5 though.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, just a question of clarification, Your Honor. Could Ms. Logan share whether or not there are other exhibits that change numbers, or just the series maybe? Maybe just the series change, or is it gonna be throughout?
I think she'll do that as she admits them,
Okay,
to the
thank
best
you.
that she can.
To the best that I can.
Okay, I appreciate it.
And if the court will remember, we had a vacant exhibit 9. So that's why I ended up renumbering them. Did not think it would cause this much confusion. Okay.
I guess that's what you're
Mrs.
paid to think about.
Yes.
Looking at.
And why
people
you have a
proposed
staff.
Exhibit 5, could you tell us what information is contained within the certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, that is a list of all of the individuals who received votes for to be elected and then appointed as electors, as well as a list of the individuals who were actually appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan. And it contains the number of votes all of the individuals received.
And all that information is contained in the document that is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Yes.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Any objections to admission of People's 5?
There's no objection from this. What year, I get a year on this?
2020.
Thank you.
I kind of feel like I've been sent to Mother Superior's office, but it's summertime, right? So it's hot. So even Mother Superior is going sleeveless. That's where my head went.
Thank you. Now, referring specifically to the results that are contained within People's 5, which parties' candidates were, I guess, elected as the
I
party
like
that would
Paul.
deliver
That's a
Michigan's
good lyric.
electoral votes?
This hearing will end soon.
That was the
This hearing is
Democratic
just the
Party.
beginning. Too
The
many
electors
idiots
of
in
the
one
Democratic
room.
Party
Too
were
many idiots in one
then
room.
appointed as the
Too many
electors.
idiots.
With the
Feels like
vote total
like a Broadway hit.
that was designated as 2,804,040 votes.
Permission to publish Exhibit 5 to the court.
Permission granted.
Thomas Vincent, you also talked
I think the
about
coffee might be
another
ready.
certificate that comes from the states, their certificate of votes. Did the Federal Register receive a certificate of votes from the state of Michigan?
Yes,
In
it did.
2020, excuse me. And are there any markers on a certificate of vote that will tell you that it is from the state of Michigan and it contains accurate information?
All of the electors that were appointed have to sign the certificate of vote. So all of their names are printed and then they sign above their names. So there's a comparison between who was appointed and who signed. So then it's also paired with that actual an original certificate of ascertainment from the state. So it does not come on its own. It comes with a second certificate of ascertainment that is signed by the governor with state seal, with the names of the electors printed. And if there is any difference in the electors, if there was a change in elector for any reason, then the paperwork that establishes that change in elector also accompanies the certificates of ascertainment and vote.
I'm gonna ask you to look at the file containing People's Proposed Exhibit 6. And for purposes of councils, this was previously admitted as Exhibit 4 in the Group 1 exam.
Yes, I see it.
Can you identify the document?
I'm gonna have the witness do that.
Okay.
Easily
Do you recognize that document?
distracted.
I do.
I'm so glad you're here.
And what is that?
That's the
Nectar
certificate of
collector.
vote from the state of Michigan for 2020.
Sticky business.
And is that the document that the Federal Register received from the state of Michigan?
Yes, it is.
And
I
does
should put
it
some
bear the
makeup on.
signature and the type name of the appointed electors?
Yes, it does.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
The objection to people 6.
No objection.
6 is admitted.
Motion to publish?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Vincent, you said that the certificate of votes, when it is sent to the Federal Register, it comes with a copy of the certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, it's a duplicate original, so not a copy.
Okay, I misspoke, my apologies. And the names of the persons appointed as electors for the state should match the certificate of the names on the certificate of votes. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I know, closing arguments today in the Dumpy Dump trial. The Dumpy Dump trial is here.
After
It's the only trial you're going to get, folks.
2020
So you better
presidential
fucking milk
election,
it like it's a
but
fucking
during
Jersey cow.
the collection of the certificates of ascertainment and certificates of votes, did you receive any additional documents purportedly from the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And are you able to describe what additional documents you received?
So we received what appeared to be an attempt to vote for the state of Michigan to cast votes for the Republican candidate on behalf of the state of Michigan.
Objection on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, she said what appeared to be an attempt that caused for speculation.
I will join that objection.
I believe.
I guess I would inquire, do we all need to object every time and join in an objection, or is it gonna be a universal objection that would apply?
It's
to
not a
both
universal objection unless you join.
sides? So we have to join each time?
Correct.
Okay, then I join in the objection.
Likewise, Your Honor.
I join as well, Your Honor, for Mr. Michael Lewis.
Likewise.
Your Honor, I believe some follow-up questions will explain the witness's answer.
I'll allow follow-up questions.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Vincent, you said that the document
Works for me.
appeared to be votes from the state of Michigan. In your capacity as a staff attorney for the Federal Register, one of your duties, is it to collect the certificate of votes from the states?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the requirements that those certificates must have?
Yes.
Now, the document that you said appeared to be a certificate of votes, did that document come accompanied with a certificate of ascertainment?
It did not.
Did that document match the certificate of ascertainment you already had on record for the state of Michigan?
No, it did not.
And Did you provide the Department of the Attorney General with a copy of the documents that you received that you said appeared to be a certificate of vote?
Yes, we did.
Could you tell us if there were any other indications with, from that document that it was not a legitimate certificate of vote?
Objection calls for calls for a legal conclusion on behalf of the witness. She's on the custodian of the document.
John Freeman on behalf of Marion and Sharon and joins.
But isn't she
I join as well on behalf
testifying
of
to
Ms.
fact?
Rodriguez.
I join as well, Your Honor.
Okay. This is dumb.
One, she is a lawyer, but in her job, it is her job to collect a certificate of certificates of ascertainment and certificate of
That's her
votes
professional
and
responsibility.
determine
Sit
whether or
down.
not they
Overruled.
are legitimate. And so if she sees one that is not, she should be able to describe what is distinguishing it from the vote, the certificates that I guess comport with the rules.
Okay, as to, let me first address the first lingering objection, which is to speculation. That's overruled. You wanted to respond to this objection, her response.
Witness testified that she does a cursory review of the documents to see if they're filled out properly. She didn't say she looked at them for a legal authenticity. one way or
Oh,
another.
shut the
All
fuck
she did
up.
was say, hey, if the Ts
Her
aren't
job
crossed,
is
I
to
send it
check
back and
them,
say,
and
hey,
she
cross this
did.
T.
And guess what?
So she
You
only
guys
reviewed it for
fucking
accuracy,
cheated.
not
So
authenticity.
fuck
So I
all the
renew my
fucking way
motion.
off to
She's
fuckland.
Trying to draw a legal conclusion. I don't care if she's an attorney or not. At this point, she's a witness, custodian of documents, period, in the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe the witness testified that she does a facial review of the documents to make sure it meets the legal requirements. And she's saying that this document that she received purportedly from Michigan did not meet the facial requirements. She should be able to describe what those deficiencies are.
She did testify that she does review the documents to make sure that they are facially sufficient. She even gave indicia of the things that she looks for, including how it's signed,
She's
whether or not
probably
there's a
been
seal, so on
trained.
and so forth.
Okay,
The
let's talk
objection's
about the fact
overruled.
that she's
We can
probably been
continue.
trained.
Ms. Vincent, are you able to tell us if the documents that we're talking about that you received purportedly from Michigan, if there were any other deficiencies in that document?
Yes, it did not come from the actual state of Michigan. It did not come from any of the official state offices. It did not come from the state legislature. It did not come from the governor. It did not come from the Secretary of State's office. So it did not come from an official state source.
I'm gonna ask you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit 10. Previously in Group 1, People's Proposed Exhibit.
I know.
Well-
I know. Vigorous defense. I understand. I'm just being a meanie. I'm being a meanie butt. But I understand vigorous defense. I would want vigorous defense too,
This
but
is
you
not
know
true.
what? I wouldn't
Yes.
need it because I
And Your Honor,
wouldn't
just
cheat
for
on a
ease
fucking
this evening,
election.
I'm going to send all councils a new Outlook OneDrive with the exhibits properly marked, so we don't have to keep doing this.
Thank
Much
you.
Oh,
appreciated.
great.
Thank
It's
you.
Microsoft.
Thank you.
Oh, fabulous. That should fuck it right the fuck over.
This was 10, but it's now 12.
Yeah,
The
Other way around.
opposite way around. It's now 10 was 12.
would you like to see the document, just so you know what I'm talking about?
Please. I've got it. Thank you.
Ms. Vincent, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Could you tell us what it is?
Badger,
This
that's the
is
winner.
the
Distance from
unofficial
Magaville to
certificate of
Fuckland.
vote that we received. That attempted to or purported to vote for the Republican candidate for president in the 2020 election.
And the document that we're looking at, People's Proposed Exhibit 10, does that contain everything that was received by the Federal Register, as well as a copy of the envelope
Yes.
and the certification of records? That is the face page. Was that filled out and signed by you?
Yes, it was.
And what happened with these records when you received them?
We received them, we reviewed them. We determined that they came from an unofficial or a non-official source, meaning that they did not come from a state office. So they are classified as a record, an administrative record of the Office of the Federal Register, rather than a record of the Electoral College. And we treated them as basically as correspondence because they are not from
I think it's like
the state and they
I'll
are
have to
not
look it up.
an
I
official
want to say it was
Electoral
like
College
12
record.
years, but I got to look it up.
And do you still maintain this record even though it is determined that it does not pertain to the Electoral College?
Yes, because it was received in the course of the Electoral College cycle. So it will be maintained for the historical record of the office of the Federal
This is
Register
Michigan.
record series. It will
The
not
crime
be
is punishable by
maintained
up to
with the
14 years in
Electoral
prison
College
and a
record
$10,000 fine.
Would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit
And
10.
then the, oh shit, that's just count
Objections to
one,
People's 10.
14 years.
No objection.
Counts 2 and 3, forgery, are up to 14 years.
1 second, it looked like Ms. Rodriguez got
Oh.
removed. Good. She's rejoining.
It was done in, I think it started in September of 2020.
People's
I think
10's
it was
admitted.
2020 of September.
Yes.
Yeah, I think. The elector part could have come a little bit later in the fall, maybe after the election, but I'm not sure. It would depend on the Eastman stuff, I think, and Cheesebro. So I would have to look. Yeah, 14 years for the 2 and 3. These people can be fucked. They could be really fucked. And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm here for it.
First.
Because they made a big fucking mistake. And I don't really give a shit. And you know what? They're still out there spouting the same bullshit. So
maybe
fuck
speak
them.
up just a little.
Is there a better place for this?
Well, no, if he removes his laptop, the mic is right there. So the laptop might be blocking it.
Okay, how's this? If I move over a little bit, is this better?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a couple questions about what you do for a living. You talked about working for the Federal Registry.
I watched
how
real
does that relate
close.
to the
We
National
knew
Archives? Is that
things were
similar
being
to
debunked in the
same
fall.
thing? Is it different?
Yeah,
We knew.
the Office of the Federal
There was no
Register
question.
is an office within the National Archives and Records Administration. So the National Archives and Records Administration,
This is
which
the
we refer
wildest
to as
thing.
NARA,
Okay.
is our parent agency. We are paid by NARA.
They are going
all
down.
of our
They are
administrative work is part
shitting
of
their
NARA.
entire legacy, their
The
lives,
director of
their
our
entire
office
careers
reports
are all
directly to the
obliterated
archivist.
by this
So
fraud.
we are an
Obliterated.
office that is within
How
the
embarrassing
National Archives and Records Administration.
for a clown.
So, for instance,
For a
with,
fucking
I imagine that you're
clown.
pretty well
Wow.
versed in
You
Title
got
III of
taken
the
to the
United States Code,
bank.
at least certain portions of that title, correct?
Yes.
You got
And
taken to the bank,
specifically,
turned upside
do you
down, and
recall that-
spanked.
Title 3, Section 6 used to be the operative.
I'm not bailing out dumb
code
shits,
section when
right?
we're talking about what was
Fuck dumb
required
shits.
of the
They'll
state
just do it
in
again.
order to communicate their electoral college votes.
This is definitely like
were to be
repeat
counted
offender
in any particular
territory.
presidential cycle, correct?
Yes.
And in 2022, you're an attorney, correct?
I am.
And is it part of your job to keep up with the statute?
It is.
That apply to your
Yes.
job? And so back in 2020, And for the record, Your Honor, I provided the court a copy with Defense Exhibit C, which is going to be the statute I'm referring to. I don't intend to introduce it, but I've given a copy to the prosecutor. I just wanted to let you know that you have that.
Are you say you have no intention to do what?
I'm not going to introduce the document.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
going to refer to it, and I don't know if the court would want it by reference. It's just a statute.
Okay, and she has a copy?
She doesn't. I don't have a way to show it to her, unfortunately, but I'm just going to see if she understands it.
So,
Okay.
so 3 USC section 6, and this is before the change or after the change? Or
Before the change, yes, because you would agree with me in 2022, that statute was, section 6 was cut almost completely apart to only leave the portions about the archivist, correct?
Yeah, I mean, section 6 was changed significantly, yes.
Yes, and then the provisions about what states had to do in order to properly communicate their electoral college votes for a presidential election, that was moved to section 5, correct? You know, do you have a copy of that statute in front of you?
I can get one. Do you want me to look at the original, or I mean the pre-change or the electoral college
pre-change if you
format?
have it. That's what I've marked as Exhibit C, which you don't have. It's pre-change. It's pre-December 28, 2022,
Okay.
section 6 of Title 3.
I can get both of them.
Okay, perfect. That's
If
what
you
I asked
get
about.
if you give me a minute.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
And while we wait, we'll have a commercial. Hey, tune into Lolo's Lounge every Friday.
While she's looking at Judge,
Never
just
mind.
for clarification for the record, Exhibit C that I'm going to be asking her about substantively is reflects what the law looked like before the change. And what I want to do is focus on the applicable provisions at the time of our events, which were contained in section 6 of Title 3.
Thank you.
And that was Lolo's Lounge, Fridays at 6:30 Pacific. And we play trivia and laugh sometimes. And it's the nicest group of people on the interwebs. Hello to 25 viewers. We've got viewers across Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I don't have, or not Facebook, Twitter. I don't have Facebook Live right now, so I won't have any viewers for that. And I don't know how to show the viewers on Twitter. But I have a total of 25, so that's 13. 12 viewers on Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Thanks, Elmo, for letting me in your back door.
Okay, I have the original and I have the change.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that
Doesn't matter.
as of the time period that we're focusing on in this proceeding, which is the time frame of December and January, December of 2020 to
Benedict
January
Arnold,
2021,
anybody?
you would agree
What is
that-
he
that
famous
the Section
for?
6, the older version was applicable at that time, the one that you just pulled up.
Did he do
Yes.
anything good before?
Okay.
Did he do anything
And
good
looking at
before?
that section 6 from the time of our events, would you agree that that section describes certain requirements that have to be met in order for states to properly and legally communicate their electoral college votes to Congress?
Yes. Well, I mean, this is the section 6. Is primarily about the certificate of ascertainment and preparing for the meeting of the electors. It's not the certificate of vote.
Understood. But this was the subject of your testimony a few minutes ago, was it not? That you look for these certificates of ascertainment?
Quality.
Yes, this is
not
so
quantity.
for the certificate of
It's
ascertainment
quality,
itself.
not quantity.
This is what we look for
Woo-hoo.
when we receive the certificate of ascertainment.
And I'm just trying to focus on the law that was applicable at the time rather than
Yes.
the current law.
Right.
Is not relevant this time. So you would agree that it requires that the executive of each state, and before we go any further, would you agree that the executive of a state means the governor? Or if it's the District of Columbia, then maybe the mayor of the District of Columbia?
Yes, that is the case under that under the 2020 statute. It was the governor or the mayor of the District of Columbia.
Okay? And it's their
Hi,
duty,
gal.
according
I
to
woke
this,
up and goddamn
this section.
Judge
Section
Simmons
6,
in
as it existed
Michigan
at the time,
is
it
already
was-
at it,
was
up and
required
at
that
him.
The executive, in our
So
case
this is
for
Michigan
that would
fake
be the governor,
electors
correct?
hearing, and then
Yes.
we'll go into Georgia.
Governor.
Georgia's at,
as soon as practical-
in a couple of
practicable,
hours.
and it talks about the timing.
So
The
it's going to
governor
be a
has to communicate
marathon
by
daily
registered
down
mail
Lolo
Under
today.
the seal of the state, correct?
Yes,
And what they're communicating is a certificate of ascertainment, correct?
yes,
And it's supposed to be sent by registered mail to you, to your office, correct? The Archivist of the United States?
that is
This
correct.
woman is the Michigan part
has
of the
to set forth
archivist.
the
I can't
names of
remember
the
what she was
electors
called.
And the results of
Um,
the canvases. Of the
Yeah, I can't
state
remember
that
what she's called,
determined,
but she's
the
the
popular
state.
vote,
She's
correct?
like the state's
Yes.
witness on turning
And-
in the certificates of
It
ascertainment.
has to have the number of votes given for the
I don't
candidates,
know.
correct?
I think
Yes.
it'll be denied because he's
And it
trying
has
to bring in.
It also has to.
He's
does it
trying to
have- does it have to
relitigate the
discuss
2020 election
the
data.
name,
That's not.
the actual
I don't think
electors who are
McAfee's going to let
appointed?
that happen. So
Yes.
I think he's going to be denied
Okay.
today. I don't know about
And
Kutti. She's got to do something with her
then-
lawyer.
If you look at the bottom of section 6 as it used to exist, you see the last sentence where it says that the Archivist of the United States at the first meeting of
And
Congress.
patient, Paul. She's been
thereafter
sitting
shall
there for a
transmit
long
to two
time.
Houses of Congress these certificates.
Yes,
And she's being
So
cross-examined
your job,
right
at
now,
least in
gal.
2020 was to receive these certificates of ascertainment and then provide them to Congress. So to the joint house, to both houses of Congress, correct?
yes,
Okay. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because I want to now go to People's Exhibit now 10 that you were just shown, and I want to ask you. It was already asked, I think, by Ms. Logan. I don't want to ask the same question, but I want to ask you. This document, this packet of documents, Exhibit 10 that you looked at, was that done with the seal of the state of Michigan?
no,
Was it sent to you by the executive of Michigan, that is, at the time would be Governor Whitmer?
no,
Was it,
That's pretty cool.
did it contain the results of the election, the actual popular vote count?
no,
I'm asking these questions just to ask you this. Would this document, Exhibit 12, sorry, Exhibit 10, People's Exhibit 10, did it ever have any real chance of being counted? These votes?
Was it really going to happen? I mean, were you guys going to fall
that
for
I can't
it?
answer. That is up to Congress. For the certificate of ascertainment before the meeting of the electors, we provide Congress with the certificate of ascertainment. For the certificate of vote that is paired with the certificate of ascertainment, we receive two sets, but a third set of originals goes straight to Congress. Congress then has its own set. We get two sets. One is a backup in case something happens to the congressional set. But it's up to Congress to decide which certificates to keep and how they're going to count and that whole counting process. So I can't speak to
There's like a constitutional
Yeah, I
piece.
think it's-
counting because that's something that
The
Congress
vice
does.
president shall
Yeah, well,
count
let me-
the
let me
votes.
Try to rephrase my question, because you would agree, like, and I'm not trying to imply that you have final authority, that your office has final authority. Of course, Congress can do what Congress wants to do, correct? They can choose
Oh,
whatever slate
no,
they
it's
decide to
the
choose,
fucking
and then it'll all be decided by the
Constitution.
courts
You
in the end,
fucking
correct?
Nimrod. Don't
Right.
let him do this.
Okay, so, but I'm just asking you, as an attorney for the Federal Registry, who analyzes, and it sounds like you do more than just a cursory
Oh,
review, you analyze and say,
I
okay,
don't
are
know.
all
I
these
think I know who
requirements
you
met?
mean, but I can't remember.
You would
her
agree with
name.
me that Exhibit 10 that you looked at, that doesn't meet any requirements of, really, of federal law.
Correct. I mean, it does not meet the requirements of section 12, and it did not come with a certificate of ascertainment.
So,
And that certificate of
so did
ascertainment
he just
should have
admit to
then
the
met the
crime?
requirements of section 6, but there was no certificate of ascertainment at all.
I'm not asking you if ultimately Congress couldn't choose whichever one they wanted to. I'm asking you whether or not it looked legally viable to you, and it sounds like it didn't. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Yeah. And it sounds like one of the main reasons is that you've already received a certificate of ascertainment from Governor Whitmer under the seal of the great state of Michigan. And so isn't it true that when you saw this other one, this other certificate of votes that you received, that those names didn't match the names that were in the certificate of ascertainment sent to you by the governor of Michigan, correct?
That's correct.
And if the names don't match, it has no legal significance. Would you agree with that? Because they weren't appointed.
That's correct.
So they weren't duly elected electors, correct?
Not according to the material that we have.
Thank you.
Okay, Matlock, thanks for that. That was fantastic. What the fuck was that? What in the fuck? If I was his client, I'd be like, get the
Thank you, Your Honor. I have
Get
no
the
further
fuck
questions.
out of
Thank
here.
you, Ms.
Get
Vincent. I
the
appreciate
fuck out of
it.
here.
Ma'am, I'll go next. That way we can kind of keep you,
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
and have permission to remain seated.
Yes, it's fine.
Ma'am, when I'm referring you back to Exhibit 10. Was there any signature that purported to be Governor Whitmer's in any of the documents that are attached with Exhibit 10?
Hi, art music, Natasha Leone. I love
No,
her. I have
I don't believe so.
huge girl crush on
All
her.
right, and I'm going back to the 2020 presidential election rules. 3 USC section 6, 11, 12, and 13. Under
Hey,
the general
Paul J.
authority, it
Cook, back
says
for
office and
breakfast.
federal
New York
and
stuff.
staff ensures
Awesome.
electoral
Check out the
documents
link I'll
are
drop
transmitted to
for Anna
Congress.
Bauer's play-by-play in the
Which
closing
you
arguments in the New
transmitted
York fraud case.
The Democrat votes, correct?
Um,
Or it looks, I think it was 5, Exhibit 5.
yeah, I don't know that
But-
we transmitted Michigan's certificates of vote. I can look and see which sets we transmitted to Congress in 2020. But Congress usually receives most of the states, and then we
Yeah.
only give them a handful if some are delayed in arriving.
But under the general authority, it says that your part of the responsibility is for you to transmit those documents to Congress. And it sounds like you transmitted Exhibit 5, but not Exhibit 10.
I turned this on this
correct?
morning.
We did not
From
transmit Exhibit 10.
Fucking bed. I was
Um,
in bed.
Oh,
I turned my
thank you.
computer
It
on. I was
also
laying
says
down
that
when I
all
turned
fire
on this
staff
live,
reviews the
which was
electoral
ridiculous.
certificates
So I
for
have no
required
makeup on.
signature seals and
I
other
didn't even have
matters
coffee.
of
It's been a
form as
morning,
specified
okay?
in federal law.
No, actually,
That's
I'm
when you
fine.
were referring
But
to
it did
basically
happen that way. So I don't have any makeup on.
cross your Ts, dot the Is, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
But it also says only Congress and the courts have the authority to rule on substantive legal issues. And you said you didn't transmit number 10. Isn't that making a legal determination?
No. Well,
Okay,
the certificate, if the certificate, in our opinion, based on everything that we received, that material did not come from an official state source. So
So it
it
didn't
is
have-
not part of the Electoral College records. So there is no reason to transmit it.
I think you said that you recorded this just an administrative record, correct?
That is correct.
All right, because it didn't have the required signature seals and other matters of form, correct?
Correct.
Did you send exhibit 10 back for corrections to the sender?
We contacted our official points of contact with the state of Michigan.
Did you send it back to the sender?
No, we do not, we did not. We deal for the electoral college, we have official points of contact with the state. So anything that
She's
we get from the
mad.
state,
She is
if there's a
mad,
problem,
mad.
we have specific people that we contact to say this is a problem and it needs to get fixed. So when we received Exhibit 10, we notified our state contacts
Do you remember
that
who
this is
those
something that we had
might have been?
received.
Just
Do you
some
remember
eye
who those might
cream.
have been?
And it's cold. It feels good.
You don't, that's fine, I don't need.
I don't think it helps at
was
all,
just
but I
curious
just
if
like
you
the
knew.
way it feels.
But you didn't send it back, you know for certain that you didn't send it back to the people. to
Yeah,
any
this
of the
is her,
people
Paul
that are listed
Langan,
in
this
that
is her like,
document, or
I am
those
so
documents,
fucking
correct?
done. And
That is correct.
I have a
That's because you
lunch
didn't
date from
see
Tinder
it as an
at
official vote.
Panera, and I need to go and change my
One,
blouse because I
it
know
was
I'm gonna
either-
spill salad on it.
however you want to look at it, it was either unofficial material, so not an official vote, or it was from the state of Michigan and was done improperly, in which case it had to be redone. We contacted the state of Michigan to notify them that we had received this material. So if it had been official, the state of Michigan could have redone it and authenticated it, which they did not do, which makes it unofficial.
So you're saying that document is not official, and that would be an agreement with that you said it was an unofficial source, so you filed it as administrative record, correct?
Yes,
You didn't transmit it to Congress,
correct.
so your office reviewed it as just a document then, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
No questions, yes.
No questions? What after all
Your Honor, I
that,
have a few questions.
J-Rams?
I guess I would
Woo!
inquire first.
I'll give you that for now.
Since objections have to be done separately, I don't want to have to repeat every single question that brother counsel just did. Can I just make a statement that I adopt their cross-examination into mine? Or do you
No,
want me to go through every single
Are you
question?
It's not really
kidding me?
necessary.
So
You're,
many
the
hands.
purpose of you questioning is so that you can
Thanks
get
to
that
Crazy
answer.
Ivan.
And
These
so
are Crazy
the answer's on the record. You don't need
Ivans.
to restate it
Okay, so,
or even adopt it. You
so
don't
as
even
an
need to.
ongoing thing, we all
Yeah.
acknowledge everybody's cross-examined.
Correct. But because your objection is for you to obviously put your standing for appeal, you got to individually put that on the record.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was getting it right. I don't want to repeat a bunch of
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
stuff that doesn't need. Ma'am, can you hear me all right? I'm a little bit farther away.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm Dave Coleman. I represent Mr. Hank Cho in this case. Just a couple of additional questions. Do you know Hank Cho?
No,
You ever met him?
no,
Never talked to him at all?
not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Wait, you have to hear the song.
Do you have a record of who actually mailed you Exhibit 10?
Puppet show time.
No, as far as I can recall, it was
Definite Russian breadline face. Yes. Paul
Republican
Langan and art
Party,
music. Yes.
but I don't see a specific name.
Not a chicken, nary a chicken in sight. Art music.
So was there a return address on the envelope or anything else?
Not that I can read.
And you would agree, because you just got through a number of questions, that it's federal law, the sections that you've been talking about, that control the proper transmittal of the certificate of ascertainment and the certificate of votes. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Exhibit 10 was on behalf of Republican electors as opposed to the Democrat electors?
Ta-da!
Yes.
Oh, I
So you weren't
do.
deceived
I
or
do.
fooled by
And
anything
it was
in
a
Exhibit
gift
10,
from Crazy Ivan,
right?
my buddy, my buddy.
I'm not.
In
My
other words, they
buddy,
didn't claim
my
to be,
buddy.
they didn't claim to be
No,
the
they're
Democrat.
adult.
Exhibit
They're
10,
just small.
the
They're adult hands. They're
Republican
not baby
electors
hands.
that document was sent to you. They didn't claim
I don't
to
want
be
a
the
chicken
Democrat
though,
electors,
art
did
music,
they?
because that's like
No.
groypers. The groypers were the
Did
ones
they
that brought
forge any
chickens to
signatures
the
of any
libertarian
Democrat elector?
shit show.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did they alter the Democrat elector
They kind of make my
document in any way
fingertips
whatsoever?
sweat, so I got to
No.
take them off once in a while.
Did they counterfeit the Democrat documents in any way? When I say they, I mean the Republican electors.
I have
Oh,
that.
thank you so much. Thank you.
I
Art
don't know that
Music.
I'm qualified to answer that question. I
You
mean,
don't have any evidence that it was counterfeited, do you?
no, I mean, what I have is a document that's signed by
She's
people
also
who
not the
match
state investigator, motherfucker.
the Republican
so shut the
electors on
fuck
the
up.
certificate of ascertainment.
Thank you. And do you have any evidence that suggests that the Republican electors made the document that the Democrats submitted in Exhibit 5? Did they make it, or did the Democrats make that document?
I mean, well, I
What?
don't know who made it. The Democrats signed it.
And you don't know who made Exhibit 10. You don't know who made the Republican document that was sent to you, do you?
No.
So you have no evidence that Hank Choate made that document for 10, is that correct?
That's correct.
Oops. I would have had a couple shots, and I don't even drink anymore. But I'm pumped. Thank you so much for the setup, Easily. You're the best. You're the best.
I represent Mr. Clifford Frost. I have a handful of questions. I'm not going to be repetitive. But let's start with Mike Pence. So Mike Pence, what official role and capacity did he serve in when it came to the counting of the electoral votes back in the 2020 election?
I mean, under the statute and in his role as the president of the Senate, he presided over the joint session of Congress.
Is it fair to say that given, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, that's all I can say about Mr. Pence and his role. That's really what happens in Congress is well outside my scope of sort of knowledge and expertise. What happens in Congress is Congress.
I believe you said you're an attorney that has been working for the federal government. How long have you been working for the federal government again?
So I've been working for the Office of the Federal Register for 14 years, but I've been working for the federal government for more than 25.
Gotcha. And you're familiar generally, it sounds like, with the federal statutes that govern the counting of electoral votes from the various states, correct?
Yes.
That's it, Paul
So
Langan?
back to my question about Mr. Pence. What was his role during that counting process, given your knowledge and expertise in federal law?
So, I mean, his role is ministerial. He stands up and he presides and he reports what the vote is.
Can you explain to me what you mean that his role is ministerial?
Oh my fucking God. I would say, sir, I'm going to
He
appoint you to
has-
the Constitution.
the-
That's not my job.
His role is to announce, to serve sort of, I mean, you could say as an MC, master of ceremonies. It's not substantive. But exactly what his duties are in that role and how he functions,
That's
that I
not your
can't,
job. Just say
I
it's
can't
not
go
my
into those
job.
details.
I don't
I don't know
those.
them.
You need to ask the
but-
Fair enough.
fucking
So it's
people.
almost like he is at the Oscars opening up the envelope to say who won the Academy Award. He's not determining who wins the
I
Academy
do.
Award, correct?
I love the
Correct.
Constitution shit.
Okay. So when it comes to Mr. Pence, to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, did he receive a copy of Exhibit 10?
I have no idea.
She's a lawyer and she works basically
You
for
have
the
no idea?
agency between
No,
the state
I do
and
not know.
the
I mean,
archivist. So she's like the
For the
intermediary
certificates of
for the
vote-
state of Michigan.
Under section 12, as it existed, 3 USC section 12, as it existed in 2020, the states send one complete set of certificates of ascertainment and vote to Congress, to the president of the Senate, which was at that point Mr. Pence, to his office, and they send 2 complete sets to the office of the Federal Register. One of those sets we hold
She
in
works for the office
reserve
of the Federal Register. Thank
in
you.
case one
Sorry
of
about
the
that.
sets to Congress does not arrive in time. In which case, on demand, we will transmit our second set to Congress so that the office of the Secretary of the Senate
My God,
has
it's a contingency
complete set
plan. Oh my God.
so that
That's
they
what
can
we
count the
want the
votes,
government to do is like
in the
good
joint session on
planning
January 6th.
and execute as such.
What was in Exhibit 10, what we
No,
considered a
she's on our
non-official
side
certificate,
easily. She's trying to, she's the one trying
that
to
came directly
explain
to
that,
the archivist.
you know, it was a false, it wasn't
There are
a true
There's
slate
an
of electors.
indication that a number of other individuals were CC'd or got their own copies. But all I can speak to is the names of the individuals who are in that list. I have no idea if those packages were mailed or if they were received. We did not discuss whether or not Congress received a package like that, and Congress did not ask us for a copy of that. So I have no idea if Mr. Pence received a copy that would be the equivalent of Exhibit 10.
But according to your testimony, you have testified before, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you did not transmit a copy of Exhibit 10 to either House of Congress, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Mr. Pence actually saw it.
You don't hear much from
Correct.
Mikey
I mean,
Pence
if-
these days.
If it was mailed to the Secretary of the Senate,
He's gone
the
up
Secretary of the Senate's
to
office and the
that
President of the
church
Senate
service in the
may have gotten his own copy.
His
I don't know if that happened.
career
I
is
don't know if he saw it.
And when we take a look at that particular record of the proceedings, counting the votes, the congressional record, is that something that your office maintains or
There's
no?
another one that
No.
gave up his entire whatever he thought his legacy was, which by the way was crap to begin with. So it's not like he
Apart
had
from
far
this particular
to fall,
certificate or any
right?
other similar
So
facsimiles
Mike
that you see from other
Pence
states for
gambled it all,
the election year
boom,
2020,
on the
have you
orange
received,
turd,
as you have called them,
and he got
unofficial or
nothing.
non-official
He got a shit on.
certificates
He'll
of vote
never be president.
in prior years, prior election
Never.
years?
I mean, maybe, but I doubt
Yes.
it.
Okay.
And frankly,
And
this is the
how
legacy
many
he
elections going
deserves,
back
but it's
did
not the
you
legacy
receive
he
these
thought he
type
would
of
have.
unofficial or
So
non-official
take some
votes?
solace in the fact that right now Mike Pence is a destroyed man, really. However he plays it for the cameras.
That I
He's the
don't know. I
fundy-
mean,
he's like fundy
anecdotally,
wife.
I can speak to,
He's a fundy wife.
I think,
That's
2 or
it.
3.
Mike Pence is a fundy wife.
Well,
They're,
if I may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
so they're infrequent, but they're not rare, is all I can say.
They're not rare is what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He is
So,
a Stepford wife.
Let's take a look back at
Already.
2016. You were working in the same role during that time period when we had a presidential election, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving any unofficial or non-official sources or certificates of votes during that election?
Not in 2016.
Okay, can you tell me the particular years in which you have received these unofficial or non-official certificates of votes? If it's not 2016, what years are we talking about?
So, I know
There was an objection. What's the objection? Relevance. What's the relevance?
Relevance is that when it comes to the particular
Wet
certificate in
wipe
question with
easily.
Exhibit 10, we're taking a look at other things that purport to
I know,
be
Paul J.
certificates
I
of
wish
votes.
she could say
And
what she
it's
wants to
important
say.
to
She
try to
is so
distinguish if there's
fucking
any type
done
of
with this
difference
shit.
between how these other votes were treated and this particular certificate of vote. I'm going to be very short with this.
Your question or your line of question is to see how the other,
Yes, how this particular federal office treated those other prior certificates that they have received.
this
Oh.
question was asked in the first iteration too, so I'll overrule the objection. You can continue.
Thank you.
the election and the certificate that I remember most clearly was 2012.
And that particular certificate in 2012, do you remember who issued that or who sent that in or what it
Okay.
purported to be?
Is this going to be? But the
So that
Democrats
was,
did it.
from the state of Virginia. I do not recall the name of the individual. He was representing I guess a fringe political party. It's a registered, I don't recall which one it was. It's a registered political party, but
Damn it! There
it
goes
is
all the
not
air out of Bozo's tires.
widely followed, and is not on the ballot in very many states. He
like that
sent in the certificate of vote that purported to elect himself as vice president and somebody else as president. And he attested to the fact that
we don't do
the
personal
Democratic electors
information
did not
in this chat. No
appear at the
personal
meeting of the
information
electors.
in
They
the
chose
chat,
not to
please.
meet,
Thank you
so
so much.
his electors voted
Thank you.
instead.
Thank you.
So for that particular certificate of vote that you received for the 2012 election, how did your office and specifically you, how did you treat that particular vote that came in that appeared to be illegitimate?
We contacted our NARA's Office of the Inspector General. We contacted the state of Virginia,
Jim,
and
oh my gosh,
I believe we contacted either
I
the
can never
Department of
keep track
Justice
of
or the
people's
FBI.
handles. I'm
to
telling you
alert
right
them
now. I know so many of
to the
you
fact
are. I
of,
probably know you on Twitter as
this
something else,
certificate.
and then I know you here as something else.
And when it
And I
comes
don't
to
put those two
Exhibit 10,
together.
essentially
I'm the
the certificate of
worst.
vote that came from the Republican electors, is that widely available on your website?
It is available
But I just
in
discourage
the
any
National
personal
Archives and Records
information being shared in
Administration
chat. It just leads to
eFOIA reading
trouble.
room.
Okay. And when it comes to the certificate back
Oh
in
yeah, she's been
2012,
around.
that particular
Absolutely.
certificate, is that readily available online for people to take a look at?
No,
No?
not anymore.
Why? Not anymore. Okay, so why not the 2012 certificate, but you still have the certificate from 2020?
Because the 2012 certificate was at that point still classified as just general correspondence. And so it had a disposition schedule and was destroyed. Given the interest in what was going on in 2020, we decided that record classification and disposition schedule was not adequate and did not benefit our records
it
and
won't
the
be a
country as a
good
whole.
history.
And so
It won't be a
for
good history.
historical purposes,
I
we
don't
reclassified
mind
all of that
emojis in
material
chat.
as permanent
I don't mind
records.
that. I know some people are like,
Gotcha.
don't do that, but I'm like, I
So
don't know
you-
why.
when you
It doesn't really
receive,
bother me. Nobody
material in the
spams,
mail, you
nobody
have a
does like
classification
line after
system you
line of
just
emojis.
testified
So
to. Is
I
that
don't know. I
correct?
think it's all right.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for every single possible classification because, being somewhat familiar with federal government, I know that it could be, rather long and extensive. But for certificates of votes, in addition to certificates of ascertainment that come into your office, what are the possible classifications? I think you said general correspondence was one for like the 2012 certificates that you received, right?
And you're referring to
I think the question just came off as a
material
little like
relevant to the
personal.
electoral
That's all.
college.
So I think it was just
Correct. So when
the
you
way
receive
it's hard
these
to communicate
certificates
in chat.
purporting to
I think
vote for
everyone's
president,
cool.
vice president,
But
and
I do
whatnot,
remember Art Music has
during
been
the
with us for a
2020
very long
election.
time. She
And
might have
also,
taken
frankly,
a
if you have
break
the
when
same
you
organizational
came
schema
into
moving
chat.
backward,
So I'm sure the timing
what
just
are the
didn't
possible
overlap.
classifications you can give
Yeah,
these
everybody's
documents that
cool.
purport to be certificates of votes or certificates of ascertainment?
So it could be general correspondence, which would be kept for 1 year and then disposed of.
It's all good.
FOIA requests are kept for 6 or 7 years. They could be temporary working records that would be kept until they're no longer needed. Or they could be then official administrative records
Thank you, Art
of the
Music.
office that we maintain in the office for a certain number of years, and then we'll go into the National Archives as a permanent record.
Art
The
Music, I'm so
electoral
sorry.
college certificates themselves
I don't think you're
go
on Twitter,
in
right? You're not
as
on Twitter.
permanent records,
I'm so sorry.
and there's no
I'm
waiting
sending
period for
you
those.
such-
They're classified in the presidential
Sending you a
record
lot of love right
series,
now.
and they go directly into the National Archives.
I'm glad
Gotcha.
you're back.
So if I'm taking a look at the certificate, again, you received in Virginia or from someone in Virginia for the 2012 election, that was categorized as general correspondence and destroyed after 1 year. Am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you believe that this was just general correspondence? Why didn't you give it, maybe an elevated status or another look?
Margaret. Margaret.
I don't understand why the classification of the 2012 certificate of votes is relevant in this 2020 case. It's not even.
If I may respond, Your Honor, very quickly, it's just because we have
Yeah,
to
that's
take
what
a
I
look to
thought.
see
I
how the
thought
record
that.
back in
I thought I remember
2012
you saying that.
was treated,
So, all right.
again, with the record back in 2020 from the state of Michigan. I just want to see how she treated approaching them, classifying them, and what she did with them.
I think it goes to credibility, so I'll allow him to answer that question on it. I think it goes to credibility. I think we have these questions previously in the first iteration. There was an objection, which I overruled. And I'm gonna overrule it on this one too.
Well, I was gonna say, I believe the witnesses answered that question about why 2020 was classified differently than 2012. She's already answered that question.
So that's ask and answer. That's a different objection.
So now I'm asking, saying ask and answer.
She
Okay,
answered.
you know what? I will just withdraw that question. I'm just going to go to the very next one. So
Thank you.
I'll sort of smooth things out. So how was the record in 2020 that came from the purported Republican electors, Exhibit 10, treated or classified when it came into your office?
Well, I mean, so it came in, it was a non-official. It came in as a letter, so it would be essentially initially looked at as correspondence. But it appeared to be an attempt to vote. So then it was reclassified as non-official electoral college material.
So just so I can understand your testimony correctly, it first came in as general correspondence, but then it became another classification. You said non-official something or other. I'm sorry, what was that
So-
term?
Non-official,
So
whatchamacallit?
when it came in, it did not come in from the state of Michigan. So it came in as a letter. Just, I mean, we get letters from all over everywhere. But I mean, it did not come from an official state of Michigan government source. So we had a letter. Normally, letters
Yeah.
would be correspondence.
Official matters come
When we
from
opened
official
it-
people.
And it was an attempt, or it appeared to be an attempt to vote, or an attempt to create a certificate of vote for the electoral college. Then at that point, it was clear that it was not correspondence. It was part of the electoral college record. So,
My next, I'm sorry, go ahead.
so it was then clearly part of the non-official electoral college material, that was then a permanent record of the Office of the Federal
Right.
Register.
Still something that
These
needs to
various
be recorded.
classifications that you
It's just
mentioned,
not
who makes
used
the
for the purpose
determination
that
of
they're
how a
trying to put it
particular
forward
document
for.
or material is classified? Is that you, is it someone else?
It could be me. We have a records manager on site. So it's classified according to the record schedule that we have, that's approved by the National Archives and Records Administration. Every agency has its own record schedule, or it functions under the general record schedule that the National Archives has issued.
They didn't just open
No further
yesterday,
questions,
sir.
Robert.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you blew it. You don't have anything. Thanks for the sound bite.
Morning, my name is John Freeman. I represent Mary Ann Sheridan. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fantastic. So I want to talk about the last document that you were
Paul
just
Langan,
answering
you are
some
right.
questions
They have
on.
zero
Um,
defense because
And that was
it was
specifically the certificate of vote. Is that correct?
Yes. Exhibit 10.
And could you explain to us in this particular case with specifically Exhibit 10, who classified that
throwing those
document
darts.
as an unofficial record?
I mean, that was a joint decision by the legal division. So that was me and the then
Oh my gosh. Look at that
Director
process.
of Legal Affairs, Katerina Horska.
I'm sorry, could you spell the name, please?
Katerina as in Sam, Ka.
Now, when the document first came in, it was classified as correspondence. Is that correct?
Well, it appeared to be correspondence because it was
Are
in an
those Santa
envelope
Clauses?
as a letter.
What are those?
So, I mean,
So, could you describe the
What are those
process that
called?
was
Are those mice
undertaken
with
to
pills on their
categorize
heads?
it
I don't
as it
get it.
officially ultimately was categorized by yourself and the person that you just named?
we opened the
Oh, that's
envelope
oops. Okay.
and we took out
It's
the
cute.
material.
I don't even know what it is though.
And the initial enclosure said electoral votes of the state of Michigan. So
Oh,
at that
there's
point, the
plenty of dumb
classification
shits, Jim
was
Nalgren.
not
There
very
are plenty
difficult
of dumb shits lining up to
because
be his
the
VP. Believe me, lambs to
enclosed
the slaughter.
envelope,
Have you heard that before?
the
They
manila
don't. They think
envelope,
they'll be
whatever,
different. It'll be different this
had
time. I
the
can
statement
change him.
on it. So clearly it was
This is
part of
just
the
a
electoral
this is
college.
just a dysfunctional relationship. That's all this is.
But it came from a source that was not a state office. it did not have a paired certificate of ascertainment. And the electors who signed the certificate did not match the names of the electors who had been appointed to vote and to cast electoral votes.
I don't have, yeah, Paul J. I couldn't
And
get
that
the
decision to
Facebook. I couldn't
categorize
get
it was
Facebook to
you and the
connect.
one other person that you mentioned.
For
Is that
some reason,
correct?
I can't get it to
Yes.
connect, but
Was
it still
anybody else
displays.
consulted?
So I'm on Twitter as well. We have 41
The
viewers.
director of the
So
Office of
that
the
means
Federal Register may
15.
have
We
been,
have 26 viewers on Twitter.
Anyone else?
Hi.
not that I am aware of.
And do you know who that person was?
That would be Oliver Potts.
That is
So
a fantastic
potentially there were 3 of you
name.
involved in that categorization. Is that correct?
Yes,
No one else?
not that I can think of, no.
Indicated that it's infrequent but not rare to receive records of unofficial votes. Do you recall saying that?
Thank you, Paul.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And
I really
then there
appreciate
was some
that.
discussion
Thanks for
about the
taking time
2012
to
state of
all the
Virginia
shares.
matter.
I know our
Is that
time that
correct?
you take
Yes.
to
Can you
to
think
do.
of any other ones
I really
that you're
appreciate
aware
it. Thank
of?
you so much.
I mean, we had a gentleman in the 2020 election who was attempting to vote for California.
So that's 2. I'm trying to get sort of drilled down to what infrequent but not rare means. So how many more?
I really, I
What?
don't know. We get
Sir, we get
individuals
crazy
who
fucking mail
send
all the time. Okay, we get it in
email
crayon.
that on the face of the email say, I own the state of California and I'm voting for California. We get, sometimes we get certificates that are actually
In
mailed that
crayon?
are in paper that appear, that resemble an actual certificate of vote. Because we did not track them before the 2020 election, I really don't know. I mean, it's not unusual to see them is all I can say. You know, I mean, we get them and they're typically not from a group. They're typically 1 or maybe 2 individuals who are attempting to vote in the electoral college. But I mean, I can't give you a number. I can't give you specifics. You know, I don't handle everything. You know, I don't see everything
Is
that
his
comes
line
in.
of questioning
So if I
that
didn't handle it
why did we handle
specifically,
this
I
one
probably am not
differently
gonna
than you
remember
handle
it.
all the other crazies? Is that his
The
defense?
2012 certificate I remember because I actually
Why'd you
handled
do it
it
to
and I was
my
part of
crazy
that.
client instead of the
So
other crazy
without,
people? What?
since we did not track them, we did not keep them permanently. I can't give you a number.
Why weren't they tracked before 2020?
Oh fuck. I told you.
Because there was not really there was not a real interest outside the office. They were more anomalies than anything else. But then with
Because it came from the
2020,
actual
there was a
Republican
great
Party
deal
of
of information. There was a
Michigan.
great deal of interest from a wide variety of sources
Because it was
that
sent by members
forced
of the
us
Republican
to
Party of
reevaluate
fucking
how we were
Michigan.
handling all of the unofficial or non-official attempts to vote or to cast electoral votes. So given the outside interest, we thought we reclassified.
When was the decision made to start tracking for 2020?
I do not recall. I mean, it was during the electoral college process.
When does that start?
So, I mean, that starts really, I mean, we start in the summer.
Exactly. Is that all you got?
The pace really picks up in November after the general election and is then pretty much constant Thanksgiving through New Year's.
So is it fair to say that the decision to start tracking for 2020, the earliest that decision would have been made would have been the summer of 2020?
Yes.
And who are these outside sources or outside interests that influenced the decision to start tracking for 2020?
So, I mean, it's media reports. It's interested individuals who are contacting
It's who
the
sent
office.
it.
Who are those interested individuals in this particular case in 2020?
Stop this. Stop it. He's trying to say Biden intervened.
I mean, that I don't know. That's
Not
we
my
got
job.
a number of
Next.
requests. We get a number of requests normally. We have
Not
an email
my job.
address that is just for the electoral college that anybody can email, can send questions, can send comments to.
Okay, let's talk specifically about what you remember though in this particular case. You indicated that the media was one of the interested sources that expressed some concern. Is that fair to say?
CNN. Is this Don Lemon's fault? Is that whose fault this is?
I mean,
Don
it's
Lemon,
not that the media was
get over
expressing
here.
concerns to us. It was given everything that was happening in the media, in the news reports, what people were talking about, what people were interested in.
When you say people, who do you mean?
I would ask that
come
witness
on
be
now.
allowed to finish
Okay.
her question, her
Who
answers.
sent it? Who sent it? Lady,
I would
tell
agree.
them who sent it. Who sent it?
So it was
I think it was the Republican Party people in Michigan.
It was the
That
totality
should
of the
matter.
situation
I mean, that set of crazy people
in
actually
real life.
have a
So not
serious
not
job
in the
to
office.
do. So if they
It
sent
was
me
looking
something,
at the
then
world,
I would say, hello,
in the
this
complete
isn't
environment that was going
right.
on
And
during
actually,
the
you're
election.
trying to do something that's
During the
like
election
against
season.
the fucking law. So
It wasn't that anybody
frankly,
was
who
emailing us or
sent
contacting
it?
us saying, hey, you need to keep these records. We were looking at news reports. We
I
were
know.
looking at
He said it. He said it. He
you
said,
know,
I may not accept the results of the election.
people on the street talking about things. We were looking at Facebook. We were looking at, there were a lot of sources that indicated that there was a lot of interest in this particular election.
Just say who sent it.
So I
And
want to
that-
talk about the specific sources.
sent
You
it?
said Facebook. Is that a specific source in 2020?
God, stop. Were you guys just spending too much time on social media in 2020? Just answer
Yeah,
the
I mean,
question.
I can't point to any specific posts.
Well, you just said Facebook, so that we can agree that that was a specific source.
Yeah.
Fair to say?
Sure.
People on the street talking.
Let her respond.
So, I mean, if
Calm down, Skippy.
we were aware of social media posts, so that would be Facebook.
That's right.
I mean, I
Simplify
don't
the
follow
message.
Twitter, but
It
other
can be
people
done.
follow Twitter. So what people were tweeting about, we were looking at, you know,
Who
NBC
sent
Nightly
it?
News, CBS, MSNBC, Fox, BBC, The Guardian.
Oh, have they wrapped
we were
up
I mean, we read the newspaper.
closing
We
arguments
listen to
in New York?
radio. There were several of us in the office, myself, Katerina Horska is the director of legal affairs. Oliver
This woman
Potts is
hasn't
the
even had a
director of the
granola bar,
office.
people.
There are other people in the office who are all looking at just, I mean, not specifically looking for this, but as a part of what they do, they go home at night, they look at the news, or they read the newspaper. There was a lot of media going on in 2020 about a lot of things. That entire environment then, when we started to receive content that was from non-official sources, it was that environment that said, hey, we should probably just go ahead and reclassify these as permanent, because there's going to be a lot of interest in what happens in this election.
So I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. I'm hoping you can give me specific answers, okay?
I will try.
Was Facebook a source that led to the the decision to reclassify and start paying closer attention and tracking in 2020? Yes or no? If you can't answer, I'll ask a different question. What about the media? Was the media a source that led to the tracking of things in 2020? Yes or no?
Yes.
What about people on the street that you mentioned earlier? Were they sources that led to the reclassification?
Yes.
What about the Democratic Party? Was that a source that led to the reclassification?
Not as far as I'm aware.
What does that mean? Not as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I liked Oliver.
I don't know of any. I don't know of any statements from the Democratic Party.
Oh.
What about people working for the Democratic Party or on behest of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, and I believe that question has been asked.
This is badgering.
How's that different from your question about?
Well, there's the Democratic Party, and then there's people working for the Democratic Party. I'll clarify.
Okay.
So we've heard your answer about the Democratic Party. What about people working for the Democratic Party?
Let me object again. You just asked the same
not that I'm
fucking
aware.
question.
We were aware of the general interest in the election.
Is everything that you do basically recorded? These decisions, the process to making these decisions, are there meeting minutes and notes of the meetings that took place that led to the decision to start paying attention in 2020?
Sit down. Sit. Skippy, sit down. Yeah, what about Uranus? Why don't you pull it out of Uranus?
I mean, it was not a meeting where you had meeting notes. We discussed it.
Should I understand that three of you decided to change a major change in the way that things are going to be paid attention to in 2020, and there were no notes taken at any sort of a meeting? Is that what you're saying?
We had email correspondence among ourselves. We discussed it with the Office of General Counsel. We also discussed it with the records office within the National Archives. But those records, most of those would have been work product.
Didn't ask you for the classification. I just wanted to know if there was any record. So there's emails.
There would have been.
It is.
I don't know that they exist anymore, given that it is now 4 years
and the
later.
only audience is the judge. So
why don't you think they exist
take anybody's shit?
Because of their classification.
And who made that? Who classifies that? Whether emails get destroyed or not?
That's under the record schedule that is established by the National Archives and
There's
Records
a fucking
Administration.
process, you fucking idiot. I know criminals
When did
don't
you first
follow.
become aware that there was going to be criminal charges brought in connection with the 2020 presidential election in Michigan?
Uh, 2 years ago, perhaps?
So back in 2022?
Probably when
I
you
mean, I
found
don't-
out about it,
Whenever
stupid shit
it was in the
on
news,
the
I
news.
saw a news
Thank
report
you.
about it.
Did it ever occur to you that you might want to preserve any emails that were relevant to your working in the 2020 election with respect to Michigan?
I'm sorry, with respect to what?
Did it ever occur to
She
you to
has a
preserve any
document
of your emails?
retention. She has a document
topics that we've
retention and
just
she
discussed?
followed it. Next.
Not with respect to classification, no.
I like the confident no.
So I want to go back to the beginning part of your testimony this morning. As you were describing some of your responsibilities, you indicated that, if I understood correctly, you worked as a liaison between the states and Congress. Did I understand that statement correctly?
Yes.
Could you explain what that means?
So states occasionally have questions that are context specific to their election, to what's going on with their particular state. And they want to know if they can do something if Congress will accept it. And so they ask us, and then we pass the question along to Congress.
And when you say they ask us in connection with the state of Michigan, what kind of people are we talking about that would be in communication with you in your role as the liaison?
Like, as I mentioned earlier, we identify specific points of contact within each state. Typically, they are within the Secretary of State's office. Occasionally, we will have a contact within an election office. And frequently, we will also have a contact within the governor's office. So questions that arise can come from the governor's office, but they most typically will come from the Secretary of State's office. One question that typically comes up more frequently than others. Does the governor actually have to sign this, or can we use an auto pen? So if it is a question that Congress has already weighed in on and is not changing its answer, we can answer on behalf of Congress. If it is a more unique question, and we had those in 2020 because of COVID, we pass those along for Congress to consider. A lot of states were trying to figure out how they could hold the meeting of the electors remotely, but still meet all of the requirements under the statute. So we had a lot of questions about that we in turn passed along to Congress. Congress came up with answers. And when I say Congress, that is typically members from the Secretary of the Senate's office, from the House Clerk's office, and occasionally parliamentarians from both the House and the Senate.
In connection with the 2020 presidential election in Michigan, who were your official points of contact from the state of Michigan?
That I have to look up. I would need permission.
You have access to that information right now?
It'll take me a minute.
Your Honor, may the witness have a moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I have a short break?
Yep, we're off the record.
I gotta go pee. She is not a bullshitter. It's true. All right, they're off the record for a minute. We'll just listen to them. Hot mic it up.
15 minutes. Well, 10 minutes. I need to do an arraignment.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, so I did not know this was happening this morning. So I literally I was in bed. No. I was in bed. I opened my little computer as I do every morning. I don't know why. It's probably part of the issue. But anyway, never mind that. What did I do? No. So I opened my computer and I go to my YouTube, and what do I see? But Madame, Your Honor, Judge Simmons, who works so hard. I see this woman doing live stream court arraignments and shit on weekends. Oh yeah, the New York stuff. Yes, I can. Hold on to. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Here we go. Here we go. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, here we go. All rise. Before we get started, Mershon wants the parties to not delve into the legal explanations during their summations. Explanation instruction is a no-no because it's the job of the judge to instruct the jurors on the law. Blah, blah, blah. But in practice, parties' closing arguments will involve argument about the facts and evidence, best prove or disprove the prosecution's legal theory. After the jurors file in, Judge Mershon reads some preliminary instructions. He tells them that we may or may not get done with summations today. We'll play it by ear, it seems. Blanche pops up to deliver, Todd Blanche pops up to deliver his closing on behalf of Trump. Can you guys see this? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, you can. Sweet. Okay. Sorry about that. Hold on just a minute. Blanche, good morning. He thanks the jurors. Our criminal justice system is unique, and each of you will decide at the end of this case whether President Trump is guilty or not guilty. President Trump is innocent. The district attorney did not meet their burden of proof, period. You should want and expect more than the testimony of Michael Cohen. You should want something beyond the word of a woman who claims that something happened in 2006. Fuck you. You should want more than Keith Davidson, an attorney who was really trying to extort money and from Trump in the lead up to the election. This morning, I'll talk to you about what you say and hear. What? I'll talk to you about what you say or say and hear in the courtroom, but also what you didn't hear. This case is about documents. It's a paper case. It's not about an encounter with Stormy Daniels 18 years ago, which Trump has denied. It's not even about a confidential settlement, Blanche says. It's about whether Trump was living in the White House as leader of the free world, had anything to do with the payments to his personal attorney at the time. Oh, were those payments false? Were they done with intent to defraud? The answer is absolutely not. They were accurate and done with no intent to defraud. Moreover, there was no conspiracy to influence the election, Blanche claims. Blanche, you cannot convict Trump on the words of Michael Cohen. There were key conversations he claimed he had with Howard, Schiller, Weisselberg, none of whom were witnesses in this trial. Michael Cohen is the witness they called. The words Cohen said to you matter, and he said a number of things to you on the stand that were lies, pure and simple. Blanche addresses the business records that form the basis of the charges. He focuses on the checks. He signed them while he was in the White House. You have to find that these documents were false and that he made them with the intent to defraud. The records were not false and were not made with the intent to defraud. He turns to the vouchers in the Trump ledger system. Deb Tarasoff, Blanche says, told you the vouchers put in the system were a result of what the invoice submitted by Cohen. And that was consistent with the with what she understood was happening at the time. Cohen was acting as Trump's personal attorney. And the checks, Blanche says, were also driven by the invoices and voucher. He seems to be trying to tie everything back to the invoices submitted by Cohen for, quote, legal services rendered, quote, pursuant to the retainer agreement. Tarasoff told you that she never did anything at the direction of Trump, Blanche reminds the jurors. Back to the invoices. There's no dispute that Cohen was rendering legal services to Trump in 2017, that he was serving as Trump's personal attorney. As a matter of fact, Blanche says, Cohen testified as much. The government wants you to believe that Cohen, Weisselberg, and Trump had some kind of agreement to falsify the records, that Cohen wasn't working for the $35K. Blanche shows a May 2017 email in which Cohen tells the recipient to call him about the foundation matter he was working on at the time. The government wants you to believe that Cohen was doing this work for free, Blanche says. Even if Cohen was working for a small fee, there was a retainer agreement, Blanche says. He mentions Cohen's testimony regarding his consulting retainer agreement with Novartis. That's how a retainer agreement works, Blanche says. You're on call. Michael Cohen was
What's your name?
Fuck.
You can stand right here.
That was fun.
You're on the record in the matter of the people of the city of Lansing versus Saddam Mbukwa, file number 23-02192. Today was the date that was set, or that we're going to address, that is, your
Yeah, I should
bond
probably
conditions.
ban
So
that
you're
word.
currently on bond before this court, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're on bond for OWI 0.08, OWI drugs and OWI Schedule 1. And there was indication from our probation department that we needed to add a testing provision to your bond conditions. And so that's why I ordered you in, so that I can advise
This
you
is
that
her
I'm ordering you
arraignment.
to
Hold
participate in
on.
testing.
Sorry.
Are you
Hold
employed?
on. Hold on. All right, I'm going back to the other thing. Hold on. Just a minute. I don't need this poor person's personal business on it. Okay. Michael Cohen was Trump's personal attorney, period. I talked a little bit about the retainer agreements, Blanche continues. Remember what Cohen said to you about whether it was ever expected that there would be a retainer agreement, Blanche asked the jurors. Hold on, I got to turn this down just a little bit so I can hear myself. Remember, blah, 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 blah. He testified that it was never expected there would be a retainer agreement, Blanche says. That was a lie. You didn't see a retainer agreement, but as you know from multiple witnesses, that doesn't matter. Objection. Sustained. Blanche tries again. A verbal retainer agreement is consistent with the practices of another attorney you heard from, Keith Davidson. You know. Objection. Overruled. There's no dispute that in 2017 there was an attorney-client relationship between Trump and Cohen, Blanche says. No one disputes that Cohen was Trump's personal lawyer, so what makes more sense? That Trump was paying the personal attorney he just hired? Or the version Cohen told you, I'll work for free and get money from consulting, and the payments were really reimbursement for an NDA? Let's talk about the vouchers, Blanche says. He pulls up the vouchers in the Trump org ledger system. There's no evidence that President Trump knew anything about the ledger system. I mean, come on now. You also heard from Ms. Tarasoff how she decided to put information in the voucher system. McConney told her to post, quote, legal expenses. And you can see that what Tarasoff did is exactly what McConney told her. She didn't follow Trump or Weisselberg's instructions. She followed something like, what is she going to say next? She followed McConney's instructions. By the way, Blanche says, you heard that everything that came from a law firm was labeled the same way as a legal expense. But the government has criminalized what Miss Tarasoff did. Oh, that's absurd. This was a confusing time for the Trump org, Blanche says, citing Trump's transition to the White House. Trump was, for the first time in decades, not the person running the Trump org, he continues. Blanche shows an email in which Don Jr. and Eric Trump's approval was sought to pay the funds out to Cohen. It's my son's fault. I mean, not me. It's them. Recall, some payments were initially paid out from the trust account over which Don, Eric, and others had approval powers. He just threw his sons under the bus. Oh, my Lord and Lordy Lord. Woo! That's fun. That's fun. Oh, wait, are they back? Hold on. No. Okay. All right. On to the checks. Oh, wait. If there was some conspiracy to cover up a reimbursement to Cohen, then this email wouldn't exist, Blanche says. Why send this email getting Eric and Don's approval? And you know who else you didn't hear from at this trial? Blanche asks. Eric and Don Jr. Coke Jr. On to the checks, which were labeled as being paid out for a retainer. These checks don't have any of the language you'll see in the invoices submitted by Cohen. Blanche says it's just one word, generated by the Trump org MOMDS accounting system, as filled out by Deb Tarasoff. You know, the one I'm blaming, the other one with the kids. There's plenty of people to take the fall for this guy. You heard that sometimes Trump looked at checks and sometimes he did not, Blanche reminds the jurors. Sometimes the checks were half an inch thick. You can't convict President Trump because you cannot find that he had full knowledge, that it is reasonable doubt. It matters where President Trump was during this time. He was frequently multitasking, constantly being interrupted. I mean, he was president of the United States. The idea that he was part of a scheme to book a legal expense, and remember, the scheme involved booking a legal expense as a legal expense, is absurd. Back to Cohen. How is the government going to ask you to convict Trump on Cohen's word? The invoices talk about services rendered, and you know he was rendered services at that time. And you know he had an attorney-client relationship with Trump at that time, but there's more. The people ask you to believe Cohen. And Cohen asks you to ignore the documents, ignore the emails, ask you to believe he was just going to work for free. Do you believe that for a second? That after getting stiffed on his bonus in 2016, that Cohen was going to work for free? When we get to Cohen's testimony, just remember it's not corroborated by anything. He told you he talked to Weisselberg privately and then walked down the hall to President-elect's office. And Cohen wants you to believe that he sat back, didn't really participate in the, whatchamacallit? What? In the conversation. And he wants you to think that at some point Weisselberg turns to him and says, we're going to pay you over the course of several months. And then Trump said, it's going to be one heck of a ride. That's what Cohen testified, and that's all the government gave you. They want you to think that's what gave the president full knowledge. By the way, Cohen's version of the events the campaign is belied by evidence. What did Hope Hicks tell you? That Cohen went rogue, did things that were unauthorized by the campaign. If you accept Cohen's version of events, if you have to believe that Cohen, Weisselberg, and Trump were all in this together. I mean, yeah, 2 of them did jail time, but you know what? Crazy. Cohen told you that he didn't know why Weisselberg was grossing up the sum, Blanche says. McConney said something similar, saying that nobody would know. The government will try to argue that there was some type of tax scheme here, but there's no evidence to support that. Just the actual plus up for the taxes, you know. But don't look at that. We turn to McConney's notes following his conversation with Weisselberg. It doesn't say anything about a gross up or what the $180,000 was for, Blanche says, and it says that funds would be paid from Trump's personal account, which, as you know, in the beginning it wasn't. He notes that McConney kept these notes in his office. Blanche, if this was evidence of some crime or scheme, why would it be kept in the files of the Trump Organization? Why would they keep the evidence? You don't have to go further than we've gone here, but what's the intent to defraud? You saw in evidence that the Trump org reported on a 1099 that the payments from Trump to Cohen, there's nothing false or misleading about the 1099s. If there's something false or misleading here, what? If there's something false or misleading here, why was it reported to the IRS? Because that never happens. So that's one reason why no intent to defraud. But also, the forms are exactly accurate. Cohen was an attorney, and the payments are to compensate him. How else would you know? How else do you know there's no intent to defraud? Well, Blanche says, you saw a tweet about the payments to Cohen that Trump sent out in 2018. If there was an intent to defraud, why would he tweet about it? I mean, come on. The man is just discreet. If nothing, he's discreet. Yes, absolutely. He doesn't tell you out loud who he is. No. It's very... How can there be any intent to defraud when Trump, 1, discloses it to the IRS, the big bad IRS, and 2, tweets about it, and 3, discusses it on a government ethics form? Now Blanche turns to the predicate crime, a conspiracy to influence the election by unlawful means. The government's theory is that Trump caused false documents to promote the candidacy of an election. Oh, wait, hold on. Yep, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Who do they work for?
Jonathan Brader is in, or was at that point in the Secretary of State's office, and Mark Totten was in the governor's office.
Both of them attorneys?
I believe Mark Totten is an attorney. I do not know about Jonathan Brader.
Did you have any points of contact within the Attorney General's office?
Not during the election. I recall emails from the Attorney General's office, perhaps after the election. I think Mark forwarded some emails from us to them, and that's how we corresponded with the Attorney General's office. But they were not originally contacts for the Electoral College process.
And when was that? When did the contact with the Attorney General's office begin?
That I'll have to look up. I know we got an email.
I will pull it up at the next
from
break.
an Assistant Attorney General, March of 2021. That went to Katerina. And let's see. Yeah, that appears to be our first contact with the Michigan Attorney General's office would be March of 2021.
I'd like to direct your attention now to People's Exhibit number 10. You have that there in front of you?
Yeah, let me just switch screens.
And then in a couple of hours, Georgia has a trial. So we're going to switch to Georgia after this. So it's going to be a long day. There's going to be a lot of Lolo. So just like make sure you stay hydrated.
Okay.
You don't know any of the people that are alleged to have signed that document, do you?
No.
You've never spoken to any of them, is that correct?
Not as far as I know.
What does that mean, not as far as I know?
We get calls from people randomly. We don't always keep track of the names of the individuals who call. They don't always identify themselves. I don't expect that any of these people has actually called the Office of the Federal Register, but since I can't identify everybody that I've ever spoken to as part of my job at the Office of the Federal Register, I can't say definitely that I have never spoken to them.
You don't know when those alleged signatures were put on that document, do you?
According to the document itself, it was signed December 14th, 2020, but I have no independent I have no confirmation that that is correct.
And it's fair to say that you can't say anything about the mental state or what the person that may have signed that document, what they were thinking at the time that the document was signed. You can't comment to that at all, can you?
No, that is correct.
I want to direct your attention now to exhibit number 5.
Okay.
There are actually 2 documents in exhibit number 5. One is an amended certificate of ascertainment, and the other says it's a certificate of ascertainment.
You know, none of the tiny
correct?
hands are a thumbs
Yes.
up.
Both
I just
of those
remember. I just
appear to be
figured that
signed by
out.
the governor of the state of
I think
Michigan,
Tiny
Gretchen
Hand
Whitmer.
Company needs
Yes.
to.
Is that correct?
Oh
That is
shit.
correct.
Oh,
Both
okay.
also appear to be
Denies
signed by
without
the
prejudice
Secretary of
both
State of
Jack
the
Smith's
state of
motion to
Michigan,
modify
Jocelyn
release
Benson.
conditions
Is that right?
and Trump's motion to
correct.
strike. Jack Smith had asked for a
The
gag
second
order and I
document
think
there
jail
on page
time
6 of 6 appears
for
to have a signature
Trumpy
date
Trump.
and time of November 23rd, 2020 at 5:30
She's now requiring
p.m. Is that
each
correct?
motion include 200
Yes.
words from opponent's counsel
And
on their
page 3
stance.
of 6, what
What?
is the date there?
Are you referring to the December 30th date?
Well, on page 3 of 6 of State's Exhibit number 5, there's a date there that appears to say December 30th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
It says 9:37 a.m., correct?
Yes.
It also appears to have the signature of the governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer,
Yes.
the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to go with you to the first page of that first document. The second paragraph, it says the following persons nominated by the Democratic Party, each having received 2,804,040 votes, were duly elected as electors of the President and Vice President of the United States of America. And then there's a listing of names. Is that
Oh,
correct?
that's big, gal.
Yes.
News from gals dropping in
There's
chat. Washington,
on my
D.C.'s
version,
liberal
there's
bent
a
does
big
not
grayed
automatically
out
mean its
area.
juries are
What is that
biased
grayed
against
out
Jan
area?
6 defendants. A unanimous appeals
I don't
court,
know.
including 2 Trump appointees, has ruled. And she drops a Kyle Cheney tweet
It might have
link.
appeared differently
That's good.
in the original.
So the document that you have in exhibit number 5 is not necessarily the document that you received.
I lived in D.C. I did not find it to have a liberal bent per se. I found it to be full of people that worked for the Fed, so they understood how
it
things
may have
work.
come with that blank.
That
it looks like that gray area is addresses that have been redacted.
Okay. And then after that list, the next sentence says votes received by other candidates for the office of elector of the President and Vice President of the United States of America.
Trump can't
are
remember
as
Turley
follows.
saying about
Did I
the
read that
3-legged
correctly?
stool.
Yes.
Is it? Do you
The
guys
next
call him
paragraph
ASIN or
says,
ACYN? I don't
the
know how to
following
refer to that.
persons nominated by the Republican Party each received 2,649,852 votes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And this is a document that's actually signed off on by the governor and the Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
And then it lists a bunch of names there as these persons nominated by the Republican Party, each receiving over 2,600,000 votes. It says John Haggard, correct?
Yes.
Kent Vanderwood, correct?
Yes.
Terry Lynn Land, correct?
Yes.
Gerald Wall, correct?
Yes.
Amy Fraccinello, correct?
Yes.
Rose Rook, correct?
Yes.
Does this guy think this is
Hank
some kind of
Choate,
legal
correct?
flex?
Yes.
Marianne Henry, correct?
I don't get it.
Yes.
Clifford Frost, correct?
Yes.
Stanley Grott, correct?
Yes.
Marianne Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
Timothy King, correct?
Yes.
Michelle Lundgren, correct?
Yes.
Myra Rodriguez, correct?
Yes.
Rashawn Maddock, correct?
Yes.
And Kathy Bearden, correct?
Yes.
And this document was sent to you by the governor of the state of Michigan,
Forget
correct?
about it.
Yeah, governor or secretary of state, yes.
And then the document also goes on to list other parties and persons that received votes. For example, the Libertarian Party.
I'll have to come back to that because it'll switch our screens if I do that.
60,000 votes, is that correct?
Yes.
And the Green Party over 13,000 votes, correct?
Yes.
US Taxpayer Party over 7,000 votes, correct?
Yes.
And there are some additional entities and persons who received additional votes, including write-ins.
No,
Is
it's
that fair to
Jonathan
say?
Turdley.
Yes.
Turdley. That's who it is.
Now, do you think it's fair to say that these people that are listed here are at least formally recognized by the governor and the secretary of state as having some legitimacy in connection with the election in 2020?
It's just the way the computer displays. Hold on, let me think about it.
I don't know.
I still have to wait, unfortunately.
What's the significance of their name being on this document?
It's required by statute.
Well, not just anybody gets their
I
name
guess we
on
could
this
pause
document,
it.
it's fair to say.
Why don't we pause it and I'll go to it? Hold on.
Correct.
Hold on, girl. Hold on to your love. Let's see. I want to go to this one. Okay, good. There we go. Hold on.
Somehow he even got self-styled patriots to support a man who called for terminating the Constitution, and on January 6th rallied an angry mob to threaten democracy, leaving death and destruction in its wake. That's why I needed to be involved and wanted to be involved in the new Biden-Harris ad, because it shows the violence of Trump and reminds us that he'll use violence against anyone who stands in the way of his megalomania and greed. But it's a coward's violence. You think Trump ever threw a punch himself or took one? This guy who ran and hid in the White House bunker when there were protesters outside? No way. He doesn't get blood on his hands. No, he doesn't. He directs the mob to do his dirty work for him by making a suggestion, an inference. And his gang grovels and follows his obvious order.
Classic closing pitch by the lawyers is to use Jonathan Turley. A classic closing pitch by the lawyers is to use a physical object like a three-legged stool. If any three-legged stool is missing and any leg is missing, the stool absolutely collapses. Even a cursory review of the evidence shows that this case does not have a leg to stand on. This is a case without a leg to stand on. This is Jonathan Turley, a classic closing pitch by the lawyers.
Classic Turdley. Here we go. What happened?
And I believe you said that those names from exhibit number 5 match the same names of the Republicans that were listed on exhibit number 10. Did you say that earlier?
At least some of them, yes.
How about Marianne Sheridan? Is her name on both?
Well, I'll have to look.
She's getting a little testy. You don't have a chicken leg to stand on, her, sir.
Yes, her name appears on both.
You have a moment, please, Your Honor. You have a moment to confer with my clients.
Yes.
Can I have a moment to confer since this is literally going nowhere? Thank you very much. I should probably put some makeup on, shouldn't I? You could be honest. I feel like I have to put some makeup on. But maybe I won't, as a protest. Maybe I'll just stay with the just got out of bed thing.
Your Honor, nothing else at this time.
Yeah, nothing else at this time because you have nothing.
Very brief.
Ms. Vincent, referring back to People's Exhibit 5. Does that document list the nominees for all of the parties that, I guess, received votes during the 2020 presidential election in the state of Michigan?
Yes, the statute requires that anybody who receives any vote and the vote totals appear on the certificate of ascertainment.
Except when your candidate didn't win the vote totals. And you, as the party of your state, sent them in anyway.
Pam, are you on live stream?
Yeah,
Are you
she's
on
just
live
thinking
stream?
about the pile of emails she's going to come back to.
No, I know that we need to have you cut it off. That's why it's repeating.
Trying to do, sorry. I was just looking for the link. Okay, can I have to step outside? I need to step outside.
I look terrible. Why didn't you tell me?
Do you?
You know, it's good to
No,
live
look,
with
referring back to
not
Exhibit
being able to
5,
totally see.
that first group of names, is that the only group on that document referred to as duly elected?
Yes.
So even though document 5 lists all the nominees for every party that received votes for the state of Michigan, only the winning party, and in this case, Exhibit 5, the Democratic Party, only their nominees have been appointed as electors for the state of Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does the certificate of ascertainment authorize any other party to deliver votes for the president or the vice president for the state of Michigan?
Objection, Your Honors. On behalf of Ms. Sheridan, there's no basis of knowledge established in the record that she's qualified to answer.
I join.
Do you want to respond to the objection? Well, the certificate of ascertainment authorizes and identifies who's authorized to deliver the state's votes. When the testimony is that this document authorizes the Democratic electors as, well, it points the Democratic electors as the people who will deliver the votes for the state of Michigan. I want to know if it appoints or authorizes anyone else to deliver votes for the state of Michigan. Yes or no question?
That's a different question than what she asked earlier.
Your Honor, there's no foundation that's been established that this witness is qualified. This is Mr. Freeman, the applicant, Sheridan.
Okay. You said it was a different question?
I know what she's trying to get at. She's asking it a different way, and the way she just argued it, I think would be a legitimate question before she was asking about specific names. And I think the prosecutor at this point is she's just trying to ascertain if anybody else did.
I don't think my first question asked about specific names.
Yeah, I think her question was consistent both times. Your objection is, so I'm gonna overrule that objection. Your objection was as to.
Yeah, thank
sufficient
you. You didn't
foundation.
have to do that.
Did you want to respond to that?
Stop doing
I
that.
believe this witness has testified to her capacity as working for the federal registrar and her familiarity with this document, and as well as the laws that authorize her duties and the creation of this document. And I think she's more than qualified to testify as to who this document appoints as.
It is a
members of the
popcorn
electoral
kind of
college.
day.
I would agree. The objection's overruled. You can answer the question.
Consensus, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Does Exhibit 5 authorize any other party other than the Democratic Party to deliver electoral votes for the state of Michigan?
No.
And as far as Exhibit 10, the decision to reclassify documents such as Exhibit 10 as permanent records.
Okay, Paul Langen. Okay, let's slow
that
down
based
on the
on public
references.
interest or
Okay,
public
thank you so
pressure?
much.
Public interest.
Replace my nuke. Are you kidding? Well, I actually don't listen to country music because I really don't like it now. So Paul Langen is who I was talking to. Anyway, so
Thank you.
No
So
problem.
you're not, I'm sorry. I have asked one reader question based on a question asked by co-counsel or. She's gone.
Consensus is gone.
Oh, okay, sorry. Counsel handed me a document, that's why.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you don't typically let you
thank you.
redirect
I
after
appreciate it.
her
I don't know who
redirect.
Tyler Childers
And I
is.
gotta
So
let her.
thank you for that.
redirect.
Thank you for making that the
And
last
then I gotta let
reference of the
everybody
day.
else recross. And so this could go, that could go on forever. Nonetheless, I have a witness here.
Yes.
Dan Schwager.
Yes.
Talk to me, how long is that witness gonna be, do you think?
I
At
know
least
how-
your portion.
I know my portion will be short.
Okay, we can proceed. Are you calling other witnesses today?
I'd like to.
Okay, just wanted to know, I'm just trying to gauge when we're gonna break for lunch, so we can do this and then break for
Well,
lunch.
this will be my last virtual witness.
Okay.
Your Honor, I do have a question of housekeeping.
Oh
I've
yes,
inquired
I've
with the
listened
Attorney
to
General's
it.
office
I
as to
have.
what
It's very
witnesses they
good.
plan to
I
call,
like
what
her.
order they
She's got a
plan to
great
call
voice.
them. It's been crickets. I've not gotten a meaningful response. So I'm asking at some point if the court would at least, so that we can make the most efficient use of our time in the days coming, ask the Attorney General's office before the end of the day to at least give us a preview and who they expect to call the following day. Thank you.
I don't think that's a problem. I think the AG did that in the last iteration of the cases. They would tell us who they're expecting to call. Of course, we had a longer gaps of space and time between the court dates then. We won't have that here. But you're calling today whom?
Dan Schwager and Special Agent Shock. And just to respond to that, Your Honor, I did previously send all counsels a list of witnesses. It was several months ago, but it's still the same list.
I don't think he's disputing that he received the witness list. I think he just wants to know who you're calling on which day. Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I've made inquiry about that. And then with respect to Agent Shock, there will be a procedural matter as far as when he's going to testify and the fact that there's been transcripts that have been ordered from, my understanding is he was the last witness to testify in the last round. So certainly have no objection to them doing direct examination. But I'm going to want that testimony.
I'm not holding your testimony so that you can get a transcript from the last iteration. You don't have a right to that transcript for you to proceed.
Well, I agree. My position is that due process affords me that right.
He's
Get
here
the
to
fuck outta
testify, and
here.
you have the right to cross-examine him, not to go back and reach into whatever happened then. You can have that for trial purposes if you want to test his credibility then, but I don't have to hold this over for each iteration. We'd be here until 2029 if I did that, to wait for all of the transcripts to be presented. And for certain counsels who thought that would be an issue for them in their preparation. They paid to have somebody come in and do their own transcript for that purpose.
We did that. We
Yeah.
were in the group of attorneys that did that. However, we're still waiting on transcripts from Agent Shock from April. It was not even about a month ago.
I recognize that.
It took us months to get the transcripts that we already have. So I don't want to belabor the point right here, right now, at this very moment, but maybe it's something we can revisit later on when we don't have the witnesses ready.
I think she's planning to call Agent Shock today, though, she said.
I am.
Well, my concern, Your Honor, is that we have not had the opportunity to obtain the transcript of this prior testimony. I think the process affords us that opportunity. We've had the opportunity to do that with nearly every other witness. There were scores of witnesses who previously testified. And I think it's rather curious to me that on the first day of the second iteration of this case, all of a sudden they're going to start up with the last witness that we finished off with the last time, knowing that we don't have the transcripts. So.
Oh, you think this was a strategy of?
Yeah,
the
you
AG's
think this was
office?
strategic?
Your Honor, as having
This is,
been on-
they didn't call it the first witness they called. I don't think that was their first witness last time. At least that's not what my notes reflected. My notes reflected that it was Captain Darren Green the last time, but I could be
Your
wrong.
Honor, having been on their side of the courtroom for many, many years, I don't. I think everything is well thought out and calculated.
Well, Your Honor, I don't play like that. And I ordered my witnesses to accommodate vacations that I don't get. So
I
this has
understand.
nothing to do
I ordered
with
these dates to accommodate vacations as well, including giving up my own vacation, and still didn't work out getting everybody here because there are 3 people who are not here, which is why I'm not going to hold over any of the dates and times, because it has been a voluminous and overwhelming task for the court and for the witnesses and for the prosecution to coordinate the dates for a 15 co-defendant examination. And so the court can't reasonably hold it over to allow you to get a transcript. And I can't make the assumption reasonably that she's calling Agent Shock now because she knows that you haven't gotten transcripts yet. I don't think she would have known until you told her that you hadn't gotten transcripts yet.
Witness.
I'm sorry?
Can we just call this witness?
What is the issue?
No, just 2 points. A, I'm trying to retire, so I appreciate not going to 2029.
You say you're trying to retire?
Yeah, 2 years ago, and you've seen how well
Oh,
that.
nobody fucking cares. This is
but
the
the
thing
other
about
thing is
men.
we're
They
gonna
have to
request
make
a
it about
side
them
vote
every
for
motherfucking
Shot.
time.
Testifies. It just came up, so I thought that might be appropriate time to.
I'm not retiring in 2029. I have small children. Anyway, my point is really just that everyone can kind of win here. We could just, you just put that what you signed, and this is gonna go for a week long. And he was at the end last time, as far as I can tell. So usually the case agent comes on at the end to wrap everything up. It just seems.
Sounds good. We'll address that later. We have a witness that's here that we're gonna deal with now, and then maybe get some lunch. And then once everyone's blood sugars are leveled out, then maybe we can address that. Or maybe it won't be an issue anymore when everyone had lunch. We'll see. You can call your next witness.
At this time, people will call Mr. Dan Schwager.
Mr. Schrager, can you hear us?
She should have just called him anyway.
can, thank you.
Agent Shock. No.
Please start your video. Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
That's a lot of books.
During the 2020 election season, where did you work?
I was the general counsel to the Secretary of the United States Senate.
What were some of your duties as a general counsel for the United States Secretary of the Senate?
I had a broad portfolio of duties, including anything from contract review and assistance with our department heads to assisting our disbursement office and Senate finances, assisting with the curator and the historian with any matters that they needed, advising the secretary on matters of ethics or policy or legal issues. And I also was heavily involved in administering the Senate elections and the Electoral College in receiving the certificates and ensuring that the Senate had what it needed to perform its functions.
And specifically referring to your last bullet point, how exactly did you ensure that Congress and the Senate had the documents that they needed in order to perform their administrative functions?
So working with others involved in the process, I principally kept a tracker in each election cycle, whether it be for Senate elections or for Electoral College, where I listed each state and what we needed from them. We would also go to conferences of the National Association of State Election Directors and the National Association
Flour
of
better
Secretaries
than
of
Vape.
State to
I'm just
speak
gonna
to
say
them
that.
about the
I have 50
process.
viewers. We have 50
generate
viewers
pamphlets
across
and mail
everything.
them with a
I'm
letter
not even on
required by
Facebook
Senate
right now, so
rules
there's always
to
going to be zero.
every
14 of
to
you
every
here on
state's
beautiful
election,
YouTube, one
chief
of you on
officials,
Twitch, and that means
and then
35
as the
on Twitter.
after an election
Twitter.
day, I would
Hey,
begin
everybody.
to track what we received. I would work with the Senate mail room. I would work with parliamentarians, and I would keep track of what we were receiving. I would reach out to governor's offices or Secretary of State's or other chief election director offices if we had not yet received something, or if there was a problem with the certificate that we needed to address with them. And then for Electoral College,
This is not
I'd
going to be
also
a
work
short
with the National
witness.
Archives.
So strap in, kids.
So specifically referring to the documents that you needed to receive from the states, could you tell us what those documents were?
You're talking specifically for the Electoral College or for any election?
For the Electoral College, excuse me.
So for the Electoral College, the Senate itself needed to receive what are called certificates of vote. They're also colloquially referred to as the ballots, the election ballots, the Electoral College ballots. Those certificates of votes we needed from every state, and they needed to have certain things attached to them and needed to be in certain forms.
And for the 2020 presidential election, did you receive a certificate of votes for the state of Michigan? Could you repeat that answer?
We did.
Okay. And did that certificate of votes come accompanied with the necessary documents?
Yes, it had a certificate of ascertainment. Any certificate of vote to be in proper form would need to have the certificate of ascertainment attached to it.
You previously received some documents via email for this case. Do you have those handy?
I do.
I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
How's everyone doing?
And what is that?
Welcome to ASMR Theater.
That appears to be the state of Michigan certificate of votes for the 2020 presidential election.
And I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 25. People's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
You get everything at Lolo's Lounge. You get ASMR and the justice system.
I do.
What is
That's
that?
kind of cool.
It appears to be the amended certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan that would need to accompany the certificates of votes, or would need to be delivered thereafter.
I believe you testified that after the November election, you did receive both the certificate of votes and the certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
Did you receive any other documents purported to have come from the state of Michigan?
We received a document that was purporting to be a certificate of vote signed by electors from somebody purporting to be the president of the Electoral College for the state of Michigan.
And were you able to ascertain whether or not this was a document that came from a governing entity, whether it was the Secretary of State or from the governor's office?
It did not have an accompanying certificate, and it was not signed or sealed or certified by the Secretary of State. We didn't have a document signed or sealed or certified by the governor.
And the document that you're referring to,
Okay,
that was purporting
everybody
to
calm
deliver the
down.
vote, the presidential, well, the electoral votes for the state of Michigan. I'm gonna ask you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit 11 and let us know if you recognize that document.
I do.
Is that a virtual background? You mean he's not sitting in a library?
Yes.
And
Those look like
how do you
AI
recognize that
bookshelves.
document, sir?
Do you see how they're not even?
I have I've reviewed it in the past, and I
Do you see how they're not
and I'm
even?
familiar with it generally.
Please tell me you see that.
And
Are they
is
AI?
that the document that purported to deliver the state of Michigan's electoral votes?
I believe it is. That that falsely purported to, not the one that authentically purported to present.
Objection. Move this back. That calls for a legal conclusion. That's up to the court.
Well, if I'm
No,
allowed to ask
he's
some
the
follow-up
expert.
questions, I believe the witness can explain his answer.
Okay, there was an objection. Someone supported the objection. Anybody else?
I ain't joining it. I'm sure.
And you believe that the objection can be cured by follow-up questions?
Yes.
I'll allow you to continue your questions.
Now, referring specifically to People's Exhibit 11, you said in your previous answer that it falsely purported to deliver the state of Michigan's votes. Based on your experience and your review of the document, can you explain to us how you came to that conclusion that this was not a legitimate certificate of votes for the state of Michigan?
I can, and I mean, in my answer, I was distinguishing between two certificates
I'm
of
gonna object again. Now we're going from
Whoa.
false to legitimate document. We were trying to reclassify it. Originally, he said false. Now she's asking if he thought it was a legitimate document. Two different things. He can have an opinion on legitimacy, but as far as a legal conclusion, that remains up to the court.
I agree. Objection sustained.
May I rephrase the question?
You can rephrase the question. I'm gonna sustain the objection because I do agree that it calls for a legal conclusion for them to determine this to be a false document or purportedly false document. I think that's what we're all here for. But as to whether or not he has an opinion about its legitimacy, he can testify to that. I'm sorry?
I didn't object to that.
No, I know. As he can testify to that.
Could we identify this exhibit? This is Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11,
I don't
it
get
was
that.
previously 14.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, I don't have it.
You can continue your question. With your rephrasing.
Mr. Schwager, could you tell us what it is you observed about Exhibit 11 that led you to believe it was not a legitimate document?
Yes, there were several things. First, in comparison to Exhibit 6, it was clear that it was not, and also, so I'm sorry. When I received it, it first of all did not have a certificate of ascertainment attached. And when I reviewed it,
Not really. I mean, I do, Felix the cat. I don't
noticed
remember
was that it did
Poindexter.
not appear to comport with what I understood to be the outcome of the election, of the official and legal outcome of the election in the state of Michigan for president. And what I mean by that is
There's an objection.
again, legal, he's drawn the legal conclusion. If he's gonna give an opinion, that's one thing, but he's still drawing legal conclusions. That's for the court to do. If he
Okay.
disputes it, that's one thing, but he said it wasn't illegal.
Oh, be careful, Badger.
I think that wasn't what he said. He said that it wasn't what he believed to be the results reflected for Michigan.
I thought he used the term legal again.
He did
but if
not.
didn't, then-
He did not.
All right.
Thank you. So you can continue.
Please
Thank you.
continue, sir.
Sure. It did not comport with what I understood to be the outcome, and I understood that from not only general media reports and watching closely what all the results in all of the states were, and tracking information that we had, but it also did not comport with the certificate of ascertainment, which I rely upon to understand whether documents are the appropriate documents, to avoid using the legal term, but the documents that I would understand to be the ones that are appropriate for the Senate to use, and the ones that are sufficient in my function for the Senate to use, because it did not comport with the certificate of ascertainment. It also, you asked why I did not take it to be legitimate. It also made claims which I did not understand to be consistent with the official result of the state of Michigan.
Now, understanding that this document did not, you were not able to confirm this document as a legitimate delivery of votes for the state of Michigan. What do you do with this document upon receipt?
The office of the secretary maintained the document, and at some point, at points in time, I had physical custody of it. At points in times, others did, and then eventually, I delivered this along with other purported certificates to the archivist of the Senate for archiving.
So this document is maintained as a record, even though it did not comport with, I believe you said, state and federal
This
law
weed is really
for
good.
the
What is
results
it?
as you understood them from the
Black
Michigan
Runt,
Certificate of
indoor
Ascertainment.
hybrid.
Yes, it wasn't
Oh, I
maintained
can't
as an
read the
actual
THC
certificate.
level,
It
but
was
it's a
maintained as
hit.
a purported
It hits.
certificate. And I, made sure that the archiving process understood that I was not representing this to be an actual certificate, but only a purported one.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 11.
Any objections to People's 11?
It's only 28% THC, but man, that hits better than a vape.
Now, the certificate of ascertainment that you received for the state of Michigan for the 2020 presidential election, I believe it's identified as People's Exhibit 5, the certificate of ascertainment. Does it identify which party's nominees are appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes. It says that's
And which part? I'm sorry?
Yes, which party's nominees were duly elected.
And in 2020, which parties were duly elected to the Electoral College for the state of Michigan?
They were the persons nominated by the Democratic Party.
And on Exhibit 11, is it the Democratic Party that is purported to deliver the state of Michigan's votes for president? But yeah.
It is not the persons identified in the certificate of ascertainment as the nominees of the Democratic Party. No.
Oh, sorry,
I'm gonna
Badger, but
ask
hopefully
you to look
cozy.
at the
I'm gonna
second
hope for
page of
cozy.
Exhibit 11. In that first paragraph. And does this document purport to identify these signees as the duly elected and qualified electors?
Yes.
But those people have been identified by the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
The actual appointed and duly elected electors for the state of Michigan are identified by the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the exhibit 6 that you have, the certificate of votes for the state of Michigan, do those names correspond to the names of the duly elected appointed electors on the certificate of ascertainment?
My recollection is that there was a substitution, so I haven't compared whether this is pre-substitution or not. So I just would need to double.
That's very cool, Badger.
I think the amended certificate of ascertainment still contains an elector who had resigned and was replaced. So as is common, the certificate of ascertainment is different by one name, I think.
You have permission to publish People's 11?
Yes.
And did you look at the entirety of the certificate of ascertainment to confirm that it contains both the amended and the original certificate of ascertainment? That's exhibit 5.
Yes, it does.
And does that contain the documentation regarding the resignation and replacement of a Democratic elector?
Yeah, they are super cool. I fucking love. I love birds now. I used to be really scared of. I'm still kind of scared of them, but I really like it.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Schwager. My name is Michael Bellato.
Morning.
And I represent Rose Rook, who I don't expect you to know. She's one of the electors that signed, elector signed on that document we just looked at, now called People's Exhibit 11. Let me back up for a second though and talk about your duties as general counsel for the Secretary of the U.S. Senate. And you kind of describe those. I just want to make sure that I cover a couple things. One of your duties is you receive and review the ascertainment certificate of votes for the 50 states and the District of Columbia during presidential cycles, correct?
Well, I think you said the ascertainments of the certificate. Those are two different certificates.
Sorry, no, certificates of ascertainment and certificate of votes. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Eventually, we do receive the certificates of ascertainment as attached to the certificates of vote, and then the archivist ensures that we have a full set. But the certificates of ascertainment themselves are first
I met
directed to
Tippi
the
Hedren. I won't
archivist,
say
and we
where,
review them,
but she is a lovely
initially on
woman.
the archivist website.
She
and
is
then we receive copies.
absolutely stunning and lovely. It was a long time ago, but it was like, I think 2010 or something like that. Maybe. Maybe it's 2009. Anyway, something like that.
Okay.
Maybe it was earlier. Oh, it was earlier than that.
When I say we,
It
I'm
was like
referring to the office of the
2000,
Secretary of the Senate.
6 or 7 or 8. I don't know.
And
Something around there. Early 2000s.
It's fair to say that the certificate of ascertainment appoints the electors based on the results of the popular vote in that particular state.
Yes.
And the certificate of votes certifies that those appointed electors that appear in the certificate of ascertainment actually met and voted for their candidate, correct? Candidates.
I believe it does, yes.
All right. And you understand, and you've alluded to some of these, that there are specific federal requirements for a state to
Well,
have
that's pretty
its
much it.
electoral votes
She was a
counted
really
in any
lovely
presidential
woman.
election. And those
So gracious. She
statutory
does. She does a
requirements are
lot of
contained in
animal
Title
rescue.
III of the
A
United States
lot.
Code. Is that
That
correct?
is her
Yes, it
thing.
is.
She's
Okay,
really
and you agree
lovely.
with me
She's
that in
just like
2022,
she was in the movie,
an
right?
important
Like she
section
has
of
that beautiful
of
soft
Title
voice.
III
Oh
that has
God,
to
I
do
love
with electoral
her. She's
college, It
beautiful.
was amended by something that was referred, piece of legislation that was called the 2022 Electoral Count.
I feel like she was one of the most beautiful
familiar with
women
that?
in the movies back then.
I'm vaguely
Really.
familiar. I haven't read it. I was no longer in that position at the time, but I'm aware that there were amendments made.
Okay, so what I want to talk to you about is how Title III looked during our relevant time frame. Our relevant time frame, Mr. Schwager, is between December and of 2022 and January of 2021. Okay, can you keep that time frame in mind?
I think you said December of 2022. I think you
I'm
meant.
sorry, December 2020 to January 2020. I apologize. That's our time frame, okay, sir?
Right.
As of December of 2020, you would agree that Title III.
I love that. You would
Section
agree.
6 contained provisions that it doesn't contain any longer because they got moved. A lot of that got moved to Section 5. You know, understand that change that occurred?
I do not. I am not aware
Oh,
of the
horrid.
specifics.
He's
of
a
what
horrid
contains around that.
person.
All right, well, let me just ask you,
Horrid.
as far as what you believed and understood to be in effect.
Jen, I think you're right.
On, let's say, December 14th of 2020, that's the date that these electors that are charged in this case, criminal case, voted. So I want to ask you about on that date, did Title III of Section 6 require that the executive of every state, meaning the governor of all the 50 states and the mayor of the District of Columbia, that every executive, after the final ascertainment of the election results occur, they have to tell Washington. The way they do that is they communicate, the governor communicates by registered mail under the seal of the state, and that document.
I think he's clean shaven.
Appointing the electors.
I think he's clean shaven art music.
Of those electors, as well as describing the results of the election. Is that all true, what I just said? I know it's a lot.
That all sounds fairly familiar. I have a copy if you'd like me to refresh my recollection with specifically.
Do you have a copy, sir, of Title III, Section 6, as it existed prior to the 2022 amendments?
I do.
If you were here, I would show you my exhibit, but I don't. You're not here.
I do.
Oh, you do. Beautiful. So you agree with me that if you take a look at that section, if you don't mind. And this is before it was amended in 22.
Why don't you just skip to the question, Skippy? Okay, just get to the question. I think he can handle it.
Let me know when you've read it. It's a long paragraph there.
He looks like he's named Mr. Beasley or something. You know, like one of those cartoon like Dennis the Menace's next door neighbor or something or whatever. Like that's what vibes he's giving me.
Okay, so you were talking about the responsibility of the executive of the state.
I bet you he's
right?
like an absolute freak when he's not at work, you know?
The requirements of how electoral college votes must be transmitted to.
Yes. Okay, now I get it.
And the section has some specific requirements in it. Would you agree?
It does.
And that were in effect in December of 2020, correct?
They were.
Teresa.
And it required, like I said a minute ago,
hi Teresa.
That the
how are
executive of every
you? He
state
doesn't. I don't think he has a
communicate by
mustache.
registered mail. This certificate of ascertainment, is that right? If you look in the middle of the first
Yeah.
part of it.
That's correct.
That's correct. And then it also requires that the names of the electors that are being appointed are named. Correct?
Yes.
And it requires that the results of the canvasses, the counting of the votes, the official counting of the votes, they be included as well, correct?
Yes.
And then what it says that these governors need to do, and or mayor, if you're talking about this, Columbia, the mayor, is they gotta send this stuff into the archivist, which you understand that to be. Do you know Miriam Vincent, by the way?
I do.
Yeah,
I
so
do.
when we talk about the archive of the United States, it would be her office, correct? That's how you understand that?
Yeah, her office represents the archivist, Mr. Ferrero, at the time in the electoral college process. Yes.
And so the governors of the states have to send these ascertainments in the form that's specified in section 6, and they have to send it to the archivist, and then the archivist has some duties too, correct?
Correct.
Under this section, the archivist, at the first meeting of Congress, after, I assume that means after the voting process. So thereafter shall transmit to the two houses of Congress a copy of these things, right?
Yeah.
So, and the reason that I'm going through this is I want to compare that to what you got from unofficial channels.
Oh,
Now,
from unofficial channels.
previously
Okay.
was marked People's Exhibit 14 in the first set of defendants. It's now People's Exhibit 11. And so that document, you have that in front of you?
Yes.
You would agree that that document is not under the seal of the great state of Michigan, correct? There's no seal on this thing.
Okay, I think this is we tried to do a crime, but you didn't take our crime. So is it really a crime? That's what this argument is. I shit you not. I'm putting $5 on that.
Sorry. Did you say Exhibit 11?
No, he tried to confuse you.
It starts off, the first page, it says memorandum to the president of the Senate. It's
Oh,
from Kathy.
yes. I thought you were referring to the certificate of attainment of ascertainment. You're referring to
Oh,
the.
it's a certificate of.
Okay.
Certificate of vote.
Exhibit 11. Yeah, that's correct. There is no seal on Exhibit 11.
You didn't get a matching certificate of ascertainment to this document, Exhibit 11, did you?
No, I did not.
So what I want to ask you is, when you got Exhibit 11 by mail, when you received it, it didn't have the seal, correct?
Correct.
And you see, can you read who it's from? Can you read the from line on the memo page of Exhibit 11?
Kathy Burden, Chairperson, Electoral College of Michigan.
So that she's not purporting to be the governor of Michigan, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it's not from the governor, and it doesn't have a seal on it, and it doesn't have a certificate of ascertainment attached to it.
He works for the office of the president of the Senate, so he would receive the documents as they're coming in to the president of the Senate, aka Mike Pence in that case.
The certificate of vote, you said, needs to have certain things attached to them, correct?
He's like a counsel for that
The most important
office.
thing is that certificate of ascertainment has to be attached to the certificate of vote, correct?
Correct.
And if it isn't attached, then that document, which is People's Exhibit 11, you know that, or you understand that has no legal effect on the election.
Bingo.
Can't be counted, right? Under the federal law, this can't be counted because it wasn't done in accordance with federal law, correct?
Well, I seem to recall quite a lot of dispute about whether these should be counted or not in Congress at the time. So if you're
Well, of course, I'm not asking you to say that your office, the president of the Senate office, can tell Congress what to do. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying your understanding was, in general, you viewed this document as legally ineffective because it wasn't paired with a certificate of ascertainment from the governor, correct?
I viewed it as not in compliance with the law and making false representations. That was my view.
When you say false representations, you're talking about the fact that the page.
I'm saying you broke the law.
Of this document, you can look at that, where the electors, at least the page says they're saying this, saying that they are being the duly elected electors, correct? That's the part you say is false.
Duly elected and qualified, and I also did not understand Ms. Burden to be the chairperson of the Electoral College of Michigan.
Is there such a thing as a chairperson? of an electoral college? You seen it before?
If there
I
is,
don't know,
would
ask your
assume it would be
client.
the electoral college to me are the electors duly appointed, duly elected. So if there's I don't know whether a state law would call somebody a chairperson or not, or designate a chairperson or
I'm
not.
asking you, sir, I'm asking if you've ever seen it before.
I don't recall if I've ever seen it.
Okay. And looking
I
at
feel like this guy wants to laugh.
The part that's false on this document appears on the page where it states that we being the duly elected and qualified electors. That part is the false part, correct? That you know it to be false because you have the actual ascertainment from the governor of Michigan, right? That's how it's false, because it doesn't have the same names.
I think also some of the substitution certificates make representations about actually being electors.
Okay. But apart from the substitution electors, I'm just talking about the main document. But you would agree on the next page. Can you turn to the next page where the signatures are, sir?
And I think document also refers to lists as the votes actually cast for president and vice president by the electoral.
Okay, so that's false as well. Again, that's all on page 2 of this document, correct?
Yeah. So you're referring to page 3?
Sorry, is it page 3 where it says, I'm talking about where it says certificate of the votes of 2020 electors from Michigan and has a bunch of asterisks underneath. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that and that has some language that you've identified as being demonstrably false, or at least not corroborated by the certificate of ascertainment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what I want to get at, sir, is if you turn to the next page, do you see 16 signatures on that page?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any other text besides the signatures and the names underneath? Is there any other text on this at the very top?
The in witness whereof, and then the names.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Did you read that first paragraph in witness whereof?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, go ahead.
In witness whereof, we, the undersigned, have hereunto in the city of Lansing in the state of Michigan on this 14th day of December, 2020, subscribed our respective names.
Okay, so just on this document here, you have no reason to know whether or not these people that signed here met in the city of Lansing on December 14th, correct? You don't have any reason to know whether they actually met, do you?
Well, they said they did.
Representing that? No.
No. Okay, but let's assume, because there's going to be a lot of other evidence in this case, let's assume that no one's contesting that
Let's
these people who
assume
signed
that
actually went to a
there's
meeting
video
at
evidence of them
Republican
being there.
headquarters
What
on
would you
December
say to that,
14th,
sir?
2020. Assume that for my question. Assuming that did occur, is there anything else on this document that you think is false?
On the entire document or on this?
Is there anything at all on the signature page document alone? Is there any representation or anything on this page that looks false to you?
On the signature page itself?
Yes. Any false statements on the signature page itself?
Not explicitly that I'm aware of. I think implicitly.
Even implicitly. What's implicitly?
Well,
that it's attached to the fucking document.
Subscribe your name under and in witness whereof we the undersigned.
No, he wouldn't have.
Sign your name and then it's attached to a page that says we the undersigned being the duly elected and qualified electors. It seems to me implicitly that you are representing that you are claiming to be the duly represented electors and qualified. If you're saying whether I know whether or not they saw the first page when they signed the second, I have no idea.
I'm getting there, Mr. Schweiger. Let me get there in my time.
Yeah, let me get there. Okay,
so you would
like
agree that there's no false statements on that page. Just the signature
don't
page,
kill my buzz, dude. I have to pee. I don't know how these people have bladders of stone, but I have to pee.
Statement that I understand to be that I have any reason to know is false.
I understand what I think you're getting at, which is if you say in witness thereof, that means you're attesting to something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, and if you're not a lawyer, you didn't go to law school, would you expect your mom to be able to know what that means? That there's something other document there that they're testing to? Like, do you think that lay people would know that? If you don't have an opinion,
I would believe that when lay people are signing their names to a document, that they read the document unless it's many pages of uncipherable small print.
or unless they're relying on someone else, like the Michigan Republican Party or their lawyers or the Trump campaign or the Trump campaign's lawyers. Correct?
Is that the question?
No, yeah, my question is if someone's relying on what they think they're witnessing, and it may or may not be the intentionally false statement by the person.
Are you asking me if I would agree that sometimes
I'm gonna withdraw that.
reading?
I'll move on. Never mind.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw the question. I guess what I'm saying is, if one of these electors just saw this page here and they were told to sign so that they could be an alternate slate, you don't know whether or not that occurred in this case, correct?
You don't really know
whether or
anything,
not
do you?
The electors were told this was just an in-case situation.
Why are you even here, sir?
In case the ascertainment switched to Trump winning, you don't know whether they thought that, correct?
I have no idea what they were told or what they were witnessing when they signed in witness of something.
You don't even know if the electors knew in witness thereof meant that there was something else that they should have to read before they signed it.
Oh, no. Ignorance is not a defense.
know that.
Ignorance is
certainly hope
not
so,
a
but
defense.
I
Stop
don't know
this.
Well, we would all hope for a lot of things.
No, stop this shit. Stop it. Stop testifying, counsel.
Did this document goes now?
Yeah.
11.
Maybe they shouldn't be electors if they're
Were those
that
electoral
stupid.
votes counted
How about
as far as
that?
you know, in the 2020 election?
These were not the votes that were counted in the official count in the joint session on January 6th. No, or 7th.
And Mr. Schweiger, you weren't fooled into when you saw this packet arrive from a non.
Yeah, they all have their copies in front of them.
Kathy Bergen being represented to be the chairperson of the Electoral College of Michigan. When you got this, were you fooled into thinking, "Oh my gosh, these are the real electors"?
It's the circle of life, and it
I was not one of the people who were fooled by this and who wanted this sent on to Mike Pence. No, I was not one of those people.
The circle
we already went over why you weren't fooled, because there was no certificate of ascertainment, right? They matched.
Because I understood all the detailed
Although, yeah, poor fish.
requirements, and
That's
I
got to be a bummer.
followed this very closely. That's why I was not fooled. Yes.
But do you think non-lawyers understand all those requirements? If you don't,
Stop it. Stop
Unfortunately, I
it.
think a lot of
Stop
people
it.
did not
These defenses are weak as
understand
fuck.
that this was not a legitimate document.
thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, I think that your last answer might have answered my question, but your previous answer was that you were not one of the ones that were fooled. So you are aware of some individuals that were, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, my general understanding is that there were people who thought these should be considered as part of the counting of the electoral college votes, and I am aware that there were people who did want these provided to the vice president and counted by the vice president. Yes.
Thank you. Well, it's your time to question, so you can pick up where I left off.
May I remain seated?
Absolutely.
Who did you receive exhibits 5 and 11 from?
I'm sorry?
Exhibits 5 and 11, who did you receive those from?
The actual exhibits that we're using today, I received from the.
What copies of them? When did you receive the documents originally?
They signed it with the intent for it to be used.
The original document, I received in different ways depending on which exhibit you're talking about.
If they have an email that says, hey, is this just contingent, Karen? Hey, Karen, I'll sign it, but is it really marked contingent? Then I would say,
Yes,
okay, that's ignorant
don't
enough.
Recall the exact chain of custody.
You get 1 year and a $5,000 fine. But if you knew
for this specific one,
that this was,
in general, there
I'm
was a
sorry,
chain
there's no
of-
excuse. Not
of
for these
recipients
people. I'm not
before
giving
they
them
came
that.
into my possession
They're fucking
or into the,
electors.
you know,
That's why they're there.
And as I said, sometimes just in the possession of the office of the secretary, but they did all come into my possession at a certain point.
Is the original document that you received date or time stamped? As far as the one was received by anybody?
I believe the envelope had, the delivery envelope had whatever the delivery envelope had. The Senate mailroom maintains records of receipt. And I don't recall who else might have indicated when items were received or not.
So you've mentioned chain of custody quite a few times. How many people would have handled this document in total?
Oh my God.
The Senate mail, I know the Senate mailroom
Why?
handled it.
I don't know why.
Why does that matter? It doesn't matter.
It was addressed to
doesn't
the office of the vice
matter.
president or the office of the president of the Senate. I do not know who the Senate mailroom initially delivered it to, if they delivered it there, or if they delivered it to the parliamentarian's office on direction of the office of the president of the Senate, or if it was delivered up to our office. I'm not sure. I know when this came into the mailroom. I don't know the exact date that it got up to our office. It was soon thereafter, but you know, this came to the Senate mailroom just the day before the 6th.
Hey, baby, how are you? Good to see you, girl. This is the Michigan fake electors. These are the preliminary hearings. It's for the next
Could have
group
been in
of
the
fake electors.
possession of the parliamentarian's office and other
Yeah, I
main
would.
office staff, as we call ourselves. Well, I'm one of those staff.
Awkward.
So you're not sure if that ever was directed to the Senate or Congress?
Yeah, by
No,
his
I am aware
office.
that
Okay,
this,
you
that this
fucking
was
idiot.
addressed to this was addressed to my understanding is to the president of the Senate. I mean, there is an address there, and my understanding is that the envelope was consistent with
Yeah, their
the address
defense
on the
is
memorandum.
stupid people. That's it. That's it.
That goes to the,
They should, maybe they should be like given a state guardian because they
which office?
can't wipe their own ass.
the register. Oh, the National Archives, I'm sorry. Doesn't it go to them first?
Certificates of vote do not
They
go
were
to the
stupid.
National
They were
Archives
stupid to
first.
get
They go-
involved in a
they go
fucking scheme like
simultaneously
this. So
to
that was
multiple
what was
places,
stupid. They
as
were
the
stupid to
statute
fall for
directs.
the fake data.
But the
That's what
the
was
Senate
stupid.
directly receives certificates of vote.
All right, I want to refer you.
I'll bet you they didn't even
generally
look at the
to-
data.
And if you want to pull it up, Title 3, Section
They just did
15,
whatever they were
counting
told by
electoral
Steve
votes in
Bannon.
Congress. Excuse me,
What are we supposed to say, Steve? What are we supposed to say?
premise of
Tell
that,
us what
that
to
if a
say,
state
Steve
submits
Bannon.
conflicting electoral votes to Congress, the two houses acting concurrently may accept or reject them. And that if they do not.
You're right. Yeah, exactly, baby. It actually rolls down from the top of the shit heap, doesn't it?
Well, let me clarify. First of all, we're talking about Section 15 as it stood at the time, correct? In
Correct.
December 2020. I think it says more than that. I'm happy to refresh my recollection.
Yeah, any
if you'd like
contracts,
me
anytime,
to.
at any time in the history of the
That's a
department.
general issue of how it's resolved if the Congress gets more than two sets of votes from, or conflicting votes from the same state.
I don't think it's that simple in the statute. I think they
Yeah,
are only permitted to
stupid.
count votes that comply
Right?
with the law.
Thank you
I don't
for that
remember
information, because
specifically if that's
now
in
I
15 or
definitely
another
won't vote for
section.
you.
And as I've said before, this was a matter of quite a bit of significant dispute. So I'm happy to review this section and see what the detail is to answer your question, but my recollection is that it's not as simple as you just presented it.
Isn't it up to the Congress to make decisions?
No, okay. We're not arguing like, what is that? The Third Amendment or something? I can't remember now.
Congress has constitutional rulemaking authority. They do need to follow statutes. They of course can interpret them as they see fit. But if you're asking me what the statute calls for, you were referring to section 15. It does not, I don't believe it suggests
exactly complicit or stupid. That's really my MAGA thing. You're either complicit or you're stupid. And if you're stupid, I'm willing to help you get educated.
And these were debated.
All right, so they didn't even consider it to be a legitimate casting of the electoral votes then?
I
They never
can't,
got to, for them to consider it.
if you're referring to they and them as Congress, as I said, I am aware that there were certainly members of Congress who were advocating for the consideration of these. That's my recollection. Right, in the end, they were not actually counted, but that is different from you're saying that they didn't even. There were 535 members voting in the joint session, and there were many different opinions about these. And
I will give you that point about the many opinions.
I'm sorry?
I would give you the point about that many different opinions. You get 5 lawyers in a room.
That's right.
Did you ever forward those documents to Congress? Exhibit 11.
Right? I mean,
I'm
I
not
think
sure
we
what you mean by
know,
forward to Congress.
unfortunately.
The Secretary of the Senate is the custodian of the records of the Senate. When they were received by the President of the Senate, they became records of the Senate, and they remained in the custody of the Secretary of the Senate for use or disposal as directed.
Directed by who?
By the fucking Constitution, you
Following the
fucking
rules and
moron.
procedures of
God, the
Congress.
fucking ambulance attorneys. I can't, exactly. I want it on record too. That's a good point, baby. That's a very good point. It should be on record. I just want to tell you that you should prepare yourself for the fact that the New York trial will be the only verdict we get before the election. So I think we need to just prepare ourselves for that. And if something else happens, fantastic.
Sir, can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay. My name is Dave Coleman. I'm attorney for Hank Choate. Have you ever represented? Or
Oh,
have you
baby,
ever,
they
met
do.
Hank Choate?
MTG and all the traitors.
Don't believe I have.
Have you ever had any interaction or contact with him at all in any way that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of sitting here, no.
I should make like a scrolling list of all the R congressmen,
And
right,
as
baby?
I understand your testimony.
I actually do think the cases
you
may
don't know who
happen.
sent
Because I think espionage is
11
ultimately involved with the documents case. I think it'll be taken out of Cannon's hands eventually.
Correct. There's a
And so I think it'll happen eventually, but I'm not sure what's going to
that's all I would
happen
know.
come November. I actually think Biden's going to win, so I'm not really worried about
I
that. But I
believe it
want
was
to
the
make
same
sure that
person
I'm
who
doing
signed
my
the
part to get
memorandum
everyone to
burden.
vote. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over him,
My
but of course that's what I'm
understanding,
doing.
Okay. So then you have no information then that Hank Choate sent Exhibit 11 to your office. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you never received Exhibit 11 then from the National Archives office. Is that correct?
I may have received a copy of it. I don't recall if it was a copy that I received or not, but it's entirely possible that I did.
Okay.
Baby, that's a good point. I mean, it's I know. Maybe this is a little bit of coping.
Was a certificate signed by Ms. Bearden from the Republican Party in Michigan. Did you?
That's why we got to not fall for the fucking disinformation and the fucking chaos agents that are trying to tell you something that's not actually really true. Chaos agents fucking everywhere.
I don't recall if I needed to at the time or if I was, fully aware of what Exhibit 5 was.
I am too. I think the concern I have is more about not getting to 270. I think that's a big scheme right now.
These documents throughout.
I don't think Trump voters won't turn out, but you know what will turn out? People that don't want us to get to 270.
We had what we need. We didn't need amended certificates, things
whether
like
just by wanting to accelerate anarchy or to
but you would acknowledge that
put Trump in office.
Republican documents submitted to you.
Because right now, if they don't get to 270, it's the 12th Amendment of the Constitution. It kicks in and it goes to the House of Representatives. And it's one vote per state.
And again, I think you've already said there was no certificate of ascertainment attached to the Republican document, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that that was not a valid submission to your office for those electoral votes to be counted, correct?
Yes, probably principally because I was aware of what the official results of Michigan were. But also because it didn't. I mean, if it
is. I agree. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be reformed, but I'm saying don't burn it down. I just think that's not the right.
One with it attached or something.
Not with so many dark actors, like in the wings, waiting for shit to happen and like chaos to ensue. You know what I mean? Like Bannon and Stone and all those guys. They just are waiting for the chaos to ensue. Okay, so don't be fooled by their fucking puppetry.
You know who made that actual document? Who wrote it? Who drafted it?
I do not.
That's why people. I get. You can disagree with Biden. I don't really care. That's everybody's right. You can vote for whoever you want. I don't really care. However, I do kind of care because the plan is Project 2025. The plan is Project 2025 and the privatization of services like education, healthcare, policing, etc. So if you don't like capitalism, you're going to hate authoritarianism. Okay? So let me tell you, if you think burning it down is the answer, you are incorrect. Because all that does is create a vacuum to suck the bad guys into absolute power. Roe's gone, in case nobody noticed.
Do you have any information that
they tested the fences and it worked? So if you don't think that they're going to come for other rights,
and do you have any information
that you've got your head up your ass. So yeah, I'm voting Biden. I'm riding with Biden. First of all, I like his record for the legislation that he's gotten passed in a hostile Congress.
If you mean physically submitted, I have no idea who.
I want him to do more to stop BB. Okay. I want him to do more. I think both things can be true. I can agree that right now he is standing between authoritarianism and our current way of life.
You have no information that Hank Cho ever saw that.
Okay, period. Full stop.
Page 4, is that correct?
And by voting for someone else or staying at home, you are giving authoritarians the fucking reins, and they already fucking did some shit. They just didn't have the right personnel,
under a statement that says in witness
but this time
we're signing.
They're not going to fuck that up.
That is a form of information that I would have, but I was not present and not heard about anything about Mr. Cho personally. So if somebody forged his signature or if he signed it without,
I want to vote for him so that I can hold him accountable, and let's do more immediately. right?
Never
Like,
saw
I
that
want
first
voting
page,
rights secured. I
page
want
3 that said
gerrymandering
11
stopped.
prior to the signing.
I want
Isn't that
equal
true?
treatment under the law.
Other than the assertion in witness whereof, no.
So you have no knowledge as to what Hank Choate and the other signers were told at a meeting on December 14th.
Rose gone. I don't know what else you need to hear.
So you don't know what the
Every failure
witness
point
whereof
consistent with all
means
past
in
and
that
current behavior.
document to Mr. Choate.
You don't think that they would? You mean
Do I
that it
know?
wouldn't
I mean,
create the
it's-
authoritarianism that I'm envisioning,
follows an
I know you're assuming.
or them having the
I know you're
opportunity?
assuming, but I'm asking you.
You don't
for your
think we're going to
personal
have the
knowledge
270 problem?
of what Mr. Choate knew.
Well,
You
that's
don't know
true
that,
too.
do you?
Yeah, that's
I
true
was
too.
not present when he or whoever signed his name signed that page.
This guy is laughing, and I'm totally here for it. I mean, I think younger generations are going to reject this whole trad rad bullshit.
You
I
are
don't think
aware,
that's ever
though,
going to go anywhere. It
that
didn't in the 80s.
individuals
It didn't
who
go in the
signed on
80s.
who allegedly signed on December 14th. We're told that they were an alternate slate of electors, right?
I'm
Exactly.
not aware of that.
He doesn't even have to know. He
Heard
just has to know who to put in
reporting
power,
different
right?
states.
He has
I don't
to
remember what
he has to
the
say, I
reporting
don't
on
have to
Michigan
fire Steve
specifically
Bannon.
was, but
I can bring Steve Bannon in, and if people
I'm not
complain
aware,
about
as
Steve
you
Bannon,
said.
they can go fuck
wasn't
themselves
present.
because I love Steve Bannon. So he caved into peer pressure to get rid of people who were his insiders last time. He's not going to do that this time. He doesn't have
Did your
to.
office
He knows he doesn't
receive
have to.
alternate slates of electors from other
So,
states?
and this Thursday,
Yes,
the
we
Supreme
did.
Court is issuing some
What other
opinions, and we anticipate that the
I believe it was testing my memory,
immunity
but I
might be
believe
in
it
that
was,
list. So join us on Thursday
Arizona,
morning.
Nevada, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan. Those are the ones purporting to represent state electoral colleges.
Okay, so Michigan was not unique in 2020. There were
No, it was called the
6 other
conspiracy. That's
that
the
also
RICO,
did the
you
same
stupid motherfucker.
That's my yes, that's my recollection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
We know you don't have any further questions because you
I'll be brief, Your
absolutely
Honor.
don't know.
Good afternoon, and I think it is afternoon at this point. I just
Oh,
have a
we
handful of
totally. I
questions
thought
for
that
you, sir.
too. We all
So when it
thought
comes to the
that.
general counsel's office,
But we can.
or being general counsel,
They
for
can
the
fix
Secretary of the
it.
Senate,
They
how
really
long have
can
you been
fix
doing
it.
that for?
They can fix it.
I served in that role from.
It's just that
I think it was
destroying
April
it just creates a
2016
vacuum, and I think
until,
that's the problem I have with that
believe
approach.
January of
That's all.
2022.
It's a difference in opinion on approach. But I think we have a particularly dangerous moment just because Rose gone.
Were you part of the proceedings, the official acts that occurred in the Senate at that time, given your role as general counsel?
I was.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a fucking
And
T-shirt that
during
says Rose gone.
particular
That's what
election,
my
the
next
election of
T-shirt.
2016, did you become aware of any non-official, unofficial certificates of votes, certificates of ascertainment that came to your office or any other office in the Capitol?
I don't recall that we received any that year. We might have. There are occasional, occasional individuals who, send in things like that, but I don't recall whether there were any in 2016 or not.
I don't recall how many nutbags we had last year, but this was the biggest set of nutbags.
2016 and also the procedure that you followed in 2020.
We had a good laugh about this
If
one,
you
that's for
received
sure.
something that was non-official, unofficial, didn't comport with
Rose
the law,
gone. Get a
using your own,
clue.
Words earlier.
Stop helping me
What would you
visualize
typically
fascist
do
victory.
as a matter of procedure with those documents? So
I'm
you receive
sorry.
it, you're
Okay,
like, oh,
okay,
this
okay.
is not
I'm
correct.
sorry.
What
You're
would you
right.
do next,
You're right. You're right. You're right.
given your procedure?
Well, 2020 is the only, I was in that role for 2 joint sessions. I only recall this procedure having any effect in 2020. I don't recall if there was anything that happened in 2016. So in my mind, the procedure is what we did in 2020.
Because
if there
money,
was, if in 2016
Jen
it
Griffin,
was
that's why. Because
somebody
some
else
people are
played
incentivized
some
not
role
to
or
do
did
that.
something I don't
That's
recall.
why.
So
That's
we would,
okay. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
we would do what I would now, and I think the office would now, unless they change the procedure, would do what we did in 2020.
And I'm not a
When
big like
these
campaign
documents
person,
came
like,
in from the
blah,
state
blah,
of
blah, blah. I
Michigan, from
have
this
been in the
Republican
past,
group,
but I've
and
really moved
possibly
away
other
from that.
groups of
I see the
Republicans
value
from
in
other
not looking at the
states.
politics of
Did
it.
you have a
I look at
classification
results.
system where you're able to
And I'm not
classify
happy
or
with all the
tag them as
results,
unofficial, or
but I
how
have a
did you
chance with
report
him to
that
get the
in your
results that I
office once
want and to
received?
advocate for that.
I don't know that there was an official recording of them until there was one, or categorization, until we determined we needed to describe it with great particularity for the archiving process. But prior to the archiving process, we might have referred to them in various ways, but I don't think there was any other official categorization other than archival.
And I know that being a general counsel for any organization, certainly the Secretary of the Senate, formality and decorum is certainly expected. And I'm sure you're a consummate professional.
I'll take the
throughout.
shuffly
But
guy.
what was your
Okay.
personal
Remember the email
reaction when
lady?
you saw
Yeah,
that
I voted for the
certificate
email
of
lady, and
vote
I'm going to take the
come in
shuffly guy.
Once you first laid your eyes on it, what did you think to yourself?
Relevance.
Relevance is to see whether or not he thought that this was something that was legitimate or not. I'm trying to explore this with the witness. I'm not going to go down a big rabbit hole. I just want to hear what he has
No,
to
honey,
say.
you're already there. You're already there. That's true. They're both
So
kind of
what
shuffling
was
now at
going
this point.
through
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
his
come up with
mind?
something else.
Essentially, what was he thinking when he first laid eyes on
What does he
this
say all the
certificate of
time?
vote?
That was not the question. The question was, what was his personal reaction to seeing the certificate of votes?
We're gonna go with the second question?
We'll go with the second question. All right.
So if you're referring to Exhibit 11 specifically, the certificate from Michigan, I believe it might have been the last one we received, and certainly I think we had received others before it. So with regard to the one from Michigan, I was already familiar, I believe.
I love the country of
already
Russia.
familiar with
I have a long history
and
with
probably would have
having a degree in Russian language and literature and studying the history. So I love Russia,
receiving it was
but
the
I
first
don't
I heard of it. I
love
don't remember
Putin
if it
and
had been
Putin,
reported that they had
his
done one before,
administration.
so it might have been, oh, there it is. If I
But I
had
get
heard
your
reporting of it before we actually received it, or it might have been, oh God, another one, something like that.
So that was your reaction. Oh God, perhaps another one. When you received the Michigan vote. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'm speculating. I do not have a specific recollection of what my reaction was.
Yeah, so let's just stick to what you specifically recollect, because these guys will take it and run with it like motherfucking children.
False, in your words, false certificate that you received from a state.
She is Kristen Simmons, Judge Kristen Simmons. Baby, this woman is like a powerhouse. I'm subscribed to her YouTube channel. She works all the time.
Yes.
All of the time.
Generally, what was that reaction?
She is like, I see her on the weekends. I comment on her videos like, you're like the most amazing person I've ever seen. I hope you get it. And she canceled her vacation to do this.
Actual party nominated electors.
So is the state prosecutor. She's also black.
So you got it?
Yes.
You said generally, I'm not quoting you specifically here, but oh my gosh, look at this. What did you do next? Who did you tell that you got the certificate?
I called my wife and said, "Can you believe?"
I'm trying to so conversations I would have had maybe privileged.
That's right.
And I'm trying to
And
figure
it
that
has
out
been
with regard to your question.
she really manages the
and the
courtroom
full
well, and
extent
she's got like
of how much
up to
I can
6
answer for you.
defense attorneys to handle in
Well,
one
let me ask
setting
you
because
this
they're going
particular
through the
question, and I don't
preliminary.
want you to violate any
So
privilege until
management of the
court
courtroom in
mandates,
this
if
one has been
possible,
really
if necessary, in
challenging,
the
and I
future,
just
they
like
have
the way she's
feelings to have
handled it. She doesn't get
conversations.
bothered
But
by it. She just
with
kind of
whom
like
did you have conversations
keeps it
that you
going.
believe
I really
would be
appreciate that.
privileged
She's a good
after
judge.
receiving the certificate?
Um, Your Honor, can I just quickly mute myself and confer with Senate Legal Counsel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, she does really it's like the most ridiculous amount of defendants, right? Like there's 18 defendants, I think. I might be wrong about that, but I think there's 18 in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And she's had to do sets by sets.
I believe
This
I
is
did
just the
have a
preliminary
conversation with the
hearing
secretary.
to see if they go to trial.
And then I know that I discussed them with others, but I don't think I can recall specifically who. There are others that I'm sure over the course of the next several weeks I had discussions with.
And your statement earlier, when one of my colleagues was questioning you, was that any of these certificates, quote, must comply with the law, end quote. When you came to that determination that the certificate did not comply with the law, did you, as general counsel, share your particular finding or your opinion with anyone else?
I did.
And with whom?
So
isn't anything privileged?
I think there are conversations where I provide advice that would be privileged. And I think at this point you're asking me, did I give specific advice to other people? And so I do think I need to be more careful about that.
I understand.
If there are people that I would not have had a privileged relationship with, you can ask me about that. But I think I have to be careful about that.
Let's start there. So what people within a non-privileged capacity did you have a conversation with regarding this certificate after you determined that it did not comply with the law?
I don't know about immediately after, but at some point.
No, I think they really believed it. I mean, I think they didn't believe it. I think they thought this was a scheme that would work. Someone told them, a big lawyer, Cheese Bro, told them it would work. The Trump campaign told them it would work.
I don't recall
That's
if
why
I
they did
specifically
it.
discussed these with
They
Miriam
knew it
or
was
with
wrong.
her colleague.
They were
Ms.
assured it would
Horska.
work.
I don't
There's a
recall.
difference.
I'm not asking about the content of any communication, but did you ever speak with the president?
That's
of the Senate
fantastic,
or Vice
butterflies.
President
We're
Pence
putting
at
that into the
time or
universe.
his
Butterflies
staff
Are Free had a dream
after you
that's
received
11th
these
Circuit booted canon. It was so real.
I have in the weeks following receipt of these certificates, I believe I spoke once or twice
let me
with
see if
a
I have
staff
that.
member of the office of the president of the
There we
Senate, which is
go.
the vice
We're
president's
putting it
Senate
into the
office.
universe.
I have never spoken to the vice president that I recall.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Was that prior to January 6th of 2021 or after January 6th?
This is why the planners are so important to hold accountable.
I don't recall. And I'm not saying, I'm not specifically about the topic. You asked if I had ever spoken to the vice president or his staff, and I'm just trying to accurately say I have had conversations with his staff. I don't believe they were about these certificates unless, I don't recall that they were specifically any of those conversations, and there were very few would have been about these specific certificates.
To the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and I'm asking personal knowledge here, did the president of the Senate, Mike Pence, ever see the certificate from the state of Michigan, specifically from the group of Republicans
He doesn't know.
that is at play here in this case?
I have.
You have to ask Mother.
Your Honor, can I just confer with counsel one more time?
No problem.
I have to
Thank you.
confer with my mother sitting next to me. How would he know that? He doesn't actually, he's not Mike Pence's assistant. It's not Mark Short or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. How would he know? How would he know? He wouldn't know. Now we know why lawyer bills are in the millions for one case. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yes,
Your
for
Honor.
now.
I have no personal knowledge of the vice president ever, whether the vice president saw these or not. No direct knowledge.
And that's absolutely fine. What about the vice president's staff?
I have no direct knowledge of the vice president's staff.
Do you have any indirect knowledge?
Well, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that question because that opens the door to hearsay.
Well, I haven't
Hearsay.
asked for a hearsay.
You just
statement
did.
yet.
You
I'm
just
asking if
asked
he
for
knows.
it.
And
If he has-
also lack of personal knowledge, which means you have a lack of foundation.
Well, the witness just testified that he doesn't have any direct knowledge. So I'm trying to infer indirect knowledge. Does he have any or not? I'm not going to go further than that.
No.
Well, what is the evidentiary value of that then if you're not going to?
Well, because when it comes to the vice president of the United States on January 6th, he had a whole bunch of certificates of votes in addition to ascertainment, essentially all the materials required in a ministerial position to actually count the votes. So I want to know from him, either direct or indirect, if the vice president or his office received any of these particular materials. That's what I'm asking. He said he doesn't have any.
Then I guess
direct
you'll have to
knowledge,
ask
which I
his
understand,
office.
But that has an inference. Perhaps there's any indirect knowledge. I'm not asking for him to actually talk about any of these materials.
That's not helpful. That's not really helpful for the purpose in which we're here today, because what value does it give me? I don't know what the indirect knowledge would even be.
Yeah, for those who
And I think
joined
that for him
late,
to explain that,
this
it would have
hearing is
to
for
go
the
into some
judge
hearsay.
to decide
And
if
if I may, Your
the
Honor,
cases
and
for
I'll
these
just conclude after
defendants
this,
go
because,
to
everyone
trial.
wants to go to lunch,
These are
relatively
preliminary
soon.
hearings.
And that is when it
So,
comes to Michigan law, and I'm not going
It
to
is
repeat
only
my
the
C8
judge that they
motion,
have to
but there has to
convince.
be a real risk of loss for there to be forgery as an element. This goes specifically to that, his direct or indirect knowledge, whether or not the vice president actually had these certificates. Because if the vice president has the certificates, then perhaps there would be a real risk of loss. If he doesn't have the certificates, or as he said in the congressional record, which is very detailed, he didn't receive anything else, well, then there really isn't a risk of loss.
Okay, your original question was whether he had any knowledge. His response was he had no direct knowledge.
Right.
You want to know if he has any indirect knowledge.
And that's it.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
She's also doing really good at allowing the objections or, overruling so that we get all the
And it was
information out.
whether
And
I
I think
had
that's
any
actually, I
indirect knowledge of
really
what
actually
specifically?
appreciate that.
Any indirect knowledge that the vice president of the Senate or his staff received the certificate of votes or certificate of ascertainment or both prior to the election count or electoral vote counting on January 6, 2021.
My understanding of the procedure is that the mailroom does deliver these directly to the office of the vice president in the Senate. That's the president of the Senate's office.
Complupid.
And that from there, they then later come into the possession of the office of the secretary. So they were, my understanding is that they were delivered.
I mean,
to
they
the
pay
office
for
of
the privilege, right? Butterflies, like the
And that
Trump
is your
supporters are
understanding
like,
because
yeah,
of
take my money, take
well-documented or
my
written down
money, take my
procedure,
money.
Or you just assume that he would receive it.
And everything's okay. It doesn't matter what he does. I mean,
not
can't you see that that's a
well-documented, but it
problem? If
is-
you really feel that way
it
about a
is
politician
extremely
or like
regular
a
in
singer,
course of our
you have a
business
problem.
That items addressed to the president of the Senate are delivered to the president of the Senate. And then if they are general Senate records, they would come into the possession of the secretary of the Senate, such as these.
So let's back up a little bit and take a look at when you received these votes from the various states. And Michigan is, I believe you said, was the last state where you received this,
Complupid. Then I thought it was
purported
really
certificate of vote,
stupid.
from the Republicans.
Complupid. Hey, stupid.
When those particular votes
Don't.
came
Oh no.
in,
It's putrid.
was that the first you heard or became aware that there was a movement afoot
Good morning,
to actually
Tom.
try to have these purported certificates be sent to Congress, or did you hear anything about that earlier?
I don't recall the
Complicignorant.
timeline of
I
when
like
they
it.
were reported in the
Complicignorant.
press versus when we first received them.
Complicignorant?
So is it your testimony here that you didn't have any advance notice prior to receiving the certificates that these certificates indeed were coming into the office?
I believe that was asked and answered. The objection is asked and answered.
I'm not necessarily asking something I asked before. What I am asking is that when it came to the certificate that came in from the various states, well, you know what? I'm just going to drop it because I think
You know what? I'm going to drop it because this is going nowhere and I'm not getting anywhere.
All right, thank you. All set.
Stuplicit. That's really good, you guys.
Schrader,
Gosh,
good
you're really
afternoon. My name is
talented
John
this
Freeman. I
morning.
represent Marion Sherrod. Can you hear me okay?
And thank you.
All right, fantastic. Where are you right now?
I'm in the Office of Senate Legal Counsel.
And is there anybody in that office with you?
Yes.
Wow, 282 million followers. Jiminy crickets. Stuplicit is pretty
from
good.
The Office of Senate Legal Counsel representing me as authorized by the Senate.
Why do you need an attorney?
Well, as I advise all of my clients, when you are being questioned, it is always wise to have an attorney with you. In addition, I am testifying here as to matters that I engaged in as an employee of the Senate, and the Senate has
sit down, ambulance chaser.
And they are, and it is just, I think, extremely wise to not try and do this on my own. And I don't think I'd be authorized to do this on my own because I'm only here by authorization of the United States Senate.
Did you have any communications with the Attorney General's office before your testimony today?
Yes.
Michigan Attorney's office.
Yeah.
Was that in preparation for your testimony today?
In preparation today, I think we had a couple of logistical emails.
As part of any of those communications, did you let anybody know that you were going to have an attorney sitting next to you during your testimony today?
Swifties, stand back and stand by. Get ready to shake it off.
Principally with the Office of the Attorney General, I don't think it would ever be a surprise that a witness would have an attorney, particularly one speaking on behalf of an organization. I can't imagine you'd be surprised.
I'm not so concerned.
I can't imagine you'd be surprised.
I'd like to talk about the facts. Can we do that?
Sure.
Whoa, why don't you back the fuck up, sir?
So, did you have any communications with the Attorney General's office in which you communicated that you were going to have an attorney sitting next to you during your testimony today? Yes or no?
I don't think those words were spoken to my recollection. And remember, this is not the first time we've had this hearing, so I don't know if that was ever explicitly stated or not. It might have been, but I don't remember the first time we talked.
This is not the first time you've testified in connection with the Michigan 2020 presidential election, correct?
Correct.
Did you testify in person or via video in that prior testimony?
Virtually.
So via video, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a lawyer there sitting next to you during that testimony too?
I did.
Did you confer with that lawyer during that testimony at all, like you did twice today?
What's the relevance? I'm not following.
This is badgering.
What does this got to do with
Yeah, I'm going to go over to McAfee. I know it's in about 30 minutes. Thank you, Teresa. My friend. After the election. I can imagine that.
Is there anything else you want to confer with your attorney about before we
get to the
continue?
facts? You don't need to answer that question.
Are you familiar with how an elector, let's back up, exhibit number 11 refers to electors, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Correct.
Do You know how those electors become electors?
Doesn't
Become
know and he doesn't care.
Nominated electors or duly appointed electors?
Well, let's first talk about nominated electors.
I don't know the specific procedures that the parties follow, but my understanding is any party that's on the ballot appoints a slate of electors. And those electors are the ones who are actually subject to the popular election on general election day. And then the results of that election are tallied. They are
Show us your
certified,
papers.
and whoever's slate of electors, whichever party's slate of electors receive the most votes, are certified as ascertained by the chief executive of the state and the chief election official, typically the secretary of the state, based on those election results.
Now, what you just testified to is your general knowledge, correct?
Yes.
How is it done in Michigan?
And how do you mean?
Well, you got these people that purportedly say that they were electors, correct? That are in the document that you referred to, correct?
Correct.
How did they become elected in 2020 in the Michigan election? You don't know, do you?
Are you talking about which specific people tallied which votes and communicated, and how the votes are communicated to the Secretary of State's office, and how the Secretary of State combines the tallies?
No, I'm looking at exhibit number 11. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. So we can agree there that in that document, it refers to we, the undersigned, being the duly elected and qualified electors. We see that on page 2, correct, at the top?
Correct.
How did those people become, according to this document, the duly elected and qualified elector
My
in Michigan?
My testimony is that they did not become the duly elected and qualified electors.
Well, you don't know how those people came to believe, for example, that they may have been, do you?
I don't know whether or not they actually believed that.
I don't,
So
Kenny
certainly
doesn't
don't know how
care.
they came to whatever belief they had.
And your definition, you have a very specific legal definition of what a duly elected and qualified elector is, correct? Based on your experience, your expertise.
Sorry,
your
Siegfried,
jobs,
I won't make a big deal about it.
Fairly specific, yes.
You don't know if anybody else on whose signature appears, purports to appear on that piece of paper, shares that very specific understanding like you have, do you?
My understanding is that the law states that the law states who becomes an elector, and the law of a state designates how the elections are to be conducted, and that the elections are conducted. And my understanding of the definition of who becomes a duly elected elector is that the law is followed. And that's my understanding. So I would hope that electors also agree that the law is what determines who should be a duly elected elector. So I actually hope that we would have the exact same understanding.
You don't know if that understanding was mutually shared, do you?
I don't know what the understanding was of the people who signed Exhibit 11.
So let's talk again about exhibit number 11. Specifically, when did that document arrive at the United States Senate?
My understanding is it arrived on January 5th.
And what is that understanding based upon?
Business records from the Senate mailroom.
And when's the last time you reviewed those records?
Oh, my dog. I got to take my dog out.
I reviewed a copy of them today.
I'm going to do this fast. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. And what's your understanding of what action? I'm sorry, did you say something?
I saw a copy of them today. Yes.
You saw a copy of them today. Is that different than I reviewed a copy of them today?
It might be. I think a little level of detail and time spent on it.
God, I'm
You
so
might
high.
not consider that to have been reviewed.
Well, let me ask you again. When did the actual envelope arrive at the United States Senate mailroom?
The ending is January 5th, 2021.
I'm sorry, you got to speak up a little bit. I'm not hearing you so well.
My understanding is January 5th, 2021.
And that's based on what specifically?
As I just said, business records of the Senate mailroom.
What time did it arrive at the Senate mailroom?
I don't recall.
Where did it go from the Senate mailroom?
The Senate mailroom then takes things to a security screening, and I believe it did follow that process on that day. That's the typical process, and my recollection is that it did follow that process. And then from screening.
So I get a little nervous when lawyers say I believe, because I can believe a lot of things and it doesn't mean it's true. You understand what I'm talking about?
Sure did.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically, from the Senate mailroom at some undesignated time on January 5th, 2021, where did that envelope go?
Would you like me to refresh?
Not your belief on where it went, but where did it go?
I heard you very well, sir. Would you like me to refresh my recollection about the time? Because I could do that with a record if you'd like.
If there's something that would help you better answer the question truthfully, I'd be happy to give you as much time as the court will give you.
No, I'm not. My recollection is not refreshed.
So you don't know where it went or when it went somewhere after the mailroom.
This was the time I asked you about the timing, so you didn't have to emphasize the unspecified time as if there's some great conspiracy going on. No, I don't. My recollection about the timing is not refreshed. I have an understanding about where it went, but if you want me to be hyper precise, I was not actually carrying it. So I didn't actually witness it. So would you like me to provide my understanding and belief? I know you have a concern about that.
So you don't know under oath when exactly the letter arrived on January 5th, 2021. True statement?
Asked and answered. No.
That has been answered. Move on.
You don't know where the envelope went from the mailroom. You have no idea exactly where it went based on your understanding sitting here today, do you?
Based on my understanding, I do have an understanding of where it went.
I'm sorry, based on what documents you can look at and precisely say under oath where it went.
I believe it went to the Senate mail screening facility and then back to the delivery room.
What time did it go to the Senate mail screening facility?
I don't have an understanding about that.
What time did it go back to the screening room?
I don't have an understanding about that.
Where did it go after the screening room?
My understanding is that it was eventually delivered to the office of the vice president in the
What
Senate.
time?
I don't have an understanding about that.
Have a moment for.
Take it back.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Schwager. You may be excused.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, it's about 1:08 and I need a lunch break. But there was a concern, I guess, about calling the next witness. Your next witness would be Agent Shock. And the concern was the ability to hold off on your cross-examination. Is that what the concern was?
That was my concern that I brought up this morning. Based on, John Freeman from the sheriff, based on us not having transcripts of the prior days.
And you want to hold off until when?
Till I get the transcripts.
Well, that's an uncertain time frame.
Well, Your Honor, if I had a crystal ball and could tell you when we're gonna get them, I'd be able to be very specific, but unfortunately, I can't.
So that motion will be denied. We're gonna move forward today if that's how they're gonna call their witnesses. We don't know when or how his schedule is or when he may be resubpoenaed here back for that purpose. He's here today for the
What'd I
purposes
miss?
of giving testimony. This week was set aside in advance, actually in February. I set this week aside for the purposes of running this exam and not to put off until the time that anybody gets transcripts from a previous set of exams so that they can use it in this exam. He'll be directed in your presence, in the presence of your client, and you'll have the right and opportunity to cross-examine him based on his testimony today, and not based on.
I don't know the guy's name, but he works for the office of the Senate president. So when the vice president serves as the Senate president, that guy is one of the legal counsels inside that office.
Relative to Agent Shock's testimony today.
When we get back, I prefer to address it. I prefer to address it when we get back.
Okay, sounds good. It's 1:10. We'll be back at 2:10. Thank you.
All right, so they're going to take a break, and in the meantime, we've got about 15 minutes until we get to. Hold on, let me just turn them off. I'll keep that going, but what I'll do is I will keep them in the corner of the screen, and oh, Jen, you don't have to do that. You're so kind. I love you so much. I'm just glad I got back before she broke for lunch. I'm like, come on, dog. Come on, puppy. No, actually, he had plenty of time to do his stuff. So we're going to switch over to McAfee's courtroom for the at 10:30. Let me just make sure. Let me pull up McAfee's courtroom, and I'll have to just like be quiet for a minute because I can't do two things at once. Well, maybe I'll sing for you. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Whoa, okay. That McAfee, Scott McAfee, McAfee, Scott McAfee, Scott McAfee. There's nothing yet. None of these people, and I get that they're busy. Whatevs. I get it. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can do this one thing, which I think I might be able to. Maybe not. Oh, wait. So that's... Wait, what? What if I do that? Holy buttholes. Hold on, you guys. Oh... Da 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 da. Oh shit! No 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 no. Wait, no. Oh, let me find it. Where is it? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I have some fun things to show you, but I need to make sure this is all set up first. God. Bitch, bitch. All my bitches is wrong. Ah, look at that. Look at that. I don't know if this is going to work, okay? The reason I don't know if this is going to work is because I'm not sure Oh, that's not a good thing. Okay, well, somebody's got to give up some space here, boys. One of you's got to be a little smaller than the other one. Okay, anyway, so now we have them both pulled up. What was I going to say? Oh, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Anyway, thank you, Jen. That was really kind of you. You guys are so nice. Wait, I need to find some. You know what? All my music is gone because I reset my board. It's a long story. But now I only have like the basic sounds. I gotta figure it out. Okay, anyway, all right, so 10:30. See, I had planned on going live this morning at 10:30 in the morning, my time, when the Georgia thing starts. But then I'm laying in bed. Oh, who can see New York? Let me see if I can find something on New York. But here I am, sitting in bed, laying prone. And I open my computer, as I do most mornings, just to see what's the haps. Maybe the chicks on the right are live, or Glenn Beck might be live. You know, they're usually my early morning viewing. So here I am. I opened my computer this morning with my sleepy little eyes. And as the little birdies come and remove the covers, you know, and sing me a little good morning song, I look over and what do I see? Judge Simmons is working. And here we go. So, wait a minute. Who can see New York? What's going on? You mean the New York trial? I don't know. Let me see if we can find. But anyway, so I did not expect I looked actually this weekend at as much. Yeah, they're on a lunch break. But Scott McAfee should be coming up in about 13 minutes. We should have something from Georgia. The Supreme Court reversing, yes, last week. Oof, doing their part to suppress the vote. That's right, folks. Your Supreme Court injustices doing their part to secure white supremacy. That was sarcasm. They reversed the gerrymandering case in South Carolina, so now it can be gerrymandered. And gerrymandering and voting rights, to me, are the most important legislation that needs to pass right now. Period. I really think that if we do not pass voting laws that secure the vote, pass the John Lewis Voting Act, stop gerrymandering, protect election workers, if we did those things, I think it would go a long way to get a lot of other things. But if you do not secure the right to vote for everyone, then there's nothing to talk about. So a long time ago, some really smart activists convinced me of that, and I have really believed that ever since. That you have to secure voting rights first. Because that's how you get out of something like this. And you get to a more representative democracy. And also, if you are a Democratic-leaning person out there, run for local office. We need you. I smoke too much weed, so I can't do it. But you can. So I want you all to think about, what can you run for? Can it be school board? Can it be like whatever? City council? Can you run for something? If there's not a Democrat running for an office, that should be like a huge, I know Max Flower always talks about that where she is, that they often have uncontested races because there's no Democratic candidate. We've got a problem. Where are you, Jamie Harrison? I'm confused. Where is the organization? Who is that? Who does that? Who organizes states to ensure that we've got candidates running in all races? Right? Yeah, the Supreme Court has decimated even further voting rights, right? Like they were already decimated to begin with, frankly. And they've only done that, they've only locked it in. Ay, ay, ay. Makes me mad. Just watched a disturbing video where MAGA, yeah, we watched that earlier, harassed De Niro, yelling at him to, you know what, STD, and calling him a see you next Tuesday. If they had a chance, violence would have occurred. Kudos to De Niro. Yeah, what I saw, the clip that we saw was pretty good. Yes, run for something. Yes, I want to look into them. Maybe I'll look into them. See if I can help promote. I mean, and, you know. Hey, we have 58 viewers. I just want to tell you, we've got one on Twitch. We've got 15 here on beautiful YouTube, our incredible Lolo's Lounge. The chat community is thriving. I'm actually not on Facebook. That's why that says 0. So don't worry about that. But then for 58, so that's 16, 42 viewers on Twitter. Hi. Hi, Twitter. Everyone wave. Hi, Elmo. I snuck in your back door. Oh, 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 I snuck in your back door. Oh, Elmo, I snuck in your back door. I snuck in your back door. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, Elmo, I snuck in your back door. Hey, Elmo, I snuck in your back door. Hey, Elmo, I snuck in your back door. Hey, Elmo, I snuck right in your back door. Sorry, that last one was a little ugly. The Democratic Party needs more bottom-up election proactivity. Yes. And I'm not actually blaming the Democratic National Committee. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know what they do. I never see Jamie Harrison, and I don't know if that's his fault or someone, or their fault. I don't know. I just come on now. What? I just don't get it. Is it fundraising? Okay. Then appoint someone else to make sure that we've got candidates running in every race. Like, I feel like that's a very good role for the Democratic National Committee. I feel like that actually should be their role. I mean, good for De Niro for just standing there and taking it. You know, you got to give kudos to actors sometimes because they are really good at grace under pressure. So I think it's great. I'm glad that he was. Yeah, I feel like finally, right? Like, I'm really disappointed in Hollywood. I feel like Hollywood should do more to stand up for democracy. And that's another one of my come on. But it makes me really happy when I see artists stand up and say, no, this is not okay. And we can't do this. Let me check on little Scotty McAfee. Scotty McAfee. Scotty McAfee. Are you live? Oh, are you live? No. No, he's not. What's the matter? I wonder if the sound might be fucked up. I haven't tried this with two different... You're going to phone bank, Jen? Awesome. Training Saturday. I actually did phone banking for I think it was the 2021 runoff in Georgia. And it was a lot. I actually really enjoyed it because it wasn't like you got to vote for, Ossoff or whatever, Warnock. It was more like, have you checked your registration to vote? Do you know where you're voting? Do you have a plan? Do you have any questions? Blah, 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 blah. It was really more like just an outreach to make sure people were registered to vote, especially in Georgia where the voter rolls had been, cleaned, quote unquote, meaning people had been removed from the voter rolls. So it was important at that point, especially for them to check their registration prior to. So I think it was like November, December. I can't remember exactly when we did outreach calling. And it was, they made it really easy. And it was, and I got a really good reception. I only got a few, I don't want to talk to you. And they weren't long conversations. It was really great. You've canvassed in the past. A lot of time in the one hand doesn't know what the other's doing. I know. And the other, I know. I keep meaning to go to the Democratic Party here because I'd like to do is do some voter registration stuff with the dinosaur. And, see if we can do that. And then obviously if I can help other ways, like stuff envelopes or something like that, I'm happy to do that. Although I don't think they do that anymore, but whatever. Anyway, yeah. So it is. It's find whatever is going to be easy for you, right? Like find whatever is going to be easy for you. This is not a, you know, it's not a. You gotta do this. You know, it's like what do you you know? Yeah, exactly. Feel it out. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the people running it, I guess, make a huge difference because these folks were very like, you know, they're definitely progressive. Like it was Stand Up for Racial Justice was the organization that I started with, and they were very, even though they're very progressive, you know, they're very left, I would say, politically. They really focused more on just the actual situation. Okay, let's see what Gal has brought us. What is, worth reading. Recent piece on Floyd's unique legal strategy. This is Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the main Georgia paper. Is it by that guy? I really like that guy. He looks like that actor. Okay, let me come back over here because I just want to make sure. Okay, so let me close this a little bit. They're on a lunch break, so we're going to put them right there. Even when I talked to Republicans, they were respectful. Call your local Dem congressperson's office. Oh, that's a great idea, Tom. Thank you. Call your local Dem congressperson's office to see how you can help. That's a great idea. Or you're Republican, but, you know, I don't really want you to win. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, God. Harrison Floyd says the 2020 election was rife with fraud, and he's found a new venue to help improve it, the Georgia election interference case. This is what he was trying to argue today. He's trying to relitigate 2020. For his defense against 3 felony counts, Floyd, the former head of Black Voices for Trump, has requested terabytes of information from election officials, including copies of all 528,777 Fulton County ballots cast that November. He plans to scrutinize and recount the votes to prove against all evidence to the contrary, that fraud cost Donald Trump the presidential election. This is some pick-me energy if I ever heard. What? Okay, hold on a minute. I'll get it. If Trump actually won, Floyd's actions were justified. His attorney, Chris Kacharoff, argued at a court hearing in November. He said Fulton County prosecutors made the election outcome relevant when they accused Floyd and 18 others, including Trump, of willfully and knowingly trying to overturn a valid election. Okay, hold on just a minute. I don't want to show you all my personal stuff. What? What about the local? Yes, you can go to the local Green Party. Go ahead. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I have Green Party in my own family, so I can't complain about anything. Hold on. Don't distract me. Hold on. Why does it keep doing that? I think this is screen capture 1. It's the children. It's the never-ending story. I'm going to subscribe to the fucking Journal-Constitution. Oh my God. Why do you have to know all this? Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. Okay, that's it. Stay logged in. Oh, God. Okay, what? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, what? Okay, what? Oh, my God. You can't take... I'm going to kill myself. I'm not. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh, I don't know. I don't think that's right. Well, that's okay. Nope, it's right. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. No, that's not right. Hold on, everybody. Doot, 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 doot. What? What? How do you, what? Oh my God. Hold on. Ugh. It's hard. It's hard supporting local journalism. My God. I don't know. I don't know. How am I supposed to know that stuff? Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Oops, not really. Just kidding. Did I do that wrong? Oh, wait. Nope, that's wrong. Do the never-ending story. Oh, finally. All right. Never mind, everybody. We're there. We got it. Supporting local journalism. I don't fucking care. Give me the goddamn story. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, here we go. I'm coming back. Hold on. I'm coming home to the place where I belong. OG just won. What? I'm not going to lie. What? Knowingly, because the duplicity standard of culpability has not been articulated yet. I don't know what that means. I'd have to think about that one for a minute. I don't know if I know what that means. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. They all knew, the DA says, that Trump lost the election. Kucherov told Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee. I got to keep... Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me just make sure that we're not live. Okay, well, how about that? Really? You're not live? It's 10:32. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's okay. So if it turns out that Trump won, I think it's pretty relevant that we get information so we can prove that. Floyd isn't the only one citing discredited voting fraud claims in an attempt to fend off legal consequences. They should pull the Jeff Clark disbarment transcript. Trump and key supporters now face criminal charges, defamation lawsuits, and disbarment proceedings to hold them accountable for trying to overturn the election. In Georgia, California, Washington, D.C., some of them are using these very proceedings to argue that they were right to contest Joe Biden's victory, including fellow defendants. Oh my God, didn't I just say their fucking names? Jeffrey Clark and John Eastman. They're not likely to succeed, at least proving much fraud. Every alleged smoking gun for massive voting fraud has evaporated under scrutiny. It sure as fuck has. State and federal investigators in Trump's own campaign have found no counterfeit ballots, non-citizen voters, or shady ballot collection schemes. Absentee ballots were cast in the names of 4 dead Georgians, not thousands. Election workers double-scanned more than 3,000 ballots in Fulton's recount. Investigators found this month, but there's no evidence the error benefited Biden or changed the outcome. Their efforts are further evidence that America cannot move beyond the bitterly contested 2020 presidential election, even as the voters prepare for the next one. People need to understand what happened in 2020, said Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who defended the accuracy of the results. Raffensperger said it wasn't fraud that cost Trump the election. It was the loss of the support of tens of thousands of Republican voters. More than anything else, there were over 30,000 Republican voters that voted on the general primary day that did not come back and vote at all in the fall. Raffensperger said, "We're fighting every day to let people know that we have fair, honest, and accurate elections." Floyd's gambit. Ruby Freeman had endured weeks of threats and harassment when she found herself at a Cobb County police station talking with Floyd during a speakerphone call. Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, were election workers who had been falsely accused of counting illegal ballots on election night 2020 at State Farm Arena. At a Georgia Senate hearing in December, Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, unveiled excerpts of security footage that he called the smoking gun for fraud. It wasn't. State and federal investigators quickly debunked. Oh, that's so scary. She's a very scary person. I understand. I think she probably might need some therapy, but okay. State and federal investigators quickly debunked Giuliani's claims. They reviewed all the security footage, interviewed workers and witnesses, and concluded that the video showed only normal ballot counting. So when a crisis manager named Trevian Kutti came to her door on January 4th, 2021, Freeman agreed to meet her at a local police precinct. An officer watched and recorded their conversation on a body camera. Quote, "You are a loose end for a party that needs to tidy up," said Kutti, a former publicist for rapper Kanye West. Then Kutti offered to connect her by speakerphone to Floyd, a, quote, black progressive crisis manager who could, quote, get you protection that you need. Kutti didn't say Floyd had been executive director of Black Voices for Trump. The police video didn't clearly capture much of the hour-long conversation among Freeman, Kutti, and Floyd. In court documents, Fulton prosecutors say Kutti tried to obtain a false voting fraud confession from Freeman, who allegedly was threatened with jail time during the call. Floyd and Kutti are now charged with racketeering, influencing witnesses, and conspiracy to solicit false statements and writings. They have pleaded not guilty. Floyd believes he can defend himself against the charges by proving the election was fixed. Georgia lied about the 2020 election. Floyd wrote on X, yeah, he's constant. I'm always like in his replies. Oh, except for when I'm banned. Yeah, okay, let me just check quickly on the trial. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Relate to all this. Obviously, if I don't have the facts upon which my client's being accused, it's harder for me to engage in discovery. I've got a lot of discovery I want to do, but I don't even know if I think what I have for the county is sufficient. If you want to just handle that today, I suppose I could, but it would be nice to be more focused myself to know.
All right. Well, I'll grant you, and I'll agree with you that I owe you some rulings, and I'm planning to dive in and hopefully be able to get you and start going through those throughout the summer.
If I may,
Mm-hmm.
with great respect, the issue is pretty simple.
Well, we don't need to relitigate it. The state's not here.
Relitigate it because the state's not here, and I'm not trying to relitigate that.
But here was going to be my point, was that I hear your argument that you need more clarity in your special demur. This is the
sorry.
Well, if it's special, if you're wanting more information, right? You
No,
want to know
no.
exactly what the false statement is.
No, a general demur is a device from the common law. It's an arcane pleading, as you know, where where you can admit the facts as pled in the indictment, and the law that's there, and you're still shown to have committed a crime. That's a general demur. A special demur does seek additional facts. I'm not seeking any additional facts. What I'm suggesting to the court is, as the person responding on demur, I'm not required to accept conclusions of fact. So there's no facts in the indictment for me to admit on the false statement. Zero. Not a single one. That is a general demur. You can't just say somebody committed a crime and not say what the facts are, a bare bones set of facts that are sufficient to support that crime.
I think
that's
there
a
were
general
some
demur.
facts in the indictment.
Okay.
And you'll see, I put that in my brief. I'm not asking you to look at it now, but
I've got it. I've read it. But more to the point was this inability for us to go forward with getting into the particulars of the subpoena. We were fine the last 3 hearings where you weren't asking for that information. It seemed like you wanted to know anything and everything related to Fulton County in the 2020 election. So it's only now that we've got that issue pending that now we're supposed to just stop until I'm able to get you a ruling on that. And so that's where
one is it's a matter of efficiency, and as I keep going down this path of trying to formulate a defense, it becomes so much more difficult to speculate on what type of evidence I need. So true it is that we asked for a lot because count 1 is a lot. But the moment I started to think about what this false statement could possibly be, because I'm not a mind reader,
yeah,
you know, I don't know what the false statement is, it became more prominent in my defense. And so I'm trying to figure out, do I really need
Not too much personal
this stuff, or
details in chat.
is that sufficient?
Just a reminder.
So with that said, Judge, that's my, I think that's the posture of where we are now. Having said that, the county, and for that matter, the Secretary of State hasn't turned over. They're starting to play cute with the terms of the subpoena that we agreed to. So I'll be bringing that back up if necessary. But that's the whole key is it necessary right now to do all this? I don't think that it is.
Okay. And if we proceed from the original framework, though, that the reason you want these records is to prove the truth that there were irregularities in Fulton County, and that's what your client was concerned with, which is, again, I think what was your briefing of why this is relevant a few months ago.
under count one.
which is, it says it right there that he did not win, right?
Right.
And so that was the relevance hook that you had initially.
Correct.
What is it? I'm trying to remember from the email you sent a few weeks ago, you were saying that Fulton County had not turned over anything yet, and also that you were now declining to pay any expenses in advance.
Right. I don't think my client should have to bear the costs. He's facing 37 years. The county has all these resources. They're the ones bringing the charges. They have to turn it over. These are liberty interests that are at stake. And I just, at this point, because it's taken so long to get
Jim,
the information to begin
source
with,
for that?
we're looking at other resources to try to match up a defense, and I just can't. I'm having trouble doing that. So.
Okay, I can respect that. I can sympathize with you. We are obviously throughout the system one of limited means, but that might be a hurdle that we just have to stop right at from the beginning, which is when I look at the statute, especially when it's a production as large as the one you'd initially asked for, even in your amended subpoena, which I don't think we ever filed, but you'd provided me and we'd gone over it in detail the last hearing. Even in the amended version where we were giving and taking in the last hearing, it's still going to take some time. It's still going to take resources. And the statute, as I read it, says that that's not a burden that should fall on a third party.
We will be glad to, well, this is not a third party. This is Fulton County. I mean, it's still part of the DA's office here. They may be a separate agency. I get it.
Right.
Or separate, but there's still one political body, Fulton County, period. I'm happy to tell the court, we'll have our own people do all the copying. We'll have our own scanners, all of that stuff. But there's not going to be any outlay of expenses from the state, especially since a lot of the stuff I'm learning now has already been produced in other forums. And that's what I want to investigate further. So that's an issue. So if we were to have another hearing on this, I would have witnesses come up and say what the county has turned over in the past, what it hasn't turned over, what the county has, what it doesn't have. I would have an expert witness or two testify to the fact that, hey, look, getting the logic and accuracy testing of the machines, which is required under Georgia law, getting the proof of that is not difficult. It's not a 100-hour task. It's a 30-minute task because you should just have to locate the file. That's it.
Oh, come on
So,
now, sir.
From my
You know
perspective,
better
that's
than
where we
that.
are. That's, if that makes sense. And so what I had offered before was to pick up a machine and let the county use it. What I'm suggesting to you now is I want to have hands-on. I want our people to look
I'm
at
gonna
it and be
give a
able to
class
copy
on
and
internet
inspect
security.
as they need to.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let me turn it over to Mr.
love you
Alexis,
guys so
and you can take
much.
up any and everything from there that we have to have. But what I'm hearing is that the issue of just down to the mechanics is there really hasn't been any kind of an agreement between the parties on that. And so I'm really not hearing a way around getting into the details and wading into it.
Understood. Judge, I'd just like to say for the record that the county is not bringing the charges. The district attorney is bringing the charges. She is the DA of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. That circuit just happens to be conterminous with Fulton County. But as we all know, DAs act in their scope of prosecutorial discretion, acts on behalf of the state. They're state officials. As for the breakdown, so Judge, we were amenable to receiving the machines that Mr. Kirchhoff offered, not the software. And of course, Fulton County had a cyber incident earlier this year, so we're especially vigilant when it comes to things like that. So we will take the machines, but not the software. Now, Judge, as for the relevance, I just want to briefly touch on that again. Again, they're asking for information that they did not have access to when the statements were made. If they're saying that this information was the basis, reason, or cause for the statements, that cannot be so because they did not have the information. But I think Mr. Kirchhoff is correct when he says that we need to know what the statement was or he's being accused of, because it's hard for me to say, well, this is not relevant, or say, well, okay, this could be relevant if I don't know what the statement is. If the statement is, hey, X won the election and Y lost, then fair enough. If the statement is, hey, tell them that you saw someone destroying ballots, we don't need to go through all of these things to prove whether or not that's true. And again, I guess by their own admission, saying that, they're just guessing as to what the statement would be, and that's what caused the
I think
request
this
in
was
the
supposed to be
subpoena.
for Harrison Floyd.
It just
I'm
shows
not
that the
sure. We
subpoena
joined
is
just a
efficient
minute or two
expedition,
late.
Judge. It's not pointed towards anything in particular that they're trying to narrow in on, because again, they don't even know what the statement is. So they can properly argue it, we can't. But the one thing we can say is that the information that they are seeking to get is information that they did not have access to at the time of the statements. It is inconceivable that is relevant.
So what about the idea, set aside the substantive counts that talk about specific statements, and then we're kind of retreading ground from a few months ago, but count one is the RICO count, which applies to Mr. Floyd and simply comes out and lays the standard as being one person won the election, one person did not. That was the basis, the original argument for why anything and everything was relevant. And so if that is still the standard, then where do you go from there?
Well, there are two things to consider with that, Judge. The first, obviously, is, as I said, they didn't have that information when they made the statement. So the question becomes, why did you make the statements? And they can't say, well, look at these documents. It's like, well, no, you didn't have that at the time. I think that should draw a relevance objection in a courtroom. The second thing, Judge, hearing, or I believe the hearing before that, the defense said that if the evidence showed one thing, they will go in one direction. If the evidence showed something else, they'll go in another direction. Judge, again, by all accounts, that just shows that they are guessing at what the evidence will show. So it's not as if they made a statement or they're being accused of making a statement. They're standing on it. They're saying, hey, we made this statement, whatever it may be. If the evidence shows that we were right, we will roll with it. If the evidence shows that we were wrong, we're going to make another argument. And again, as I mentioned, Judge, if it doesn't bear on their innocence or guilt, if it doesn't matter what the evidence shows, they're still not guilty, then I don't see how it's relevant.
Sure, but shouldn't they have a right to present their strongest defense?
Well, I can't speak to what they have a right to at this moment because this is in the midst of a quashal. And from my understanding, the only issues that is relevant to a quashal is whether the information sought is relevant and whether it's burdensome and oppressive. As to what they may be entitled to, something that they will have to make an argument for, and I don't think a quashal is the appropriate forum.
Okay, and so at this point, Mr. Alexis, based on the last hearing, what they had narrowed down to saying they don't have an argument with what's saying they do. You know, I think we had still, I mean, I think I remember us going line by line and talking from my notes here. There are only a few items that really were kind of the sticking subjects. Has the county come up with any revised or updated version of just exactly what it would take to comply with the subpoena or the resources that would need to be marshaled?
No, Judge. We left off where we left off at the last hearing. Mr. Kirchhoff made his offer. We cannot accept the software. We can accept the machines. We can't say for sure how long it will take for us to produce information with the machines that we may or may not receive from Mr. Kirchhoff because we don't know what they are. We've never used it. We're just going to be speculating. So as of this moment, no, we don't have any changes. But I do want the court to keep in mind a few things. One, we're in the middle of a presidential election right now. So it's an all hands on deck situation. The second thing is this information is actually being housed by the clerk, not the elections department. The elections department offering assistance is merely a courtesy. So if the court were to just put this on the clerk and the elections department took a laissez-faire approach and said, hey, you guys figure it out, you're the custodian, this will take probably 10 times longer because you have individuals who do not know what they're looking for. The clerk simply houses the information, the elections department, they're the individuals who are actually the experts when it comes to elections and finding this information. Now, as for the numbers that were listed here, Mr. Kirchhoff, his assertion is that they're absurd. And I get that the numbers do present some sort of sticker shock, but you know, just to give an example, the absentee ballots, the applications, Judge, those are what, over 800,000? If we're talking about printing, we're talking about redacting, and we're talking about reprinting, because if you do the magic marker, there's a chance that it can still be translucent. You have to reprint it to ensure that the confidential information of the Fulton County citizens are not being dispersed. Just that process alone is going to take thousands of hours. Now, if we're talking about getting batches and batches of individuals to assist with that, that will cost money. And again, the county should not have to bear the burden of that because the county is not a party in this. And to reiterate my first point, the DA brought the case, the state official brought the case, not Fulton County.
But you still haven't told me just how much money or just what it is you would need to make some of this happen.
So we did submit the information on how much it will cost. And
he loves this. Hi, GA.
we
how
had
are
two
you?
witnesses the last time. We had
he's not-
Mariska
he's not gonna
Bartison and we
perform for you
had
today.
Derek Gilstrap. For Mariska, her hourly rate is $33 an hour, and for Mr. Gilstrap is $27 an hour. So it's just a matter of extrapolating that across the amount of time it will take to produce the information. Not to, and as we mentioned in the last hearing, Judge, it may take less time, it may take more time. It's really hard to say at this point.
You don't have to try.
And so what was
I'll
the
clear a path.
extrapolation based on your current calculations?
Well, we didn't do the math on that because the two major ones that we were concerned about, which was number 45 and 44, I think one was 57,000 hours, the other one was 10,000 hours. We were supposed to work that out through software and things of that nature, which of course we had the breakdown. But Judge, I can go do the math for you right now and come back with a number based on all of the hours that we have written down here.
Sure. So other than 44 and 45 on the amended subpoena, that's something you are able
and number
provide that quote.
And number
I'm good,
14,
GA.
Judge.
I'm really good. I hope you are too.
That's right. 14. Okay. And so, Mr. Kucherov, would you, turning it back over to you, would you say 14, 44, and 45 are still the kind of primary points of contention that are causing, or not so much causing, is that you would say are miscalculated?
Absolutely. I think it all is miscalculated. It's all overblown as again.
Well, I mean, one of these is
situations with the clerk's office.
1 hour.
I've got experts that can go in and probably do a very efficient job of looking through the material. So if the clerk's office is the one who's housing all this and he has no objection to it, why can't the court just order that? Just make it subject to a protective order. So if there is any confidential information, it's not PII, by the way. There's no PII. I've checked the Georgia statutes on the absentee ballots. There is no PII. I've got software developers who, when they scan it, can make sure that it's redacted so that if you decided just sua sponte of your own accord that you wanted to let there was a phone number that you wanted off, my guys could do it. They could actually produce a PDF with that blacked out, that redacted part out. I don't think we need to do that, but I think we have the right to inspect and look at this ourselves. I don't have to rely upon them. If they don't have it, they should just say it.
Pull the
Just
Jeffrey
like
Clark
signature
disbarment
verification we now
testimony.
know did not
Pull
occur
it
in Fulton County.
now.
Required by
Pull
law in
it.
order to certify.
Somebody needs to
So there was
communicate
no
with
signature
Judge
verification,
McAfee
and we know this
that
because
this has been
the Bluecrest
debunked.
machine
This has
was
been
not operational,
all
wasn't working properly.
debunked.
And that's what they use to
Someone
scan
needs
these
to
absentee
tell
ballot
him
envelopes. So
that
we can come
this
in
is
and we can scan the
debunked.
envelopes anew. There's no need. We just have to have somebody in a room.
Oh,
You can have,
Lee, I know. It's
it
so
takes
hard
one
to
person
keep
from the
up
county
with
to be there.
everything.
We can be there for 8 hours a day. And I
God
guarantee our
damn it,
guys
I'm
get it done
telling you
very
right
quickly. It
now.
won't be this.
I'm telling
like
you
number
right
44.
now. Why is that so low?
57,334 hours. Just look at that. With the number of ballots that I understand
I'm
are mail-in
telling you
ballots.
right now, this has been
148,000,
debunked.
219,000 mail-in ballots. That's an
Pull
estimate of
the
about
under oath
2.58
transcript
envelopes
of the
scanned
or the Clark
hour.
disbarment. Please, please, somebody.
Under their estimate, that's $1.1 million to scan. That sounds grossly high to me. So stuff like that. I mean, so all of this can be taken care of. We can take care of that. I'm willing to do that. We can bring the scanners in. We can have our people scan it. You just need access to the docs. If you want one of the attorneys there supervising, make sure nothing gets taken out, I'll do that. I have no problem doing that at all. But we do want to get access to this so we can begin to compile that defense to count one.
It's not
Judge,
gonna
can I add
happen.
something?
This is the dumbest idea
So
you ever had.
we did
This has already
mention
been
that we did
debunked.
not use the Blue Crest machines. We at no point in time state that signature verifications was not done. I don't want to make this a point of contention at this point because that's not what we're here for. But I'd just like to correct the record on that part. And as for the amount of
And how did
Why
you
doesn't
correct
this
it?
judge
Just,
know this?
but
what did you say?
we did not at any point in time state that signature verifications were not done. We are just saying that we did not use the Blue Crest machines. And I just like to put that on the record.
Okay.
Judge, as far as the amount of money is concerned, I mean, you look at the BOC hearings, you see how much money goes into actually running an election. And that's because it takes all of this manpower to do all of these things across these hundreds of precincts. So you take one person, make them do all that work, and for this one case, it will take a very long time unless you're going to replicate the situations or the circumstances of an actual election and hire hundreds of people to do so. Yeah, it will take this amount of time and it will cost money.
Okay. Well, I think at this point, y'all have set the stage for what needs to happen next, which I don't think can be avoided without
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
coming
do
back.
it.
So what I would propose that we do is I'll again consider the points on relevance, consider the points on defense counsel's demur on the counts where it relates to the statement.
No, she
And
doesn't get any
then
break
what I think would
from,
also narrow the focus
from
and make sure we
dystopia. Lee gets it
we proceed
everywhere
efficiently
she
is
gets
I
to
think
go,
the
unfortunately. But
amended
the pool
subpoena,
is
and
a-
if there's
is
some
a
kind of
safe haven.
mechanical proposal that you're saying is the most efficient way to proceed, I think that needs to be made part of the record. So I would say that you need to file an amended subpoena with everything that we had talked about at the last hearing of exactly, because I think there were some things, as I remember from my notes here, that you had said, well, we don't need that one anymore. We don't need this anymore. So I want to take a very close look and make sure we're on the same page of exactly what it is you're saying you still want and you still don't need, assuming that count one is still what you're contesting on that broad kind of overarching statement. And then when it comes to just initially the mechanics of how you would propose going about this in the most efficient manner, you can lay that out as well. So then the county would actually be on notice, can respond, and we can move on to the next step of exactly determining what it is that needs to take place for you logistically to get these things. And I would still be conditioning, if it's granted in some form, it's still going to be conditioned by, as outlined by the statute, on payment of some form of the cost in advance. That's what the statute contemplates. I don't think that there's a meaningful distinction there that the DA's office can just be lumped together with that same governmental entity. But we can't do that until we know exactly what it is, how we calculate those costs, and how we can come to them. So I think both parties are very far apart on that, and that's what we're going to have to figure out. So, Mr. Kucherov, you had mentioned needing to get kind of availability for your experts. Have you been in touch with them? Do you have some general idea of their schedule?
I think the month of June is
What?
fairly taken up right now,
Oh, really?
but I can probably squeeze a day or two in. I
Oh,
talked to
really?
the experts. They've got some time at the latter part of June.
Oh, I thought they
and
were
also
so
into
fast.
July.
Okay. This is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, that's what we'll shoot for.
Oh my God, I can't even.
And when can
somebody
you
needs to communicate
kind
with
of
the
file
judge,
something along the
okay?
lines
What
of
the fuck?
what I was outlining?
Weeks.
All right.
Judge.
Mr. Alexis.
I get a scope of what these experts will be testifying to.
That is not unreasonable. And so, Mr. Kucherov, if you could outline that in your filing as well.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
All right. And I think generally with our standing order, when we talk about experts, we talk about providing a CV and just a succinct but meaningful summary of what it is they would be testifying to. So that if Mr. Alexis needs to rebut that with his own experts, you can do the same and provide similar notice. All right, anything else that we think we need to address today as it relates to the subpoena? I know this is more of a kind of pre-hearing conference of sorts, but I think we needed it to at least see where we were and get back on track. Anything else, Mr. Alexis?
The county judge.
All right, Mr. Kucherov.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll follow up by email, and I hope to have that guidance for you as we go forward. All right.
Maybe one other motion now.
Well, that was with Miss
Does
with Miss
somebody have
Cuddy.
to introduce?
Or is there something else?
Well, there's the motion
Like
on seal, but we
evidence?
can't approve.
Oh, okay.
that something's been
Where
debunked?
were we on that?
I
Is
think
it
our
up to
position
the
was just to make the court aware that some of those items may be sealed, and if court was going to allow access, you'd probably need to unseal them and then enter a protective bid.
So, for me, I'd been lumping all these together. They were all kind of part and parcel. Is that about accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want any of these morons.
So until we figure
to
out
have
whether the
voter
subpoena is going to be
information
granted,
from
there's no
Georgia.
need to get to
I
the motion
don't.
unseal.
I just don't.
Correct.
All right.
I don't want
And
it,
if so, those
because
would
what
all
they're doing
follow
is
one another.
feeding it into glue.
Yes.
GLOO. Look it up.
Sir?
With the motion to unseal, again, I know the county is a third party, but because the county actually houses the information, we would have liked to have been privy to that. I know I saw the motion in the flurry of emails and filings, but we weren't exactly noticed for that argument. So, you know, whatever dealings that will be taking place as far as that unsealing will take place, the county would like to be kept in the loop.
Well, we haven't really discussed it at all. You're as much in the loop as anybody else right now. I don't think we've actually substantively argued it. It's only ever been on a calendar the same day that you are, and there aren't any emails talking about it going among the parties. So if that's something you're also looking to intervene on or believe you have standing to, you still can. And like I said, I've just been treating it as part of the subpoena issue. And I'd also been treating you, because I think this is where we landed back in the November hearing, as really being the spokesperson for the clerk's office on this issue as well, the subpoena and many unsealing issues.
Judge, I actually do represent not only the elections department, but I also represent the clerk's office. So
Right.
it worked out in that regard.
Okay.
But I will say for the Board of Registration Elections, which I've represented up until, I want to say a few weeks ago when we got outside counsel, Judge, I will say that one of our first arguments, I mentioned that the BRE is not the custodian of the records being sought. So we did ask for the BRE to be dismissed from that. I was under the impression that the court did that, but I did see their name come
Amen,
up
Teresa.
again for today's hearing.
Fucking man.
So I'm not sure where
Should
we
have
are
already been
with that,
underway.
but again, they are not the custodian.
Right. And that was because the subpoena was directed to both entities. And you were telling me today that if the BRE is released from this, they're the only ones with the subject matter expertise to actually know what to be looking for within the clerk's
the
file.
number of players
The
involved,
department,
actually,
the elections department.
whether
Excuse me.
by
Okay.
design or not.
It's a
Because it just
it's an interesting
created
trail. The BRE directs the
bottleneck.
elections director as the election supervisor and chief administrator, and that's pursuant to state statute and county ordinance. And then the elections director, as the director pursuant to
is
being
it the
hired by
same
the
judge?
county, have I guess supervision over the department.
And so the elections department does fall under the umbrella of the Board of Registration and Elections, though.
Not really the department, but the director.
Okay.
Because the director reports to the BRE. The staff does not report to the BRE.
Indirectly, they do.
So
department
to
head
keep
does,
the
then they
elections
do. Come on
department
now.
involved in this, are you saying they're not a party to this?
No, Judge, and as a matter of fact, if you do want to serve the elections department, because they're an entity incapable of being
I know.
sued, you'd have to.
I know, GA.
You'd have to subpoena the county itself, because the clerk can be subpoenaed separately, so can the BRE, but individual departments, correct me if I'm wrong on that one?
Yeah.
You'd have to go through the actual Board of Commissioners. But regardless, Judge, the elections
Carl
department is
Nichols, a
staying
Trump judge,
in
is why
and
Bannon is
involved
still free.
in
Thank
the
you,
event
Teresa,
that,
for
we
that
have to
little
pull some of the
tidbit of
documents, because
information.
to remove them now is just gonna be sort of slowing down any process or progress, because we asked to be removed, we can easily be added back in later on, so, It's gonna be form over substance at that point.
Okay, and so your point would be that
That the
the Board of Registration and
We have 5
Elections
minutes till
was the
Michigan's
improper
coming
party
back,
to
but we're gonna
serve because
stay
they don't
here.
have custody of any of the documents that were requested.
Yes, Judge, and I
Okay.
really would like for them to be dismissed under the caveat that we will still have the elections department involved to assist where we can, if need be.
Okay, Mr. Harding.
I think we withdrew that subpoena at one of the hearings, Your Honor.
All right, I just need to make that, I'll just make that part of the record formally through an order.
That would have been a shorter way to.
I'm sorry?
That would have been a shorter way to get to that.
Okay. Well, there's the short way and the long way. All right, so that's withdrawn formally by council.
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
think we did it at one of the prior hearings, but we do it again if we need to.
No, that's fine. I just need to make sure that that's memorialized on the docket, and I'll do that. And so that's position 3. So when we come back, it'll just be on 1 and 2. All right, thank you for that clarity.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, we'll be off the record as it relates to Mr. Floyd, and take care.
Thank you.
Let me check in. We'll see if Ms. Kutti was able to join. She was able to join us? All right.
I am here. Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
If
so
you
that was
could
the Floyd
turn
stuff.
on your screen,
Okay.
and then we'll see if we can make it so we can see both you and representatives from the district attorney's office.
I'm convinced Harrison Floyd thinks he's going to be pardoned in some way, shape, or form.
I actually had my screen.
Okay, just hang tight for a second. We've got to make sure we can see you in the courtroom here. Okay. We're still not seeing a screen on our end. Might want to check your settings.
I am doing that currently.
Okay.
Okay. Am I there?
Not yet. We just part of the, even if it's a blank screen. Yeah, just add it to it.
I may have to go out and come back in.
I can't.
Yeah, why don't we give that a shot since I don't
I cannot.
think we're having any luck here.
She has not even once tried to redeem herself. There she is.
Oh, there we
Am I
go.
here?
Yes, we can see you now.
You turned your
Alrighty.
camera on.
Okay, so it sounds like you can see and hear me all right?
I can.
And am I pronouncing that right? Is it Miss Kutti?
It's Kutti.
Cutie, excuse me.
No
All right,
problem.
so, and Mr. Rude, can you hear me all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then let's go back on the record. This is now with Ms. Cutie, and we had noticed it today with the offer of a remote hearing just to check in on the status of counsel. So Ms. Cutie, you'll remember we last met on January 12th just to check in, and your attorneys had withdrawn private counsel. And I'd asked you back then whether you were interested in getting public counsel and applying to see whether you qualified for that. And you mentioned that no, you still wanted to try and hire private counsel.
Correct.
And to date, I'm not seeing anything on the docket that says that you have hired private counsel. So the first thing I would ask you about
Jen,
is
I'm with you.
what your plans are, if you're still wanting to hire private counsel, if you want to apply for public counsel, or if you want to represent yourself.
Well, Judge, I'm not for certain why you don't have counsel on record because my counsel filed on April 26th. The clerk is Shay Alexander. My counsel has been on record. I don't know why the state has not become aware of that.
Well, we've got a lot of dockets. Let's check to make sure it got on there. And if nothing else,
Your Honor.
we just want to confirm that an entry was made. Yes, sir, Mr. Rude.
Yes, Mr. Donaldson, George Donaldson, did file an entry on Ms. Cutie's behalf, but in the docket for Mr. Trump, he didn't file it under Ms. Cutie's.
I see.
We have reached out to Mr. Donaldson. to exchange
Oh,
discovery.
fantastic
So we're in communications
lawyers,
with him.
Miss Cutie.
Okay, excellent. So we just have a little bit of a
Holy
technical
shit. Was it Abbott or
complication there.
Costello?
So,
who's your
Miss
counsel
Cutie,
of
so
record?
George Donaldson is your counsel of record. That's who you retained?
Correct.
All right, excellent. So it sounds like we just need to make sure his
He's
entry
doing
gets
a
on the right
crackerjack
docket.
job.
That's just a little bit of a filing error.
Good job.
But sounds like the state is in touch with him. And from here on out, he should be getting notice of these and he should be here next time. You shouldn't have to speak on your
I
behalf if you
actually
don't want
found
to.
out about this hearing on Twitter. I was getting a massive amount of, pings on Twitter about a hearing. I had no idea about it.
Okay, well, I think
he didn't either. He had no idea either.
Got it. Well, once he is
Bullshit. I've
filed
had
into
this
the right
scheduled
docket,
for
then
over
we'll know
a
where to send the
month.
notices.
I've
And we'll
had
clear
this
that up,
event
and it
scheduled
shouldn't
for
happen
over
again.
a month.
But that is all we needed to handle today, Mr. Rude, unless you think there's anything else we need to do while Miss Cutie is here.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This is going to be good timing.
Okay, thank you for joining us. That's all
Thank
we got,
you.
unless you have a question for me.
I do not. Thank you, Judge.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, court be adjourned.
Yes. Court is adjourned. Court is adjourned. Court is adjourned. Oops, that's not right. Wait, that's not right. Wait, where's my other thing? Oh, it's the other thing. Is it the other thing? I don't even know if it's the other thing. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I gotta turn the sound on. Let me turn the sound on. Yes. Okay. And then this, and then I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to leave that, and then I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to go back here. All right. And there we go. All right. And then we just wait for our friends from Michigan. Look at the timing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Michigan, for timing your trials so that we can flow seamlessly from one bevy of justice to another bevy of justice. Thank you for that. And thank you for tuning in today. Right now we have 56 viewers. That means we have 13 here on wonderful YouTube, 1 on Twitch, a loyal viewer, I'm sure. It's not me, so just in case I'm not signed in. I have no one on Facebook because I'm not actually broadcasting to Facebook at the moment, so that's going to stay 0. And then that means that's 42 viewers on Twitter. Thank you, Twitter viewers. Thank you, YouTube, my beautiful friends in chat. Thank you to the Twitch viewer who's hanging in there. I think there's ads even. How disgusting. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, hey, I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. Mine was, I was working on the Mark Burnett. I did a show about Mark Burnett yesterday. I don't know if it was good or not. Are they back? Oh, you're back. Oh, yay, easily. Hi. Yeah, he filed on the wrong docket. And he got that fucking notice. He got that fucking notice. You need to get your lottery ticket. Yep. The Lounge Super PAC. That's right. When am I on next? Yes, I am on I'm on tomorrow morning early. And then I have an appointment later in the morning, so I'm have to stop. Yeah, the Mark Burnett episode. It was my first time doing trying to do a researched episode, really more research than I normally do. So I don't think it was the smoothest, but I wanted to try it and see if I could make sense of it. It did provide more questions than answers. So I too have a lot more questions about Mark Burnett now and his role in fuckery than I did before I started looking at him. But I was happy to do it and start to try and do something and offer people more educational streams, right? Where there's resources and things like that. I have like 25 resources. I know Tina shows up. Mike Roman's running. Mike Roman isn't running our super PAC. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the Mark Burnett thing yesterday was pretty good, I thought. But I don't think it was super professional, which I'm not trying to be. I'm not a journalist. I'm not an OSINT researcher. I'm a retired lady who likes to try and be funny on the internet. And I like to sing sometimes too. Yeah, LB has talked about him. Lincoln's Bible, who is amazing. Oh my God, I love her so much. I have such a girl crush on her. Can I tell you that right now? I can tell you, she is one hot, smart lady. And Greg Oliar, they're on the 5-8. I love Greg too. Hey, I was mentioned in the foreword of Greg Oliar's new book, Rough Beast. Oh, whoop, whoop. In the acknowledgments, he thanks me and a lot of other people, but I got in the acknowledgments of Greg Oliar's book. I was like, that's so nice. That's so nice of him.
I really thank you, Greg. Thank you for mentioning me in your book. I really appreciate it.
And yeah, so then tomorrow morning, this goes, no, actually, I thought Georgia went on tomorrow morning, but actually there might not be anything tomorrow morning. I know, right? I was like, so I just bought both the Kindle and the hard copy. Yeah, I know. I want to order more copies of his book. But yeah, Greg Oliar has a new book. It's available on Amazon. It's called Rough Beast. It's about what Trump is going to do when he gets power, if he gets power the next time, which he's not. So this is now fantasy. That's right, Greg Oliar. Greg Oliar is now a fantasy writer. Love you, Greg. He's not. He's actually, he's very smart. And he's giving good warnings about what's going to happen. If, but not when. So we're going to make his book a fantasy book. How about that? We're going to make it a fantasy or a nightmare or a horror thriller. Yeah, so these guys should start soon. The volume's up. Yeah, he's not going to win. He's not going to win. Don't worry. Just get out and vote. Don't forget to vote. That's all I say. Get out to vote. Help other people get to vote. Make sure people aren't harassed when they're voting. You know, don't be a hero, Billy, but just make sure people aren't harassed. Check your voter registration now in case you need to make changes or you somehow got kicked off the voter rolls. You know, be an active voter. Be a high information voter. That's what I ask. I actually don't care who you vote for, really. It's not my business. You have to decide on your own whether or not you like democracy and civil rights. Because again, Roe is gone. Roe is gone. Roe's gone. So, as I said before in my mini rant, I'll do another mini rant. First of all, Trump is not the issue. I did some Democracy Dino stuff on Saturday on Hollywood Boulevard against Amazon and Apple platforming propaganda films as documentaries. For example, the Flynn movie is a propaganda film to revisit history and not mention the bad parts of Mike Flynn and paint him as some kind of agnostic, you know, great second coming of Christ. So that's one. And then every Dinesh D'Souza movie is a fucking lie and propaganda. And fun fact, the people who actually were the, you know, the subject matter or the whistleblowers, if you, I don't know, whatever, the investigative whatevers, True the Vote for his 2000 Mules movie. Yeah, they're sitting in a courtroom right now because they lied. They lied. So propaganda films are not documentaries. And Amazon and Apple and other platforms need to fucking understand that and either label them or, frankly, push them off. Push them off mainstream platforms. Those can stay on Rumble. There's plenty. Locals. There are so many places those little things can rest. It is not a problem. That is not censorship. That is actually truth in advertising. Okay? Because the Mike Flynn movie is a bait and switch. He's painting himself as one person, when in fact, objectively, he's another. His movie doesn't mention what his crimes are. Yeah, True the Vote was unable to provide any evidence for the claims they were making that underpinned 2,000 Mules. Period. You don't have to believe me. You can read the transcripts. So it's a court thing. It's not a Lolo thing. It's not a left thing. It's not a Democrat thing. It's not a lib thing. It's just a fact. They had their day in court. They had multiple days in court. They admitted it. They had multiple days in court. And it's exhaustive. And if you think that somehow 2,000 Mules is a documentary, you need to actually read the transcripts of their court case. So one thing you can do, I don't have it with me, but, well, wait, do I have it here? Hold on. One thing you can do is let the programming people know at Apple and Amazon that you don't want propaganda films to be presented as documentaries. Because what propaganda is intending to do is to manipulate people to feel a certain way and take an action based on that feeling. Or to sow distrust so that people will vote against their interests. That's what propaganda does. And if it's labeled as such, maybe that's the answer. But Flynn's tricky. He's a tricky dude, man. His movie's very, very fucking tricky. His movie is all about fucking Flynn is a Kennedy Democrat. His enemy is Washington. He doesn't care about red or blue. He just cares about the country. And he's misunderstood. And he's made so many sacrifices. And everyone told him he was great. He didn't understand when he wasn't great.
Okay,
In
Ms.
fact,
Rodriguez,
he didn't
if
even
you can
meet
hear
Obama.
us, could you nod your head? Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, we're done.
Oh, geez, I was gonna say, are we missing somebody? Okay. Everybody's here. All right. And you had an issue that you wanted to address?
Yeah, sidebar, please.
Yes, council can approach.
I will. Let me get those names. Hold on. I'll get the flyer. They turn the sound off all the time. Propaganda. I don't know how to spell. There it is. Okay. Whoopsie, that's kind of big. Whoopsie. Here we go. I'm going to make this smaller. Hold on. Ah! Stop it. Okay. Here you go. Here's your call to action. Amazon, Dan Harrington is the head of programming for Amazon Prime. And Nick Fishbaugh is the head of programming for Apple iTunes. They are the gentlemen who make decisions on the programs that get platformed, at least at some point in the process. So my suggestion is we start with them and demand that they either label, and I tell you, the ones that I say are the Flynn movie, any Dinesh D'Souza movie, which is all of them, and any content promoting Christofascism, which, I understand that might be a little bit harder for them to figure out. However, I don't care. Start with the first two. That will go a very long way. That's a good idea, Lee. I should have like a real action. I'll get their contact information.
This time people will call Special Agent Howard Sharp.
Oops, now I gotta make this small.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you.
Oops.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Michigan Attorney General's office in the Criminal Investigation Division.
And were you assigned to investigate what is commonly known as the false slate of electors?
Yes,
When were you assigned to that investigation?
about December 28th, 2022.
And as far as, I guess, jumping into that investigation, how do you start?
And
to
you can
look
share that flyer
into
anywhere.
false slate of electors?
Look for evidence, statements, witness
It's on my
accounts,
it's on my
video,
YouTube community page. If you go to my account and my
things like
YouTube
that.
community page, you can
Also,
download the
we also
image
look at the
of that
document in question,
of that flyer.
the 2020 certificate of votes, as it is titled. The
Maybe
with
send
the
it to, if you have
Republican,
like a church group that has a newsletter, if you have any kind of group you belong to
And
in your
as
community that
part
has a
of your
newsletter, you could send them this
investigation,
flyer.
Do you research any of the applicable election law?
Easy peasy.
And why was that important, sir?
This is a matter of a document being sent to the National Archives, the U.S. Senate, where the document that was signed off, along with the certificate of ascertainment, was sent to those same places. So there was two different documents that were sent to the U.S. Senate and National Archives.
So knowing the correct procedure would be important.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've prepared People's Proposed Exhibit 1, which are the Michigan compiled laws that govern selecting electors, which party's electors will be appointed to deliver Michigan's votes, as well as the duties of the Board of Canvassers and the governor regarding the certificate of ascertainment. I would move for its admission.
Any objections to People's One?
See it, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
No problem. I don't think I will. I have no objection.
People's One is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Oh, the microphone, thank you.
Yes.
I think we should get a new sound system for this courtroom,
Now, you
frankly.
stated that you started with the document in question. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been admitted as People's Exhibit 11 and ask you if you recognize that document.
Yes.
What is that document, sir?
It's a memorandum. It's a memorandum. It's page 1, page 2, certificate of votes, 2020 electors from Michigan for the president and vice president. The president being Donald Trump, vice president being Michael R. Pence. It is signed by 16 defendants. And then it has a certificate of filling the vacancy of the 2020 electors from Michigan, Terry Lynn Land, Ken Thompson, substitute, Gerald Wall, James Renner. It's a substitute signed by Kathy Burden and Myra, with the signature of Myra Rodriguez and Kathy Burden.
Now, you mentioned that Exhibit 11 has a signature page that was signed by all the defendants that have been colloquially referred to as the false slate of electors. Do you see any of those defendants in the courtroom today?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, and guess clockwise is the easiest way to, one, identify the defendants by name and maybe an article uploaded.
Very much apologize. I want to interject an objection. Is that when you're referring to the defendants, I don't think they should call the full slate of electors. I think they should call either the alternate slate or the unauthorized slate or something else. 'Cause
Nope.
That reads illegality into what was.
Well, that's why we're here.
This is an exam, and I said commonly referred to.
But we don't need to do that here. I don't think. That's my objection.
I'm joining the objection, Your Honor, and I'd also wonder, why are we identifying the defendants? If there's some allegation that they've done something wrong, that's one thing. The fact that somebody's defending is relevant.
Well, their names are going to be referred to, so to identify which ones are in the courtroom, I think is important.
Judge, I'll stipulate that Ms. Rodriguez is wrong. So.
Thank you. Identification as to Ms. Rodriguez is noted. I agree with the term issue, not that it's really germane as it relates to me. More so if this were to go to jury, that'd be a concern, but I know why we're here, so.
You know, I just don't want the record to reflect.
I agree. I agree. I think she can will try to do that. I think typically she does refer to it as an alternate slate, but it happens. So we'll try to remind her.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Just because it's easier, if you can go clockwise and identify the defendants that are present in the courtroom and by name, and perhaps an article of clothing, just so that the record's clear who you're referring to.
Sure. Kenneth Thompson, wearing a checkered blazer. Mr. William Choate wearing a navy blazer. Mrs. Rose Rook, flower shirt, and Mrs. Sheridan wearing a gray sweater, and Mr. Clifford Frost wearing a navy blazer. Mr. Blake already stipulated, so.
Yeah, Ms. Rodriguez, it's been stipulated that she's presently virtual. Now, does your investigation start with that document, Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And what's the first thing you do as it relates to Exhibit 11?
Well, I look at the document, review the document, read the document, and then I followed up with the National Archives and the U.S. Senate to confirm that they received a copy of the document.
Were you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and when I say were you able to do that, were you able to actually confirm that this document was received by the U.S. Senate and by the National Archives?
Yes.
And why was that important to your investigation, sir?
It showed to me that, you know, the document was not just a document that was filled out or signed, that the document was also sent through the mail to the place, to the appropriate place of where it's supposed to go, to be received, recorded, and counted.
Now, as it relates to the signatures on Exhibit 11, what, if anything, did you do to determine the authenticity or identify those signatures?
I sent the signatures to the Michigan State Police questionable document section. It's a division of their forensic laboratory for signature analysis. So on some of these signatures, they required additional documents to examine. Other signatures had a sufficient file in their database to look at those and give an opinion.
Did you receive reports either identifying or not identifying the signatures on Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And did those come from the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am going to move to admit pursuant to MCL 76611B would have been marked as people's proposed exhibits 16 through 21. In the group 1 exam, they were admitted as 19 through 24. They are lab reports, all authored by forensic scientist Mackenzie Way, last name W-E-Y-H, of the questions document unit. All bear the laboratory number LS23-1382 and have record numbers in sequential order 1 through 6. And they all contain Mackenzie Way's opinions as to the various signatures on Exhibit 11. I would move for their admission.
Any reason for objection?
Purposes of prelim only.
This was people 16 through 21.
Yes.
That's admitted for purposes of prelim.
And specifically, you're on a record number 1. Mackenzie Way was able to identify the signatures of Kent Vanderwood as it related to defendant William Choate. I believe the signature was Hank Choate on Exhibit 11. And while Way was able to identify the Choate, the signature first name was different, so it could neither be eliminated or identified as it related to William Choate, but he was able to positively identify Choate as being signed by William Choate. Also in record 1, the signature of Mary Ann Henry was identified. In record 2, the signatures of Timothy King and James Renner were identified. In record 3, the signature of Rose Brooke was identified. In record 4, the signature of Kathleen Bearden was identified. And record 5 was just acknowledging receipt of several signatures for Stanley Grote. And in record 6, the signature of Stanley Grote was identified. Permission to publish to the court.
Permission granted. Just a point of clarification, Your Honor. Are these exhibits that were exhibits 19 to 24 now exhibits 1 to 5?
No.
16 to 21.
16 to 21, so 19 to 24, 16 to 21.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you a
Trying to follow.
exhibit list tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, we know. You're having a hard time following it. Nobody cares about how stupid you are.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to know.
Now, having obtained signature identifications, do you do any additional identification, any additional investigation to, one, identify the signees, as well as obtain any information or video about the process that took place?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to determine when this document was signed?
Yes.
And, well, how were you able to determine that?
Through interviews. Well, the document itself says that it was signed on December 14th, but through interviews, through social media posts, statements, information that I learned.
Okay, so although the document identifies a date, were you still able to, I guess, confirm that that's actually the date that those signatures were executed through your investigation?
Yes.
So December 14th, 2020,
Yes.
were you able to determine where this document was executed?
Yes.
And where was that?
The Michigan GOP headquarters.
Where is that located?
520 West Seymour Street, Lansing.
Now, based on your review of the applicable law, do you know when the appointed electors were supposed to meet in 2020 to vote, to deliver the Michigan votes for president and vice president?
Yes.
When was that?
December 14th, 2020, 2 p.m. The Capitol building.
And do you know where they were supposed to meet?
The Capitol.
Oh, you said that, I'm sorry. Strike that question. Now, I believe you said, in addition to interviews, that you also searched social media records as well as obtained videos. What kind of videos did you obtain, sir?
They were videos through YouTube. There was a video posted on YouTube with some of the Republican electors approaching the Capitol building. There were some interviews that were done that were also posted online. Wow.
And were you able to preserve those videos?
Yes,
How'd you do that?
just by downloading the videos from the particular sites.
Now, one of these videos, did you locate on YouTube?
Yes,
And is this something that you found on your own? It was brought to your attention, or it was part of a search?
it was part of the search, an open search, open source search.
And were you able to determine if this video actually was what it purported to be as it related to the alternate slate of Republican electors?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
So just based on the information I received from witnesses, corroborated that video.
Sorry, continue.
No, that's all I had. Just,
And did you review the videos?
yes,
And did the content of the video correspond to events that you had learned of during your investigation?
yes,
Specifically speaking of the commonly referred to as the YouTube video.
yes.
What is the event that is being reported in that video?
It is some of the Republican alternate slate of electors walking up to the state capitol building,
And being
trying
refused
to
entry.
get into the capitol building.
Being told they were doing something wrong.
And fair to say you've reviewed that video?
Yes,
Were you able to identify any of the alternate Republican slate members
I'm
in
gonna
the video?
object until this video becomes part of the evidence.
Trust me, you don't want that, Skippy. Hey, Robert, check out my flyer.
Video, you're not asking.
You could, it's on my community page. You can print it out and take
You're
some
asking me the
action.
contents, but
I know
first
you're
part of
into
evidence.
protesting.
I just asked if you was able to identify any members of the alternate slate.
Off the video, which is not part of the evidence yet.
I think, are you laying foundation?
I am.
Objections overruled.
I'll
Yeah,
rephrase it.
he does.
Were you able to identify any of the defendants as being in the video, the YouTube video of the false slate
Yeah.
of electors? That's just the name of the video. I'm not calling it the false slate.
yes,
And Your Honor, that video has been marked as an exhibit in this case as Exhibit 12. It was previously marked as Exhibit 10 in Group 1. And I would move for its admission.
Well, here.
Go for it.
Sir, you said you found this video on YouTube, open search, is that correct?
yes.
When did you find it?
I don't recall. I would have to refer back to my report.
Would it have been days after or the day after or what?
The day after what?
The video, the 14th, December 14th.
Oh, this is the cross
How long
exam?
after December 14th did you find it?
I see what you're trying to ask. So I wasn't assigned the case until December 28th, 2022. If that helps answer your question. I don't recall when I first saw the video.
Did you shoot the video?
No, sir.
You downloaded it from a public source?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the metadata check?
No, sir.
Why not?
I didn't see the reason to do that.
So you don't know if that video has been altered, modified, deleted, enhanced, edited, or corrupted in any way, do you?
No, sir.
So you have no idea what the veracity of that is. That could have been modified, as we see with artificial
You know what, though?
intelligence. Now, I'm gonna put my
Unfortunately,
face on it,
people already
correct?
testified they were there.
I'm not saying that, sir.
You
Stupid
don't know
ass.
if it has been.
I'm saying
modified,
I
do you?
don't know.
Did you have an opportunity to have the metadata checked?
Yes,
Why did you choose not to?
I don't have a reason for you.
I'm gonna-
It appeared authentic to me.
Are you qualified to make such a judgment?
No, sir.
I'm gonna object. You can't do anything with the authenticity of it, whether it's been modified, deleted, enhanced, or anything to that effect. It coming down from the internet, we all know everything off the internet is true, from what I've heard. I mean, I'm not trying to be a
Oh, what
smart
he's
aleck
heard?
about
Has
it,
he
but,
heard about the
I mean,
internet? Okay.
It's gotta be authentic and be authenticized one way or another. As a matter of fact, when we get into trial.
Or
he's gonna have to-
authenticated.
the
You know,
prosecutor's gonna
not
have to
usually
have the video
authenticized.
certified.
It's usually
So if we
fucking
cut it short
authenticated.
here,
Oh, what a great lawyer. Good job, everybody.
I mean, if it's not gonna be admissible later.
Is
it's-
it the
I move it
how Dewey,
But this
Cheatham,
is
and Howe
opportunity to
Law
discuss some of this
University?
Thank you, counsel. Well, one, counsel's arguments go towards weight, not admissibility. I'm sorry? Counsel's arguments go towards weight, not admissibility. This witness has laid the proper foundation that although this video was obtained on an open source social media site, it also corresponded with other independent parts of his investigation. He reviewed the video, was able to identify several of the defendants in this matter in the video. He was able to determine the date and location and the event which is contained within the video, which is really all that the rules of evidence requires, that the item be what it's purported to be, and not, we don't have to deep dive into the metadata or go into AI.
Actually, that would be incorrect. If it's gonna be published, they have to
Excuse the fuck out of me.
show that the person who took the video or the picture or created the document had the ability to operate the equipment, prove the equipment was operating correctly.
Fuck off.
Prove
Fuck
that
off.
it
Sit
hasn't been
down.
enhanced, that they've had a good
Sit
chain
down.
of custody on it, and that's all for trial.
Sit
Again,
down,
it's way
counselor.
different. But when we get up there, I mean, we cut it short if we eliminate it here.
I'm not here to cut things short for trial.
I understand, but if it's if it's questionable, and even whether
not,
it's not
okay?
a question of.
It's not questionable.
Weight of the evidence, it's
Your
a question
fucking
of its
people admitted to being there, you
period.
stupid
And
fuck.
this witness didn't shoot the
Pick
video.
a defense
I
and
recognize
run
he
with
did
it,
not shoot
people.
the video, and he made it very clear, he didn't authenticate it. He stated he didn't see any reason to, and he doesn't have a valid reason as to why he didn't authenticate it. I recognize also, counsel, that you made in your response to the objection statements that the things saw in the video, I guess, would accompany other things in his investigation, but I don't think he testified to that. So maybe we should allow him to do that.
Sure, clear, I joined in. Objection.
Okay. Well, anybody else have joined in the objection?
Good idea.
Good idea.
I will as well.
Sit down.
Thank you.
I will on behalf of Mr. Rubin. Thank you.
All right, I will do that. With regards to, we're just referring to the YouTube video right now. What other independent aspects of your investigation were you able to use and review to determine the authenticity of the YouTube video?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think it's going to call for a hearsay answer. I'm happy to share it.
Part of his investigation?
Joint.
What information did he get during his investigation? Is that cause for hearsay, you're saying?
I think there needs to be very specific tailored questions as to what the basis is, so that we're not getting into what maybe other people told, because that would be classic hearsay.
To the extent his answer was going to be that, I guess.
Well, first of all, whatever he learned or gleaned from his investigation is not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, but being used to show what corroborated the authentication of this video. So it's not hearsay.
Your Honor, the fact that it's being used to corroborate something is to bolster the truthfulness of something. Something is to bolster the truthfulness of something.
It's effect on the listener.
That's
Yeah.
almost double hearsay.
But it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so it comes in. Objections overruled.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what comes in?
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then hearsay goes out the window.
Okay.
So objections overruled.
All right. Well, Your Honor, that might support why he downloaded something, but it's inappropriate for him to say that what else he learned helps authenticate what he downloaded. The act of the downloading.
He's not authenticating. He's not able to authenticate it. We're just trying to understand what other aspects of his investigation help align with what he sees on this video. He can't authenticate this video.
Then it is being offered for the truth, specifically what these other bits of information.
It's not. It's being offered for the effect on the listener.
I'm not sure what effect on him we're talking about now. We're talking about the effect of him on him for downloading the video in the first place? The effect for him to do what?
Determine whether or not it's an authentic video. I mean, if the video doesn't correspond with his investigation, then it's not part of the evidence.
Then he's saying, I believe this to be a truthful video. Because
He's already testified that
because of
didn't he?
all this other, he's saying, I believe it to be truthful because of all this other information.
Not just because of all of the other information. This is being offered. She's asking this now because of the objection about his failure to authenticate. He's already testified that he believed it would be truthful.
My objection is specifically as it relates to hearsay.
Okay, I already overruled the hearsay objection.
But if we're talking about the effect on the listener, my question is, what effect?
Sit down.
What effect are we talking?
Do you want to respond to him again?
Why he didn't go further and get the metadata, because he felt that, as an offer proof, the other information gleaned from the investigation corroborated
Exactly.
the
Corroborated the details in the
Right now, we're only
video.
addressing why he didn't authenticate or get the metadata.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he didn't know why he did.
Okay.
I think that was his testimony. I don't know why didn't he? I don't know.
And just for the record, until we are familiar with everyone's names, when you're joining the objection, just state the names so the court reporter knows who's joining.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'll sit down.
No, you can.
You should
That was for everyone.
actually. I'll
Okay,
say it.
but your objection is noted. It's overruled. You can continue.
You remember the question?
I do know, yeah.
Whatever evidence, information did you glean during your investigation that drew you to the conclusion that this video purported to show an important event chronicle an important event in your investigation?
There was interviews that were done. The one Captain Green and the state.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
He hasn't said what Captain Green said.
He's referring to interviews that he did with somebody else. Presumably, that's what someone else told.
Interviews that he did with someone else, or
Yes.
that he viewed.
Attorney Gilbert for Thompson.
Thank you.
I would join because the question was, who did you talk to?
That's not my question.
I'm sorry, the answer was I talked to a witness to support.
Aren't interviews part of an investigation?
Said there was interviews that were done.
Aren't interviews
He said
part
there was
of the
interviews that were done. He can
investigation?
say that. He just can't tell us what was said. So the objection is premature. Continue.
Please continue.
There were interviews that were done with witnesses.
Which witnesses, and without telling us what they said?
Understood. Captain Green was one of the witnesses. There was another individual, Steve Unruh.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Steve Unruh.
Can you spell that?
I can take, I'll take a try at it. I believe it's UNRUH.
Did you interview, did you interview anyone that's actually in the video?
Yes.
Who's in the video?
That's Steve Unruh. It was in the background of the video.
Anyone in the foreground of the video that you interviewed?
Yes, that's Captain Green, or Lieutenant Green at the time.
Okay. And through those interviews and the rest of your investigation, were you able to confirm that the event that was being documented
42
occurred
viewers on Twitter. Thank you so
on the
much.
specific
And
date,
9
specific
in YouTube and 1 in
location,
Twitch. Thank you.
and for a specific reason?
Yes.
Please share the
And
broadcast.
through your investigation, what was the date that this video was recorded on?
December 14th, 2020.
And were you able to tell the location of the event that was being recorded?
The Capitol grounds.
Like which Capitol grounds?
The state capitol, the grounds themselves. I don't know the specific door.
Well, I just need to know
The
if it was
the
state capitol
yeah.
versus US capitol.
Oh, I'm sorry, the state capitol. The
Thank
state
you.
capitol grounds. My apologies.
Okay. And again, the people will renew the motion to admit people's proposed exhibits. Well,
I'm inclined to believe they're continuing their objection. The objection's overruled. Well, it's admitted for the purposes of appealing.
and the last time we played it, the bandwidth had it going really slow. I will provide the court with a digital copy so it can play in real time. But I can attempt to play it again. I just know that last time we played it, the video lagged, but the audio, I think, played at regular speed.
I'm not, okay, are you gonna attempt to play now? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Or publish? Okay.
I'm not gonna attempt to publish, but we can try that later. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Yes. So I'm gonna hand you what have been marked as people's proposed exhibits 13. Do you
Your Honor, I'm
reckon?
just gonna, point of clarification, is it the people's intention that they're never gonna play this video in open court?
That's not what
I
it
think
said.
they shall do it later because of the bandwidth issue.
Okay. Thank you.
13, is that an old number, new number?
That is a new number. It is old 15. You're welcome.
My apologies to the court, we're supposed to address counsel.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
My apologies to the court, we're supposed to address counsel through the court. I'll keep
Thank
that
you.
in mind.
What ass kissing was that?
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
There's still photos of that video that was taken at the state capitol building with the Republican slate of electors and some other individuals.
And do those photos show clear images of the attendees of the event that's recorded in Exhibit 12?
Yeah.
And are you able to identify any of the defendants in those images?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to this. It's my premature ratification, gonna try and make
Oops, that's the
identification.
wrong
I'm
one.
sure that they give to-
Oh, that's cricket. Oh wait, that's magic. Oh, that's stupid.
He said it might be premature, so.
People would vote to make people's proposals Exhibit 13.
What here?
Feel free.
Are these still photos that you captured off the YouTube video? And that would
Did
be
you?
the
Which
current
tool did you
exhibit 12.
use? Why am I so buzzy?
I did
Oh gosh,
capture
hold on.
still photos, sir. I don't recall if these are the ones that I captured.
And I'll just say as an officer of the court, I took those still photos.
Oh,
Are you gonna testify?
I think that is better. Oh, dude, don't get.
Are you
cheeky.
asking me a question for her?
No, I'm
Don't
sorry.
get fucking
Oh.
cheeky.
No,
Okay, you took those photos from,
I created those stills from Exhibit 12.
okay.
Is this the first time you've seen those photos?
No, sir.
So you would have heard them at the prior, or seen them at the prior?
Yeah,
rerun?
yes, sir.
Do you know if those photos have been enhanced, cropped, altered in any way, shape, or form?
I do not know, sir.
So the image itself may have been blown up from the original photo or zoomed out from the original photo? Is that possible?
I do not know.
And again, were you provided any metadata from those photos? And timestamps when that photo was taken, cut out?
No, sir.
You know, if they were taken on a thumbnail and that was resolution?
I don't know, sir.
Print them out, correct?
No.
I'm gonna make a signature objection, Mr. Dennis.
What?
Again, this objection goes to weight, not admissibility. The witness has identified that these images are stills from a video that has been admitted, albeit not published to the court. The witness has testified that they are clear images and you can see clear faces in these photos. The metadata doesn't matter if we already know the date of the event.
Gentlemen, your mics are hot.
I'm just gonna identify Gilbert for Thompson. I'm supposed to do that.
Can you speak a little bit louder for me, because this right here is blocking
You
sound.
mentioned that earlier, and I apologize, I have issues getting up and down. That was Gilbert for Thompson on that objection, right?
Okay,
I did ask us to do that. I don't know if the clerk's picked up everybody yet or
she's not.
but, Yeah.
I've not either. Okay, so the objection is to authentication on the pictures.
Because he can authenticate the pictures, the same arguments I presented last time. I don't think I need to go through them.
You do not. Thank you.
Your Honor, right blank, appearing on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez. Before I get my consent, I'd like to look at the photographs.
Absolutely.
before
Absolutely.
I either object or take no position.
Thank you.
Welcome to the courtroom. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The courtroom that's in Lansing. We were in Fulton County earlier to hear everybody's grumpy. Can you, is that true? I feel like everybody I encounter these days is pretty grumpy. You guys have that experience? I'm getting some real grumpy vibes from everybody. I'm sure myself too. I just feel like there's like the grumpy vibe is taken over. And I gotta sorry.
Thank you, Judge. On behalf of my client, we won't object to the admission.
As to your objection, it's overruled. That's People's 13?
Yes.
People's 13 is admitted for the purposes of prelim.
And in the group 1 exam that was previously identified as Exhibit 16. It's the same photos. So looking at equals 13, are you able to identify any of the defendants in this case in those images?
Yes,
And can you go by page
sure,
and identify first page, second page?
sure. So first page, we're just talking about the defendant.
Just the defendants.
Okay. First page, I don't see any defendants. Second page, I see Mr. Sheridan.
Excuse me, can I either have a copy or can you hold up?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, absolutely. Right, yeah,
So you see who in the second page?
Mr. Sheridan.
Works, thank you.
Yep. Third,
Oh, you have a rainbow. It's nice, easily.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the sun's starting to come out here. It's a little cool. I don't think our summer hasn't really started yet.
Okay, yeah, all right, thanks.
okay, this is the third page, again, Mrs. Mary Ann Sheridan, Mr. Clifford Frost. Go around the room. Everyone.
When you say third,
Page are the actual number. Just the third page I'm flipping through. I don't see a number. All right. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you identify the guy in the blue mask?
No, I was just asked about the defendant.
Oh.
Sit down, Lumpy.
Fourth page. No.
Which one was that?
This is the fourth page. I'm sorry. I was still looking at it.
You have voir dire on that?
Are you just identifying the defendants
Just the
in this
defendant.
group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I thought we were talking
You
about.
want to voir dire him on what?
On that photo.
I don't think he said he identified anyone in that photo though, but you can act, I guess, voir dire if you want.
Man,
Yes.
Oh, wait,
could
what
you hold
is
that
he,
photo back up?
what is he voir dire on?
I don't
The photo's
know.
been admitted.
Who's the guy with the blue mask and the tan
No.
coat?
Oh, that wasn't her question. Her question was only to identify the defendants in the photo. So when you're cross, you can feel free to ask that.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 5 would be Mr. Clifford Frost and Mr. Kenneth Thompson.
Point it somewhere. Where did you point to Mr. Thompson?
Don't film your crimes,
Red
kids.
hat. Camera.
Don't film your crimes.
Okay. The sixth page, Mr. Clifford Frost. Sixth page. Oh, I'm sorry, seventh page. Mrs. Mary Ann Sheridan, Mr. Clifford Frost.
Can I add, again, this is exhibit 13, right? You're going through, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
The eighth page here Again, Mr. Clifford Frost. The ninth page would be Mr. Clifford Frost, Mrs. Mary Ann Sheridan, and Mr. Kenneth Thompson.
And I know they have been admitted. I'd asked the court to have prosecutor numbers on 1 through 9, so when we're referring to them in the exhibit, that'd be helpful.
I have no objection to that, and I'll go to that. In fact, I'm gonna do that now. While I'm asking my follow-up questions. Now, Mr. Agent Shock, while you were looking through the 9 photos in Exhibit 13 and identifying the defendants in this case, you only identified the defendants that are presently before the court for preliminary exam, is that correct?
Yes.
Were those the only defendants in this matter that you saw in those photos?
No.
Okay. All right, but I'm gonna ask you to go through them again. With the pages numbered 1 through 9. And again, identifying the photo, but you don't have to identify these particular defendants again, but can you identify any false light defendants that are in the still photo?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making an objection. That was the false light.
I'm gonna say it. I mean, I don't think the court is taking it to heart. I'm not taking it to heart, but I don't think your objection is noted. Okay, well, with all due respect, the 2 witnesses who testified earlier testified that Exhibit 11 is a fraudulent document. We have established by signature that some of the defendants in this room signed that document, which is a fraudulent document. It is a slate of votes that did not have any authority in state or federal law. I don't think I am out of bounds by calling it a false slate. Okay, I'm not gonna get into the back and forth about the semantics of the language. I'll leave that to you all to deal with if this matter is something that makes it to a trial or to the circuit court, because it doesn't have an effect on me.
It may not have an effect on you, Your Honor, but it has an effect on everyone who's watching this hearing right now, and everyone who reads about this hearing. It's just not fair to a criminal defendant to label something a false slate when they may or may not have intended or believed it to be false. So it's painting these electors with this false.
Them intending to believe it to be false doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's false.
Even the gentleman who testified, Your Honor, couldn't say that it was false. She can't say it's false. Even the guy from the Senate.
No.
The general counsel for the Senate couldn't say it was false or not. So how can she stand here and say every time she mentions it, a false slate, a false electors? That's just not fair, Judge.
Your Honor, I'll join in that objection. It's like a homicide trial and having the prosecutor get up and say the murderer.
Exactly. Yeah.
The murderer.
Oh, yeah, and now we have the gallery speaking up.
Gilbert for Thompson, I joined.
I joined.
They don't need to do
Blake would join.
Well, don't they do the homicide trial? Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They refer to the person as the murderer.
But the Michigan Supreme Court and Court of Appeals have said time and time again that referring to the dead body as the victim is inappropriate because there is no crime, therefore there cannot be the victim until the jury says guilty.
No, that's not true.
That's absolutely true.
That is not true. If you
Yeah,
can
it's unduly
establish, okay, I'm talking.
Freeman on behalf of Sheridan. It's
Okay, wait a
unduly
minute, one at a time. We can't all talk over each other for the record.
If a crime has been established, the parties are allowed to refer to that crime.
Well, we are at a preliminary examination, and so part of the issue or the burden on this district court is to establish first if there's probable cause that a crime was committed. So to that extent, we don't know if there's a crime yet, because that's part of my burden. I've asked for there to be for the language to be alternate slate to satisfy your concern, because I can see how that could be a concern, because that's been the crux of their, I guess, even the first late's argument. To the extent that council's gonna remember to do that every time, I don't know that she is. I also am not gonna allow you to disrupt the proceedings every time she misspeaks. I've already made the request for her to say alternate versus
Council has
false.
already said,
Thank
I'm
you.
just gonna do it.
No, I didn't.
And Your Honor, it's not, I interpret it as it's a court order. You're ordering an attorney to be very careful about the terms that are being used.
I've also ordered people not to speak over each other, but they do it anyways. You also know the court rules that you can't address counsel directly, but you all are doing it anyways. No?
Your Honor, my point is that this is not a simple request. This is not an administrative ministerial matter. It's something that the court acknowledges is significant. It asks that you direct the prosecution not to use the terminology that you have prohibited them from using. And if they continue to do so, then I think we collectively as attorneys can ask for whatever sanctions we think are appropriate, but it needs to stop.
Okay, I've already made the request. I don't find it to be germane as I understand the position. I'm not going to make an order that she not refer to this as a false slate, because they're bringing prosecution believing or asserting that it was a false slate. That's the whole, that's why we're here. And your defense is that it was not a false slate. That's why we're here. And so it's not germane for me. That's an issue you all can argue until you're blue in the face. If this goes to circuit court, we're not going to continue to disrupt the proceedings for that purpose. I will again request that the AG is careful when she's making language as to not to offend the defense attorneys by using false slate. You can continue. Yes, Your Honor.
Nice, Jim.
Reviewing Exhibit 13. And again, identifying the pages before, can you identify the other defendants in this investigation?
Yes. So page 1, not identify any of the other defendants. Page 2, Sean Maddock. Page 3. Amy Peccinello. Page 4. This is Michelle Lundgren.
I guess maybe these people should have thought about this moment
Page
before
5.
they actually signed the document.
This is Amy Peccinello.
You know what I
Mrs.
do when I'm faced with
Michonne
sticky
Maddock.
situations? I ask myself, if this played on the 6 o'clock news right now and my decision was out there for everyone to
6.
see, could I stand up
Mr.
and with a straight
Timothy
face defend my
King.
position? If I can't answer that question that I can defend my position on the 6 o'clock news, then I've done a gut check and something is wrong. And I am an adult,
Page
and
7,
these people were
Mr.
adults.
Timothy King.
And they too can ask themselves,
Marianne
is this
Henry.
a good idea?
This is
So
Sean Maddock.
I'm sorry.
and
I
this
don't
is
feel
Amy
sorry for
Peccinello.
them. I don't think they were misled. I think they had the wherewithal and the obligation to verify
Page
information
8.
that was being given to them
Mr. Timothy
when
King.
publicly it was being debunked. So I don't really give a shit if they felt like, oh, I thought I was just signing the sign-in sheet. Oh, I thought I was signing up to bring cookies next time. Oh, I
Page
thought I was
9.
signing up because I want
This
to
is
put
Amy
all teachers in
Peccinello,
prison.
Mr. Timothy
You know,
King.
like I don't give a shit what they thought they were doing. If you're a fucking elector, you've actually been like chosen because you're supposed to be able to fulfill that role. It's like sitting in the exit row on a plane. If you can't verbally agree to
Agent shot
conduct
several of
yourself
those
and help
photos. There
in the
is
way that
a
you're
man
supposed to,
in
you
a
can't
blue
sit in the
COVID
exit
mask and a
row.
camel suit.
that is
If you
prominently
don't understand
featured.
what it means to be
Were
an
you able
elector,
to identify who that
you
person?
can't be an elector.
Yes.
And who is that?
And if you decide you're
Ian
going to break
Norton.
the law,
Were you able
you have to go to prison.
in your investigation,
Period.
identify what, if any, involvement
Don't break the law.
Mr.
Don't break the law.
Norton had
Don't
with
break the law.
trying to deliver
Don't
an
break the law.
alternate
Just don't do it.
Republican slate of
Just say
votes?
no. Just say no to
Yes.
election fraud.
He
It's okay.
tried
You can do
to, well, he was holding
believe
a vanilla envelope. And
Well, just, was he involved?
Objection, Your Honor, I'd ask that he be allowed to answer the question. It was mid-sentence.
Well, his answer is gonna be based on hearsay, but okay. You can answer the question. You can answer.
so he approached the Capitol Police, the state police, and was holding a vanilla envelope.
And- Oh, is that all you have that determines whether or not he was involved?
He said that he was trying to deliver the certificate of vote.
Oh yeah, that part. That part where he actually said what he was there
Now-
for and that he was doing something illegal. Yeah, remember
During
that
your
part?
investigation, did you
Kind
obtain
of
any
buried the
other
lead there.
Yes.
Okay, and was one of those videos a different angle of this same event?
Yes.
And where did you find that video?
I'd have to refer to my notes. It may have been YouTube or Rumble.
Do you have those handy?
My notes would be on my computer. We're talking about the approach to the Capitol.
Yes.
Well, yes, there's multiple. I think there was more than one video of the approach, you know, or approach to the Capitol.
Well, I'm talking about the one that we previously admitted.
Because everybody's a
in Group
live
1's
streamer.
exam That we're getting ready to admit this one. So,
Citizen
would looking
journalist.
at your notes refresh your memory?
Documenting
Yes.
your crimes.
Are you able to do that?
I should be able to pull up my notes on my computer.
Mr. Freeman has a
Or my
call he has to
report.
make anyway, so now will be a good time for him to refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Ma'am, anything he uses to refresh his memory, defense is entitled to. If he takes that computer up there, I want the entire contents.
No,
Get the
that's
fuck
not how
out.
that works.
That's how it works.
Get the fuck
The
out
entire
of
contents
here.
of his computer?
If he takes that up there, I
Fuck
want the
you.
entire contents.
The-
So if he wants to print out certain pages and show us
Sit
what
the
he's
fuck
getting
down.
memory, refreshing his memory.
He doesn't have to give you the entire contents of his
If he takes
computer.
that up
Whoop,
there-
you're not gonna talk over me, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had a pause in.
No, you don't get to get the entire contents of his video, just like if she were to pull up a police report on her computer and show you what page she's gonna show him. You don't get the whole content of his computer. She can ask him what he's gonna use. I don't know if it's a report, and maybe something you already have.
What I know, my understanding of the court rule is, if he takes that computer up there to refresh his memory, because we don't know what he's gonna actually look at.
Oh my
That's
God.
why if it was a piece of paper, then he could say, oh, here's the police report off this. If he takes that computer up there, he could use 4 or 5 different things and only have to reveal one thing. So if he takes that up there, I want the contents of the computer.
We're
If
not,
he wants-
well, that's denied. You can ask him what he's gonna use to refresh his recollection, and we can ask him in the next 2 minutes, because again, I said I was gonna adjourn to let Mr. Friedman go, since now is a good time to do that. Yes. What do you have, what information or documentation do you have that will refresh your memory?
The video, you're asking me about the YouTube video?
The second video, but yes.
Okay. So
And the question was, where did he get the video from? Yes, that was the question. He's trying to refresh his recollection as to where he got the video from.
Right, but
I misunderstood the question then. Oh, just the internet and open source.
Should we still take a break? Well, yeah, we're gonna take a break. Okay. It's an hour after we came back from lunch. People have to use the restroom. So I don't know how long you're proceeding.
It should be very quick.
We'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
All rise for the judge to leave the courtroom. Wow, they knew what they were doing. Word. Yeah, exactly. Today is consequences. Yeah, the word of the day, kids, is consequences. That's right. Being stupid and listening to right-wing media and just believing whatever Steve Bannon is trying to mama bird feed you down your throat is not media literacy. That is being a classic sheep, because you're not critically thinking about what anything Steve Bannon says and how it could be possible. None of you have looked at the data from 2020. None of you have done fuck all to cross-reference or figure out why you feel the way you do. You just sit there, some of you in your drunken chud rage, and you just spout love for this orange man who basically would slit your throat if it means he got $1 million. Good job. Because what you're showing me, your whole ass, that your whole ass is that you have no clue as to how you've been had. And that's not my problem. I don't give a shit. It's my problem to the point where you're going to vote for a demagogue. That's my problem. But I have a feeling you're going to be too drunk to show up to vote. Uh-oh, here's the helicopters. So I think it's about voting. I know it's hard because sometimes you feel like voting doesn't matter. Well, it does. It really fucking does. And we've learned that the hard way. So we won't get fooled again. That's the one of the good lines out of a Who song. Won't get fooled again. Let's see. So, oh man. I just, the patience that this particular judge has is just like amazing to me. She is always so graceful and taking things with a grain of salt. Like I'm just really, and I think, sometimes when judges let a lot in, like objections and things like that, it can be frustrating because you're like, oh my God, why are we letting them just gum up the works? But what I really like about this is that she's trying to allow things in right now so that no one can complain when it then goes, however she said, to the circuit courts or something like that. If she determines that it's going to go to trial. Because the preliminary hearing here in Michigan, folks, if you don't know, is that the judge actually decides whether or not the case is for the defendants that have been listed. And there's 18 of them, I think, or 12. I think there's 12 or 18. They are, I think it's 12. They are, not all of them necessarily may go to trial. So this is just a preliminary hearing. Now, obviously, it's part of the record, but it will be interesting to see if there are different determinations for different defendants, or whether or not, whatever the case may be. But this particular hearing is only for the judge and only for her to make the determination. And what she did was she split up all the defendants among different dates. And I think this is like the third date we've had. I think we had one in December with a group of defendants. And then I think we had one in January. Oh, actually, maybe we had 4, because I think the one in December was for everybody. And that was a shit show. And then I think January we had one. And then we had another one in March, I believe. And now we're having the third one. And I think each group is like 6. That's why I thought I had 18 in my head. But I'd have to check that just to make sure. Media literacy. But yeah, this is what this is all about. So she's really gotten a deep experience in what the details are of this case. I don't even know all the details in terms of who's kind of cooperating. I think Michelle Lundgren is cooperating, but I don't know that. So I need to take a look. I had put this case in the back of my mind for a minute because I wasn't sure when we were coming back, but here we are. So that, and then let's see. I understand that has the prosecution wrapped on the Trump case in New York? Anybody have an update on that? Because I think at that point, at the point that we started this particular session, the prosecutors were doing their closing argument. So I don't know if they're done yet or whatever, but that should be good too. You can probably get good updates from Anna Bauer on Twitter or Kyle Cheney. Those are two people for that particular trial that are on my go-to list. Roger Parloff is really good. I don't know if he's in the courtroom, though. I just can't tell. But him and Anna Bauer are actually on a Lawfare blog, I think, on a YouTube channel. So I think it's in my list of recommended channels. If you go to my main channel page, there's a list of recommended channels down at the bottom, I believe. And that one might be there. If it's not, then no, I think I just did. Oh, it's like Lawfare 360 or something like that. And they do really, really good, like short podcasts about the cases and what happened that day and kind of, evaluating it from both a journalistic standpoint as well as a legal standpoint. So very interesting, very good, very straightforward, not a lot of, nonsensical stuff, not a lot of ads or anything like that. So that's a very good place. And let's see, what else? I don't know. I don't know, but I've been told. I don't know, but I've been told. I don't know, but I've been told. We have 52 viewers. We have 10 here on the platforms, Twitch and YouTube, and 42 viewers staying strong on Twitter. Thank you for coming to my show. I really hope that you will know how grateful I am that you're here. I would like to say, my dear, I hope you have a good Tuesday. I hope you have the best one. I hope you have a good Tuesday. I hope you don't have to run. I hope you have a good Tuesday. I hope it's almost over soon. I hope you have a good Tuesday. I think I'm a bit of a loon. Doot. Original song for you. Just for you. Just for you. Literally, I mean, for those of you who didn't join us almost 7 hours ago, I actually was in bed when I started this stream because I didn't realize that Michigan was happening today. And despite my best efforts to see what was happening, I'm sure this is my fault, but I just couldn't tell. Anyway, point is, I was laying in bed and I opened my little computer, and what to my wondering eyes should appear but Judge Simmons' YouTube channel and lots of little tiny suits and reindeer. And so I immediately went live with no camera. But then I thought, I'm just not going to put makeup on today. I'll put a little blush on, and then I'll just go. I already have my lashes on. My lashes are part of my face. Anyway, the point is, that's too much information. The point is that I literally now still don't have my hair done, don't have my real makeup on. I just want you to know how much I love you guys and how much I'm single. I'm willing to sacrifice so much for you. I don't even know. I'm like the Mother Teresa of streamers, agreeing to go on, agreeing to roll out of bed and hit the live button. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so while we're waiting, I'll also do a programming update. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to do anything tonight. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I think I'm just going to be tired. I feel like I'm already tired. I feel like I need to eat something. That's probably what I need to do. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'll eat in a minute. The point is that then tomorrow, do I have anything tomorrow? Let me see if I have anything tomorrow. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Where do I belong? Ooh. Rudy Giuliani, if you don't know, has really lost it, and it's ouch. It's oucha magoucha. Okay, what have I got? I have. Oh wow. Okay, so the next thing I have planned is Thursday morning for the SCOTUS watch. Let me go to this channel. Let me entertain you. Let me make you smile. I wonder if I can do this now. I wonder if I can do this. Hold on. Let me just see if I can do this. God, it's not letting me do that. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. Okay, anyway. Wait, what do I do? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hold the phone, Joan. Hold the phone, Joan. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, Joan. Wait, where's screen capture? Screen capture. Oh. It's a never-ending story. Oh, wait. Okay. What is that? Okay, I'll do that. All right. Okay, I gotta, whoops, no, not you. I gotta move the other guy. All right, so this is what's coming up. Oh, you can't really see that, but all right, well, never mind. That was kind of a dumb idea. Never mind. Oops. Get back there. Okay, so anyway, I'll just tell you. Oh, wrong one. A-E-I-O-U. What's coming up? Where is this screen capture? That was me. I just made a noise with my mouth. Believe me. Okay, so what's coming up is dun 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 dun. Okay, on Thursday at 6:30 in the morning, I'm going live, which is fine. That's about when we went live today, or maybe 6:15. Anyway, that will be the SCOTUS watch. And then there will be a lounge on Friday. I just haven't put up a placeholder for it. And then there's stuff like for June and July. But there will definitely be, there'll probably be, I mean, I'll definitely probably plan at least one gaming stream and at least one or two bedtime sessions. Bedtime with Lolo, where we read a book in ASMR with commentary. And right now we're reading the Ministry for the Future, and that playlist is available on my channel. If you go to my channel Lolo's Lounge on YouTube, you can actually listen up to the prior chapters of the Ministry for the Future, and then join us when I read the next set of chapters. Watch for those to be posted on my YouTube channel. Let's see. Oh, I'm back on Twitter tomorrow. As of tomorrow. So exciting. Let's see. And then I'll definitely be doing a couple of gaming streams this week because I'm really enjoying that game. What Remains of Edith Finch is a game that I've been playing and people have been joining to watch some of that. It's like a puzzle game and like a, mystery. It's very atmospheric and beautiful and great storytelling, great visuals. Kind of fun to watch, relaxing, not a big, jump scare or anything like that. So there's that. And then let's see. Then the Daily Down Lolo, which is where you're at right now. Let's see. What else?
Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you.
Haha, that was just a little something for you. Let's see what else. And then yeah, now on Mondays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, everything in between and outside, I'm doing a Twitter show, Lolo's Spaced Out Space. So if you join us for that, it's usually like an hour and a half. Well, it'll probably end up being like an hour and a half. And it's really just a way to start the week and just shoot the shit and just chill. No. Oh, no. What happened to the chat? Uh-oh. What the fuck did I do? Did I do something wrong? I might have done something wrong. Hold on. What happened? Oh, my God. The chat, like, rejuvenated or something. I'm sorry. It'll come back in a minute, I think. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's reset it. God damn it. That was my fault. You know why? Because I should just do the thing from here. Hold on. I shouldn't have done it the way I did it. That was okay. At least I know why I fucked that up. It's good to know why you fuck things up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where is it? Oh, it's up here. Oh, here we go.
Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke.
Okay, sorry.
Sure.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, so Mondays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, we have like a chill space. So come by, and really it's helpful for me because I really like to look on Sunday nights or Mondays about what's happening in the week so that I can schedule streams. So this is actually another great way because there's such collective wisdom out there in the Twitter sphere that I inevitably miss something. Hello, I missed this. And so there's chances where that might come up in that stream or in that space. So it's fun. We had fun last night. It was really fun. It was the first one. But I've been doing spaces since they came out, and I really enjoy that. I'm sad that Twitter has become such a fucking hellscape, but we kind of knew that's the direction it was going to go when the head Chan took it over, Elmo. The greatest incel never sold. So I kind of knew that was going to happen. If you didn't catch it yesterday, I did a little hour and a half show on Mark Burnett and the producer of Survivor and Other Reality Nightmares, and his intricate relationship with Trump, but more importantly, also his relationship to Christofascism and all kinds of folks, including Vladimir Putin. So Mark Burnett is quite an interesting character in the landscape of media literacy. And everything that I gravitate towards, every subject that I gravitate towards seems to have a foundation in media literacy and how we get our information and how is the voting public educated and informed about their vote. And I think that as I'm drawn to that as a kind of larger meta topic, things like Mark Burnett and how reality television and his particular brand of reality television, because if you look at the history of reality television, really when he came in with Eco Challenge, which was his first show, that was the precursor to Survivor, and apparently Eco Challenge was very popular. I don't really remember it, although I remember a little bit of it. And when I did the preparation for yesterday's show, it really just caused more questions than it answered anything. He's married to Roma Downey since 2003-ish, 2007, I think, they met in 2003. And at that point, when he met her, he converted like a sharp turn to Christianity, like evangelical, end times kind of Christianity. And so he and Roma have been busy over with the King of Jordan, creating the Cradle Christianity Fund, helping, I don't know what exactly they fund, but it has to do with Christianity in the Middle East. And they're very connected to Saddleback here in Southern California, which is Rick Warren and that whole nonsensical grift. And so I don't know, Mark Burnett, and he tried to do deals with Putin back in the day. So he's known Putin for a long time. He spent a lot of time in the kind of Orthodox religions, Greek Orthodox, and I think we determined yesterday. And he spoke at the prayer breakfast, in 2016. So Mark Burnett, and he tried to get some banking money. So
seated.
There's a lot of shit around Burnett, and he's not as innocent as he pretends to be. I think he's actually a sociopath. The end.
We missing anybody? I don't believe so. But I don't think it's any of the interested
I have
parties. I
to
think it
pee
was
now. Okay, so
members
I'm
of the
gonna go
gallery
pee.
that
I'll
are
be right
missing. Okay, and so we're back on the record. Your last inquiry was about where he got one of the videos, he said, from an open source. I don't know if he's telling you had need to refresh his recollection.
So I believe your last answer was the second video that we're speaking of. And just for identification purposes for the record, we are talking about people's proposed exhibit 14. It was previously marked, I believe, as people proposed exhibit 16 for group one.
I thought 13 and 16.
No, 13 was, no, those were the stills from the YouTube video. Those are 15. Well, what was 13? What is 13 was?
Okay.
I
I think you said 16 previously, but I'll note that it's 15 now, and 14 was previously 16.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I know.
People's proposed 14 is the second video that she's trying to lay foundation for.
Okay.
That Agent Shark was not 100% sure where he got it from. He just said open source on the social or on the internet, whether it be Rumble or Facebook. I don't know what Rumble is, but I don't know if it's germane to this. So
And that was 16 last.
correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Everyone will get in the exhibit list. Now, since we had the break, were you able to refresh your memory with regards to the video we're speaking of, people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yeah.
And do you recall where you located that video?
Yes, online.
Okay. And was this a video that either was already part of the investigation before you joined, something that you came across, something that was forwarded to you? How did you come across this video?
Something that I came across through just doing research online.
And did you review the contents of people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yeah.
And were you able to determine if the event that's being recorded was relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
Did you, were you able to determine based on other aspects of your investigation that the video recorded in that event and a proposed exhibit 14 was, I guess, a true recording of that event?
Yes.
And how are you able to do that? What other aspects of your investigation?
Just through, again, this video, this YouTube video, like looking at multiple videos and interviewing people.
And were you able to interview persons that were contained in the video that is people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
And who in the video were you able to interview?
Captain Green or Lieutenant Green.
Anyone else?
What would, yeah, Mr. Unruh, like I said before. Mr. Unruh.
And were you able to determine through your investigation date, location of the event that was recorded in proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, the event that's taking place, can you give us a brief description of the event?
A brief description would be the Republican electors walking up to the Capitol, state Capitol building with some other people around them.
And were you able, through your investigation, to determine the date of that video?
Yes.
What was the date?
December 14th, 2020.
And would you be able to identify still images taken from that video?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The hand you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit 15. And just ask you to look through those. And I know I haven't moved to amendment 14 yet.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you recognize those?
Yes,
And what are those?
they're just still photos of that video, of them walking up to the Capitol building and meeting with state police. Them being the Republican slate of electors and some other individuals that accompany them.
And based on your review of the video, are those stills accurate images that can be seen if you watch the video in regular time?
Yes.
People would move to admit to propose exhibits 14 and 15. Any objection?
What here?
You can proceed.
With the video specifically, you said you sourced it from online, and the first video you were able to identify as receiving it or downloading it from YouTube. Do you know what social media you got this link from?
It was at Eric Lloyd.
So it was an individual.
Yeah, it was an individual that posted it.
We're talking about, is it 14 or 15? 14.
And again, did you have the video reviewed, analyzed, anything with metadata to ascertain the authenticity if it had been modified, adjusted, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right, and is there a reason why you didn't?
The fact that I'd done interviews and talked to people and whatnot that corroborated that video, so that was the reason why.
Thank you. In regards to the still photographs, you testified that those are captured out of that video. Did you capture those or did somebody else? That would be exhibit 15.
I kept
the group photos.
I captured still photos. I don't recall if it was these specific ones from that video.
All right, did you match those photos in exhibit 15 up with the video itself to ensure that those were captured from it?
Yes, they appeared.
And again, you have no idea how authentic they are, if they've been adjusted, modified, anything like that?
No, that's not true. He corroborated it, you idiot.
No objection.
Damn it.
Except for the purposes of the prelim.
People 14 and 15 are admitted for the purposes of the prelim.
As with exhibit 12, the people will publish 14, just not right now. With regards to people's exhibit 15, can you tell us how many pages are contained in that exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry. There are 6 pages.
And I'm going to ask you, just as with exhibit 13, to identify first the page number and then any of the defendants, including those from group 1 and the prospective group 3 that you see in the still images, and then publish to the Cali if possible. Thank you.
Okay. So page 1, the William, also known as Hank Choate, and James Renner. Page 2 would be Michonne Maddock and Mr. Kenneth Thompson. Page 3 would be Mrs. Michonne Maddock, Mr. Kenneth Thompson, and Mr. Timothy King. Page 4 would be Mrs. Marianne Sheridan, Mrs. Amy Facinello, Michonne Maddock, Mr. Ken Thompson. Page 5 would be Mr. William, also known as Hank Choate, Mrs. Marianne Sheridan, Mrs. Amy Facinello, Sean Maddock.
God, the just absolute pride of these people filming their crime and thinking that they can cry foul when they're held accountable
Page 6
for
would
their
be, Mr.
crimes.
James Renner and Mrs.
It
Marianne
is such
Sheridan.
fucking, is it hubris? Is that the word I'm looking for? What is the word where it's like fucking audacity? The fucking audacity. And this is why it is painful for me to listen to stupid chuds. And I think some of you know who I'm talking
Now,
about. There's two
At
right
any
now
point
that are on
during
my
your
radar.
investigation,
Three, actually.
did you ever make any attempts to receive a list of the actual Republican nominees for elector?
Yes,
And were you successful?
yes,
And where did you get that document?
from the Secretary of State, a representative. of the Secretary of State.
And did you review that list?
Yes,
And were you able to compare that list with Exhibit 11?
yes, I was.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 9. This was previously not admitted as a People's Exhibit in Group 1. It was a defense exhibit. I don't remember which letter. Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the certificate of the Republican presidential electors elected at the Michigan Republican State Convention on August 29th through August 30th, 2020. And it has each district, District 1 through 14 with 2 at-large members.
And why was that list important to your investigation, sir?
This is where the delegates were selected at the state convention, and that list was created and then sent to the Secretary of State's office.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
Any objection?
Whether you're Your Honor.
Yes.
John Freeman on behalf of Sheridan. Especially Chuck, when did you actually obtain that list?
I don't recall.
You have no recollection at all when you got that?
No.
So the investigation into this matter was opened up sometime in 2020, correct? I understand your personal involvement. Your personal involvement went until 2022, correct?
Yes.
But there were other investigators working on it before you took it over?
Yes.
And so is it possible that that list that you're holding there was previously obtained by other investigators?
I don't believe so, sir. I believe that I obtained it when I made a request for documents from the Secretary of State.
And when in 2020 did the investigation first begin?
I don't recall.
Is there anything that you'd be able to look at that would help you ascertain when the Attorney General's office first opened their investigation?
Your Honor, this goes outside the scope of our here.
Why is that relevant to this
I think
exhibit?
he is actually.
Well, maybe it's
I'll
not,
check.
but it's relevant to something I hope to cover with him tomorrow. So I was going to ask him, refreshing his recollection overnight, so we can talk about it tomorrow. But I'll move
Okay,
on.
well, he's noted that
Thank you.
he's gonna be questioned about that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll be back here tomorrow. That's your answer.
9 is admitted.
I'll draw your attention to Exhibits 9 and 11. Are there any notable differences between the list of candidates or nominees for Republican elector versus those that signed Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And how many differences? Sorry.
2 differences.
Which nominees from Exhibit 9 did not sign Exhibit 11?
Terry Lynn Land and Mr. Gerald Wall.
Sorry, what's the last name?
Gerald Wall, W-A-L-L. Thank you.
And what 2 signatures are on Exhibit 11 that are not on Exhibit 9?
Would be Mr. Kenneth Thompson and Mr. James Renner.
Thank you. I'll take some of that back.
Okay.
Now, during
Bingo.
of
Teresa, you
your
win. Play the lottery
investigation,
tonight. He's 70.
you
Thank you,
obtain
Teresa.
certified
Thank you, that cat underscore
returns
TC on
from social media
Twitter.
companies?
Yes.
And whose returns did you obtain?
The companies?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I don't understand the question when counsel refers to returns. I'm not exactly what.
Talk about a search warrant.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you.
Which companies did you make requests?
Twitter and, or it's referred to now as X Corp, and Meta, which covers Facebook and Instagram.
And when you made requests to Meta and X Corp, were they X Corp at the time you made the request, or were they Twitter?
It was X Corp.
Okay. Whose records were you seeking?
The records of the defendant.
And did you obtain search warrants for those documents? And did the companies comply?
Yes.
And when you received the returns from the companies, did they provide a certificate of authenticity for the documents?
Yes.
And were you able to review those returns?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have 4 proposed exhibits for 4 of the defendants, and I'm going to say right now, anticipating objections, that I am
Hi,
only
Scott. Oh,
admitting
cool. I'm
these
glad you said
exhibits
hello. I hope you have a great
against the
day.
declarants, with the exception of Kenneth Thompson's, because Kenneth Thompson his return includes several photos of several of the defendants.
Run that by me one more time. You have several exhibits.
I have 4 exhibits.
4 exhibits.
They are selections from Facebook returns for Rose Brook, Clifford Cross, Marianne Sheridan, and Kenneth Thompson. Statements that I am admitting for Ms. Brook, Mr. Frost, and Mr. Sheridan at this point.
Ms. Sheridan.
Ms. Sheridan, excuse me. I am only seeking to admit against the declarant.
Okay.
For the purposes of the exam.
Got it.
With the exception of Mr. Thompson, who took several photos that encompass several of the defendants on the date in question.
Brother, I just wanted to see whatever is going to be introduced about Rose Brook, because I'm not sure.
It's real sure.
Thank you.
And yet they've had discovery. Why doesn't he know what it looks like? Yet another lawyer I wouldn't hire. Welcome to this edition of Lawyers I Would Never Hire.
All right. No other objections. I will proceed.
Yes, it's Wednesday
Well, you just,
afternoon. That's
I guess,
right. Probably just
introduced that
24
you
more
would be
hours and I'll be
seeking, but I don't know
back,
if you laid any
baby.
foundation or
Better than ever.
anything yet. I
With
was
more
just letting
subs.
the defense know so that there wouldn't be hearsay objections.
Well, I think they're waiting to see what's going to happen first.
Understood.
I want to thank the Gal Squad and Jim Stewartson and
Agent Shaw,
Democracy
permission to approach,
Coven
Your Honor?
and all of the
I'm
good
gonna hand you what
energy
has
all
been
the
marked as
loungers
people's
sent
proposed exhibit
to
2.
get me through the last week. I love you,
And are
man.
those select pages from a social media return?
Yes.
How many pages is the entire document?
3 pages, sir.
And what is the first page?
The certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity.
And
You
does,
identify which
Page 1.
person.
Which person?
that's page 2. I'm getting there. Can you turn to page 2? Does that identify the holder of those records?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mrs. Rosebrook.
And I'm gonna ask you to turn to page 3 and not read the contents, but identify what that page is.
This page contains posts, so it has a author, sent, body, shared, date created. That information, author.
And is it from a social media return?
Yes,
Does it have a page number?
yes,
What's the page number on the 3rd page of the document?
2,788.
This
And
lawyer
are
is
there
really good.
posts on that page that are highlighted?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, thank
Can
you
you
all.
give me
No,
the
Scott,
date
it's a collective,
time of the
like,
first post.
you know, Jim
Yes,
and
the date is,
Stewartson did a
2020,
lot with the big
December
audience.
15th.
Gal did a lot with the big
Time
audience.
is
Everyone, and
04,
every
31,
share meant so much,
52
and even just the good energy.
hours
So this is
UTC
all
time.
of us should be like, thank you.
Not
I should
convert
say
that.
thank you to
I believe
literally
it's,
everyone.
Eastern Standard Time would be converted 5 hours earlier.
You said the time was what in
It's
UTC?
04:31 hours and 52 seconds. I believe the conversion
Fucking
is
salt of the
5
earth,
hours
man,
earlier.
Scott. Fucking salt of the
People would
earth.
move to admit people's
Get me
proposed
through the
exhibit
darkest
22.
times.
This is People's 22? I think you said 2 earlier.
22.
Oh, 22. Any objections to 22?
No objection.
That's a minute.
Highlighted. I'm gonna ask you to read those, but the first post, was that post made by the owner of the return, Ms. Brooke?
No,
Is it a statement or a question?
it's a question.
The second post, is that made by Ms. Brooke?
Yes,
And the third post, is that made by Ms. Brooke?
yes.
I'm gonna ask you to read the 3 posts.
The first one, did you get to vote today? Question mark. Second one is, yes, I did, but we got slapped in the face by Shirky and Chatfield. The third one, as you know, I am sure.
Now, during the course of your investigation, does that give any context to the comment about Shirky and Chat?
Yes.
Who's that referring to?
Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirky and Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object. He really can't say who she meant to refer to. It may refer to that, but I think all I can testify
Shut
to is
up.
what was said.
Sit down, Lumpy.
As to who Shirky
Sit down,
and
Lumpy.
Chapel
Sit
is?
down right now. Nobody
Yeah,
gives a
maybe-
shit what you're saying.
I don't
Nobody
think he should have-
cares.
Is qualified to say. who she
Well, I
meant.
think he said, I think that she prefaced the question by saying, based on his investigation, did that give any clarification? He could be wrong.
No, I understand, but my objection was to her question that who is she referring to? In other words, asking for him to narrate what the writer of those words meant.
He can't say for certain, but I don't think that was her question.
Okay, but I misunderstood it. Now, what's wrong? My objection.
Thank you.
Did you answer the question?
He did.
Yeah, I said who they were.
And during the course of your investigation, did Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirky or Speaker of the House Lee Chatfield have any involvement in the events between the 2020 presidential election and the votes for the Michigan Electoral College?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman, on behalf of Ms. Sharon and Coulter here.
I just asked if they had any involvement. That doesn't involve a statement.
An improper foundation.
Based on this investigation was what I prefaced the question.
I joined that. It's gotta be your said. Yeah, it's gotta be based on hearsay.
It's gotta be.
Based on his investigation.
Gotta be.
Is your response?
Please?
I'm sorry.
I realized I was still looking at you when I said that, Terry. Your response is that it's based on his investigation?
During his investigation, was he able to determine whether or not Mike Shirkey, Lee Chatfield had any involvement in, I guess,
Slightly different question. You were going.
It's hearsay.
Yeah, and I don't know what
100%
relevance
hearsay.
that.
Well,
Sorry, Your Honor.
this entire investigation is hearsay overall.
I would agree with that. I don't know what relevance it would have, Your Honor,
That's-
whether Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield did.
That is a
something.
valid, I don't know what
I don't see
relevance
how-
it has either, but maybe she can respond as to what's the relevance.
I think it gives context to the statement itself.
The statement in the text messages you're referring to
Yes,
about being slapped in the
Whether-
face by Shirkey and Chatfield or.
yes, but you know, I can do it for another witness. We don't have to explain it right now. I can do it.
I mean, the objection as to hearsay is overruled. If his response was that this was based on his investigation.
Well,
This investigation is a compilation of hearsay.
And based on your investigation, without revealing any statements, were you able to determine any role played by either Mike
No,
Shirkey
I
or Lee
did not
Chatfield,
hear
if
that.
any?
Teresa
Your Honor,
coming in
there's
with
no
the 411
foundation.
breaking news. Did you hear that
It's
the
a
bankruptcy court
Based on this, what investigation? What
sent
has he even done
subpoenas
for the
to Rudy's
investigation? How many
new
hundreds of
coffee
people did he
company?
talk to?
That's
How many
right.
thousands of
Rudy has a
documents did he
coffee
look at?
company
What
because
basis?
everybody's
What are we talking
dumping
about?
his ass. He
There's no
lost
foundation.
WABC.
It's just
so
this
that's
all
breaking news.
encompassing, based on everything that you did.
But not what he did.
And plus, Your Honor, again, it's relevance. I mean, I don't see where that's right. What Senator Shirkey and Representative Chatfield may or may not have done is, unless they're gonna tie it to my client or the other defendants, or they were involved somehow, which I don't think they were. So I just don't see the relevance of this at all.
I asked what the relevance was, but she said she would get around to it later. But your statement was about the foundation.
Whoa, what happened? What's going on? Hello? 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 Judge Simmons, we lost your feed. Judge Simmons, come back to us. We want to find out what happens. Judge Simmons, come back to us. We want to hear
Okay.
what you're saying.
Okay, that's to the foundation.
We're talking about relevance of foundation.
The objection to foundation.
Well, the foundation is if the officer in charge was able to learn anything through his investigation. I'm not asking him to recite statements, but if he developed information that gives context to Ms. Brooks' statement in her Facebook, I guess
I can kind of see, you know, how do you
the
tie that
statement is
particular
made-
statement to that
makes it
situation?
The
Right.
date, the time, and the context of the statement makes all of that relevant. She's talking about voting. She's talking
Yeah, they
about
want
being
me to
slapped in the
stop.
face by Shirkey and Chatfield. And if this witness's investigation can give context to what that may mean, I think that would be relevant and beneficial to the court.
Maybe I misunderstood Mr. Freeman's objection. It was as to whether or not you laid sufficient foundation as to what that investigation entailed. Is that what you're?
That's correct, Your Honor, because I think what we're gonna find is we ferret through this, that a lot of it is hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, I
And
can't get,
that's impermissible.
I can't get to the foundation question until I get to the preliminary question of, did your investigation provide any information that would give insight? And then I can ask, in what way did it provide insight? And if that leads to an objection for hearsay, that's an objection for another matter. But we have to get through the preliminary questions. And the first question has to be, did your investigation provide any information as it related to any involvement of Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield? Witness could say no.
I don't
And
know.
that's the end of the inquiry.
to Attorney Coleman's point, I still don't know what the relevance of that question is. I'm going to allow the question because I think I have to find out where we're going with it. As to the sufficient foundation, I'm overruling that objection. You can remove, or you can complete your question. Thank you. Yeah, ask it again.
I can answer yes.
Okay. And how were you able in your investigation to identify any involvement of Mike Shirkey or Lee Chatfield? And it's probably best if you refer to them individually. So what part of your investigation provided you insight to any role Mike Shirkey played during the, I believe it was referred to as the election season?
I learned that they released a statement on December 14th.
Well, you said today.
That's what's about the Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield.
Okay, and before we even get into that, during your investigation, were you able to basically step back into 2020 and determine the climate surrounding, well, immediately after the November 2020 election in the state of Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay, and as far as the election results in the state of Michigan, was there any controversy about the Michigan results?
Yes.
And what was the state of that controversy at the end of November 2020?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object, because I know from previous testimony of this witness does not know the cases that were pending. He didn't pay any attention to that. He could not say what federal cases, what state cases.
Why would you object? You want to see if his answer is the same, don't you?
Well, I just don't think he's qualified to talk about what was pending, because he doesn't.
I don't know.
Yep,
Let's see
that's
what his
right,
answer
Scott.
is.
This is
Okay.
just preliminary
Well,
hearing for the judge to
as a
decide if
response,
they go
this
to trial.
investigation
And
doesn't
it's,
just have
I
to
think
be
it's
pending
18,
litigation.
it might be 12
Correct.
defendants, 3 different sessions
sorry, I
of
just
about
thought he
4 to
wasn't qualified
6,
based on his
whatever
testimony.
defendants per.
I'll withdraw my objection.
I think this
So-
is the last one before she
Okay.
makes her determination.
So in your investigation, just looking back at the state of what was the controversy as it related to the Michigan presidential election results?
Well, the controversy was, of course, did Donald Trump win the popular vote, or did Joe Biden win the popular vote?
And during your investigation, did you obtain the election-related documents from the Michigan Department of State?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically referring to the certificate of ascertainment, did you obtain a copy of that?
Yes.
People would request permission to approach.
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you what has been admitted as Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Scooby-Doo, 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 Scooby-Doo. Do-do-do. That's the end of the song. I should put my board like closer to me. I got to figure out this whole setup. My setup's not exactly right. I got to fix it. And then I don't know how I just like wiped my soundboard. I don't know what I was doing.
Is that a copy of the amended certificate of ascertainment as well as the original certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan 2020 election?
Yes.
And does both the amended copy and the original copy identify which party's nominees were appointed as electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And do both documents, the amended and the original, identify the same party?
Yes,
Which party is that?
the Democratic Party.
During your investigation, did you find any information that a third certificate of ascertainment was ever issued identifying the Republican Party's nominees as the appointed electors?
No,
Did you come across any case law or cases or court orders that either ordered a recount or stopped any of the electoral process because the election was in controversy?
no,
Are you able to tell us by looking at the certificate of ascertainment the difference between the votes achieved by the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party?
on both copies, or
The amended
it
copy.
doesn't matter. Okay, yes,
And what's the vote difference?
it's roughly, I mean, the Democratic votes start there is 2,804,040 votes. The Republican Party is at 2,649,852. So a difference of roughly 150,000.
It wasn't close.
During your investigation, did you find any information that a recount was requested?
Michigan is blue.
in state
I'm
Michigan?
sorry. I'm sorry, Republicans or whatever you think you are.
During your
fascists.
investigation, did you find any
Michigan is
information
blue.
that any
So is
legislative
Florida.
action
You guys just fucking
was
rigged the
taken
shit out
to
of it.
either stop the electoral process before December 14th or to,
So is Texas.
I guess, to appoint the Republican nominees as electors?
Voting rights now. Voting rights now. Stop
I said state legislation.
gerrymandering. Then you will have a representative vote.
I'm sorry. No problem.
And even when you do, we still have to fix the electoral college.
But could you repeat the question?
No, I don't think I can. So I'm just gonna try and ask it, but I'm sure it's gonna be different.
Okay.
During your investigation, did you find any action by the state legislation either to stop the electoral process before December 14th? I'll just stop there.
No.
Did you find any action by state legislation to replace the Democratic nominees with the Republican nominees as the appointed electors for the state of Michigan?
No.
And during the election season for the presidential election of 2020, excuse me, who was the Senate Majority Leader for the Senate?
Mike Sherman.
And who was the leader of the House for the state?
Lee Chapel.
Thank you.
That's the relevance. Wait, no objections now? Oh, they're going to do cross.
No approach to witness, Your Honor. You, new exhibit? New exhibit. Should I just hold this exhibit? Yeah, it's
Bye,
422.
Scott. I'll see you
Okay.
later. We'll be here tomorrow morning too. So if you have a chance, stop by. Bye.
Start with
Have a
the new
great
exhibit
Tuesday.
tomorrow. We discuss the feedback here at 8:30 in the morning, the issues that we should address before we adjourn for today. None for the people.
Well, there you go.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering about scheduling. I'm out for the
Well, there you go.
You take a certain time for lunch, just in case I
There you
have
go.
other phone calls that I have to try to schedule.
I don't take a certain time. I try to break when it's natural for the witness so that we don't disrupt the flow.
7.5 hours today,
because
guys. Really
we're doing
great.
multiple defense.
We did it. We
I
did
don't-
it. We did it. We
It'd be
really,
easier to
really
stop
did it with no makeup.
when she's
I love
done
it.
versus stopping when it's midway between.
Well, lip gloss and blush. I
all of the
can
defense
admit that.
witnesses, but I can't try to get it done between 12 and 1, but it'll vary, I'm sure, depending on whatever her witnesses are. So lunch is
Okay.
always up to whoever is
Oh, boy.
cross-examining or direct.
What time is it now there? So is it 4:24?
I
Is
hate
it
to clarify.
4:24 in
I hate
Michigan?
to assume, but
Is it
the court would
4:20? Is
rather
it
us
Eastern?
just return to these seats tomorrow that we're currently in.
No, that's you. Those are now your assigned seats. You now, for the next 7 days, you have to sit. I'm not playing. It's in the
7
same place,
days.
so I can remember who's
Oh,
who.
boy. I think we're going to be here a while,
And you all
guys.
have to go in the same order.
Shit. She's not kidding. 4:24. Okay. So that means, guess what, kids? Well, guess what time tomorrow morning we're getting together? You guess what time?
Do you want to sit here?
I'm going to tell you.
Yeah,
It's
right.
5:30 in the morning. That's right. I said it. I'll
This is an
see you
exhibit.
tomorrow morning at
This was, he never
5:30
admitted that. so I'll
Pacific
give it back.
time. Talk about a wake and bake. I'll definitely make the coffee before then. Yeah. All right. So they're adjourned, or what? What's the deal? What are we doing? What are we doing?
So Ms. Rodriguez, you're all set for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, great. All right. Sweet.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Well, gosh darn, we got a twofer today, kids. We got Georgia and we got Michigan. As a reminder, there was some bullshit down in Georgia, and now there's just some more bullshit. So we'll see what happens with that bullshit. But then tomorrow we're back here at 5:30 in the morning Pacific time, 8:30 Eastern, everything in between and outside of that. I'll try and put on some makeup. All right. I'm just kidding. I really appreciate all of you coming today and spending any time with me, and especially so much time. We hit 7.5 hours of great media literacy, and I could not be happier having spent it with anyone but you all. So thank you everyone for coming. I will see you bright and girly. Rise and grind, ladies. We're gonna rise and grind tomorrow morning at 5:30 Pacific, so don't miss it. All right. I will see you later. Bye. Oops.
Headlines and punchlines, it's daily double, but the news is never slow. Gotta break it down, yo. We dive into the madness with a fun rock vibe. Nothing's off limits, we're taking the ball for a ride. From politics to pop culture, we'll make you laugh and think. We bring the drink, no censorship, no missing link with attitude and sauce. We shake up the status quo, daily down low. The comedy news you gotta know. Breaking all the rules, spreading laughing like a bunch of crazy fools. We're punk rock rebels, turning heads into beasts. So join the chaos and let the craziness begin.
Stupid, dumb.